I want to open this up. I'm going to go way back. You guys, the earliest we could find when you guys played each other was 2011.
11?
Do you remember this at all?
In Source.
In Source, yeah. It was Copenhagen Games 2011.
Damn.
You were on Target Down.
Okay.
Now, do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, and you were on Copenhagen Wolves, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you guys won. I didn't actually see a score. You just went further in the tournament.
I think he won.
Probably, yeah. But you didn't play Source that long in that time.
No,
right?
not much, yeah.
What was the motivation of playing Source? Was it like... I mean, you were in the Americas scene and 1.6 pretty much died off over there. Was that kind of the basis of it, or was it just...
Yeah, there was some point in my career where I just wanted to play any competitive game.
Yeah.
So started with 1.5, played 1.6, jumped into Source a little bit, played Crossfire, Assault Fire, every game you can imagine. I wanted to compete in something, and there were some times where in Brazil, competition was lacking. Yeah. So yeah, I would say we jumped into Source because there was a couple international tournaments, and there was a guy who was sponsoring Source teams.
Oh,
he was an entrepreneur in Brazil.
Yeah.
He loved Source and he sponsored some teams, so he was taking out for tournaments and stuff like that. Shout out to Lippy. Yeah, thanks for all the help.
If he's still around.
Shout out. He is.
Yeah. He is?
Yeah.
Good. Did you guys even know about each other at the time? Like, you guys obviously weren't big names. Maybe you a little bit at the time?
I knew Device, yeah.
I'm
honestly,
so ignorant of the Source era that
when I play Source, I quit like in the summer every year. To just go out and have fun.
A Danish summer.
Yeah, it's a good Danish summer. Yeah. But we knew about the Brazilians, and about like 1.6. I followed 1.6 a lot when I played Source. I always wanted to play 1.6, but it's not easy to get into that scene in Denmark. They had MCW and they didn't recruit like anyone they didn't know. So I followed like FNX and Koku.
The old guys for myself. Yeah.
Good. Okay. Cool. I guess if we transition to early CSGO, just touch on some of the early dominant oppers that you guys had to play off against. Like, who were the big names at the time?
Kenny
S, Guardian, JW.
Yeah.
There's got to be one more around there.
Guardian.
There's got to be one more. I feel like there had to have been one more. But yeah, those were kind of the big guys. I mean...
We're forgetting someone, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like we are.
Yeah.
It feels like we are. Smiths?
No.
Yeah, at some point he was playing for the French.
When he had the CZ, remember when the CZ?
Fifth Laren.
Fifth Laren. That's the one we were missing out. Yeah. Fiffy. Pasha might have been one we were missing. He was pretty solid at the time.
Yeah, solid. Yeah.
What was like it opping early on in CS:GO for I guess you were still rifle. When did you switch to opping?
I switched in 16. So
16. So pretty late.
But I played AWP on some maps. Like we didn't have a set AWPer, so I played on Dust 2 always AWPed and stuff like that. So but I remember everyone remembers Kenyas, and Guardian was maybe a little bit more not so flashy, but Kenyas was like
the highlight machine.
Yeah, he would destroy anyone. Yeah, I remember every time we played.
He had to change the AWP.
You got nerfed by the
because of the guy. Yeah.
What was it? Is it more fun for you? Did you miss like being kind of like a part-time opper at all? You've obviously taken to it very well.
Now in CS2, actually, I don't think that many oppers are like so dedicated on it. You need to be able to play with the rifle.
Sure.
You see Saiwu, it doesn't really play it too often. If he feels like rifling, he'll rifle. And there's a few maps. Obviously now with Train, you have to play the AWP a little bit more, in my opinion. And I mean, do I miss it? I think in the team we are now, you have the freedom to do whatever you want, if you want to play it or not. So rifling is obviously really good in CS2. So I get my needs fulfilled.
I get nostalgic for your rifling as well, if it makes you feel any better.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
For you now, you have to be happy Train's back. Since we brought up Train, I just know you're a hardcore Train lover through every single version of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I love that map. I think it's great for the AWPers. And CS2, in my opinion, a little bit of a nerf on the AWPers. I think the movement, the way it works, like it's just so much better for the rifles than it was before. Yeah. So yeah, it's been a little bit harder to play with the AWP than it was before. And that's why you see a lot of guys that can play the rifle so well, like sometimes not even picking up the AWP. Yeah. Not for my case, you know. I'm like JGM. I'm looking for the AWP. Just kidding. Or the Gallium sometimes. But yeah, so I'm loving the map, but still to play the competitively. Yeah. And I think the meta is going to be transitioning very fast.
How do you guys
early days.
think the meta is going to be very fast?
On Train is going to be changing very fast, I think.
Oh, changing very fast. Okay, cool. How do you guys like Trains so far? Just early days.
I think it's good. They just did something with the spawns a few days ago. Like, I don't know if they even posted it like a week or two ago, where beforehand you could strafe like Electric Box ST really fast. Now I think the map is a little bit more controlled pace like it used to be with the inner control. You need to be focusing a little bit on that because the CTs can push lower fast. And
the
stuff.
ladder control now has some
weird,
connection with the B control as well. It's kind of a key area of the map now. Beforehand it was easy, right? You had ladder control all the time.
Does it play out pretty fun in like practices and games?
I would say it's much better than Vertigo for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's more interesting. I think it's going to be...
If we're going to set the bar that low, boys.
Yeah. It doesn't get much worse than that.
No, but it's a cool map. And obviously 2 offers, in-game leader and historically very good on train. Obviously did some in-game leading at the time. And the way you think about it, do you think this train is... Where are the adaptations going to come in the map? Because we know it's going to change a little bit. Do you feel there are spots on the map already where it's like, this could get tweaked, we could add this, we could move this?
I personally feel like, the 6 train outside on A, I think it should have still some sight on long. I think there's no sight on there anymore.
Gotcha.
You can't be over the 6 train and see things. So I kind of think that ruined a little bit the position a little bit.
Sure.
And I think the meta is coming to a point where the cities are stuffing out positions a lot with smoked and all these things, but after 45 seconds mark, you don't have much of two anymore, and then where are we going to stay? People have the team Molotovs that spreads everywhere. Yeah. So there's lack of positions outside yard, in my opinion.
The bomb site itself outside seems like a trap. Like late round, like if you have 2 people at that bomb site, it's like, where am I playing? I don't actually know.
Exactly. Where are we going to play? It's kind of complicated to play the late rounds there. Yeah. So I think it's going to change a little bit because of those things, but we'll see.
Okay, so cool. Let's go back to you guys and just kind of go through the career, because we're just going to start with 2015. We skipped 2014. Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that cool?
Okay.
2015, you guys come in. This is kind of, I guess, we touched on some of the early oppers. This is kind of like the era of oppers, it feels. You're still rifling at this time. You get 3rd best player in the world. But then
3rd best player?
Yeah, number 3
Rifling?
that year.
Damn.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we're missing something here.
I remember now. That's when he transitioned. It was like such a hot topic, right?
Yeah, because it was like, actually, why? Yeah. He was just the 3rd best player. Why would we do that?
I remember that year. It was also the one thing I remember was we lost to NIP in Cluj.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we were like favorites going into that major. And then we face NIP, who is like, they are now washed up.
Yeah, they're past their prime. Yeah. They're on the decline.
We play on the weird monitors, the ISO monitors for that tournament with really bad FPS. Yeah. But it was also, for me, one thing I remember about the tournament, I think was one of the first time Cold was playing. Cold Zero. Yeah. And he was just destroying everyone in the group stage matches. We were staying behind you. I think maybe you played those 2 for sure. And he destroyed someone, so it was the first time I saw him playing.
For time.
Yeah, Oh, he was a beast. Yeah, that was the first year you guys had him. He came out because he was at Cologne that year as well.
Yeah, I think the first tournament he played was
Cologne.
I think. Yeah,
that was beast mode. Yeah, you guys played NIP ironically on train.
Yeah, we got destroyed.
I think Freiburg had a big game against you.
He destroyed us completely.
Yeah. Oh, that hurts. I didn't mean to go down that level of
memory.
Yeah.
I guess first question on 2015 would be 2014. I said it was a boring year. You were the 20th best player. So what was the big jump for you, do you think?
I think I didn't even play most of 14. I quit when Freeze joined our team. I quit playing. It was like I didn't source. I didn't want to play all the time. Then in 15, it got more serious, and the connection between the guys in the team were better. I think it was also the year when Kerrigan joined us.
Sure.
We were still going to school, me and Sip. So
right.
in 15, so we had all of our exams in the summer, and
It's such a crazy concept to think about, that in the early days of CSGO, we had so many players still in school, still taking exams, and that never happens nowadays.
Yeah, because now I think the young guys, they already take it as a job if they make it, right?
Yeah.
Like even the parents are like, this is going to be the athlete career, they're jumping to it and avoid school and stuff like that. So now back on our time, you always need a plan B.
Yeah, 10 years ago, it's like, I might have to be an accountant, so I can't really...
It was, Kerrigan was finishing his master's as well when he joined us, But I think 15 was the first full-time year after the summer.
Cool.
And of course, we also had some good results, like we were winning some tournaments that year for the first time in my career.
Yeah.
Some of the international tournaments, and I mean, it was also when things started to get fun. We had TSM that year, and that was a big thing as well. They were really big in league, and they picked us up. So
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember it was a good year.
Probably Astralis conversations are starting to peak up barely behind the scenes as well around 2015.
Yeah, end of 15 we were like talking with some organizations, and then we were team question mark for one tournament.
TQM,
yeah, that's true. But yeah, I think 15 was a fun year. But I also remember like start of Astralis, if we have to go into 16, I think we played you guys in Leipzig and you destroyed us as well. Yeah. That's also one thing.
We'll
no worries.
But I mean, 2015 was a cool. I mean, it's kind of funny that you say that. Like 2015 was sort of the year where you got to take it more seriously and really committed to it, and it was getting bigger because it was the same for you guys. Like 2015, I don't know if it's exactly when you guys moved to the States, but it's certainly when your team started to get some momentum going on.
Yeah, it was when we moved to United States. I think we went to play on 2014 Emoji Aspen.
Yeah.
That was very big.
You guys played
for
each
us.
other there. That was my next.
Yeah, because Aspen tournament was like double CG for us in the past on 1.6 days because we had our accommodation and travel paid, and for us to go out of Brazil at that time with the money that was going on, the organization stuff was like impossible. So to have a qualification process to go was huge, and then after we played there, we played 2 more tournaments in the US, and then we got invited to play the first major in Poland. That's when things started really going, and then when we got back to Brazil after playing the major, ESA hits up with a North American league, and they were like, Dan, we got to go there and play it. So we start complaining how there's no SA spots, all those things. And they're like, okay, if you can come to the US, you can play it. Yeah. And then we moved to the US in 15. And the first lineup had ZKK and Steel, me,
Bolts,
Fur.
I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, me, Bolts, Fur, ZKK, and Steel at first, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
I remember those days like they were yesterday. Yeah, you guys, I mean, you mentioned already, you guys played at the X Games in Aspen, and it was an ass-kicking. It was a 16-4 win for...
Against Cloud9 for us.
Yeah, it was Dignitas versus Kaboom was the game between you two.
We lost for them?
Yeah.
Damn. They're too good.
It's all right. You're going to get some back as we go through this process.
Right.
You have some time in the sun. This is also, 2015, I think... This is where also you had like the legendary Brazilian lineup came together at the end of the year because you guys would go on to play later on at the Face It League Stage 3. This is when you're in TSM still. You're Luminosity now.
In London.
Yep. And this is right when you brought over Taco, Zeus, and FNX.
Yeah. Gonna get good now.
You put the boys together. Put the band together. You beat them 2-1 in a series there.
In London?
Yeah. Remember anything about that?
Maybe if we lost Nuke. I think maybe we lost Nuke like 16-14.
Do you remember anything about
I have no memory of that.
I remember we lost at least once in those days on Nuke. Yeah. We were like, how did we just lose on that? And our Nuke was our best map back then,
Even back then it was?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this had to have been, it's kind of a, I wonder if it was, I guess it'd be a weird event for you because that was the event, you put this brand new lineup together, your first map, you go out, you get 0-16.
Oh, that's the tournament?
Yeah, so and then you ran from there all the way to the grand final.
Yeah, so that tournament was like a great learning experience because the way I thought about CS at the time maybe was a little bit too strategical at that point because once we changed the lineups, because we didn't have time to go over what we're going to do on all the maps and all the stuff, it forced me to play in a different way. So after getting 16-0, the talks were about... We were already losing before, so don't worry. 16-0 or 16-13, like we guys came to the team so we can get things done, and we're not getting things done with the last team, so don't worry about it. But we went to the room on the hotel right after, and they already start setting up like a couple defaults here and there, and just basic stuff on every map. And then we started playing that tournament off that, like only off the defaults and just communicating well together, putting things like on the fly. And that's when we left the tournament with a good result. We're like, okay, maybe we're all the time thinking about how to play the game, way too strategized, So that's when we kind of create a new concept on how we could approach the game. So it was a very important tournament, but I think it's just because the way the players thought about the game and they completed each other made it possible. Because normally you don't get a team from nowhere and just play defaults and you go super well. But in that case,
this particular case, it just happened.
Yeah.
And this is kind of how I thought about it this morning, and I apologize for this. It's kind of funny that they go out of that event with that kind of a run, and even though you don't win the event, everyone's like, holy shit, that's a super impressive run. At this time for you guys in TSM, you're having similar runs. You've won a couple events, but you're more known for getting to the final and not being able to win it. So you don't even get like that feel-good story of like, oh, we've seen TSM, we've seen the Danes make it to another final.
I think it was like the start of like the choking era, or what you would call it. We would beat Fnatic, which was one of the teams nobody could beat.
Yeah.
But we would beat them sometimes, and then we would lose to some teams that we were like...
You had that triangle, I think, where you could beat Fnatic, Fnatic would beat the French team.
Yeah, and the Frenchies would beat us, And I mean, at the time, I didn't think too much about it. Of course, going into the early Astralis era, I think it was more of a prophecy than it was in the TSM era. It was just our first year competing, and we lost some finals, but we also won tournaments without losing a map, and we were like, we had no clue what we were doing, and we just went to tournaments. There were no practice rooms, so we would just like walk around in a random city and play some games, and it was for us not that serious. Sure. At that time, to be honest.
Yeah.
We were still kind of young and just playing CS.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't serious for anyone back then. When I look back at those events, everyone was having a good time with it. Yeah. I think everyone collectively started taking it more seriously, probably around 28. Well, you guys kind of forced the issue back then, but let's go to 2016, because this is still Luminosity. You guys obviously have that good run at the end of the year. And then coming into the new year, tough loss in the Katowice finals, but you win your first major. Mm-hmm. And for you, this is the year that you switch into opping, 2016. Yeah. Do you remember exactly why within the team you decided to do it? Was it literally we don't have a dedicated opper at this point?
So what happened was also like our start of 2016, we started Astralis, and we thought that we were going to continue on a high note from like last year when we were considered top 3 at least throughout the year. But we lost in Leipzig against you guys pretty early. We lost at Malmö pretty early. Yeah. And we were not having like the results we wanted. And then Sonic was kind of like forcing it onto the team. He was like, someone needs to be an opper. To op, and you should probably do it. And when he spoke, everyone listened, at least back then. But now he always had a big voice, and we just tried it out. Yeah. But we had some difficulties doing like the stuff with the guys, which is also why we changed Kerrigan and Cajun as well throughout that year. Yeah. So for us, it was also one of the years where I started opping. We changed in-game leader. We had Kirby joining the team as well. We had stand-ins for the second major, I think it was. Yep. And it was kind of like a bumpy year.
That is when Sonic stood in.
Yeah, exactly. So 16 was kind of like
weird one.
A building year for us in Australia as well. We had no sponsors in the beginning and stuff like that. So but I remember a lot of good times in Atlanta at least. Yeah, I still think
we
back
were in Atlanta
to
a lot. 2016.
Nice.
I miss it a lot.
Yeah, Ely was there for like 12 weeks. We had the major there. Yeah, that was wild. For you, it's the different story. You win the major.
Best year ever.
Yeah, that was a great year. I don't know, 2017 was pretty good for you too, but 2016, two majors.
It's the majors, right?
Yeah, I think you won. You got second best player of the year, third?
Second best player of the year.
What do you think you were doing at the time with the op that made you so strong compared to other oppers?
That's a very good question. I would say that it felt to me that to get to that point when I was competing outside Brazil, I had to study the game so much when I was teaching other players in Brazil. So it felt like it was the accumulated work of years watching demos and trying to learn how people play. And then 14 and 15 was more like, okay, now I get to practice and test what I learned from all those years. And it felt like we understood the game. At some point, we were able to capture the ideas from different teams. Like you had Fnatic, you had all the Na'Vi, all those good teams, and they all had something specific and special on their team. And they were able to understand what they thought about the game and create our own version of it. Yeah. And I think we had Fur and Codzira on their top of their careers time, very good players. Yeah. We had FNX, was very good clutcher at the time and very important piece of the team. Taco, very selfless, doing everything it takes, creating the role of the anchor, like being a very considered one of the best players at the role at the time. So I think all those things together, they made us a strong team. And because we're a strong team, I could conceptually play the game slower. At the time, the game was much slower as well. Like people are not really contesting areas so much like they do today. They're not really hungry for information all the time. So as an operator in IGL, you could really understand where you could position yourself.
You could breathe.
Yeah, you could breathe, you could think, and there isn't so much randomness in the game happening. So yeah, I think all those combinations, and I think I was at the peak of my farm and really have a good understanding of the game. But if I had the answer, I would just apply it now. It works again, right? It's not that easy.
Right. It never is.
Yeah.
Okej, hello. Mam nadzieję, że wy jesteście lepsi. Ready?
Dobry.
Dobry,
Let's
yes. Ready, yes?
Yeah,
ready,
yeah.
ready, okay. You must mix this.
Yeah.
Kurwa, oni bardzo słabo mówią po angielsku jednak.
Keep going. Keep going, keep going. Sit at the bottom. Super.
Co byś... Zupa?
Yeah.
Zupa.
Give it a taste.
Super. Skorzystamy z tego, okay? We take this. You must close this hole.
Oh, that's easy.
Okay?
Yeah.
Easy job.
We'll do it for you.
Easy job.
Please.
I actually kind of know what I'm doing. It's quite
You
easy.
might need a
Yeah.
little bit more.
You don't tell me what to do.
Right.
I'm the fucking plasterer here.
Okay.
That's what I said to you. There you go.
O,
Much easier.
tak kurwa to się robi. O,
Tak, kurwa.
dokładnie. Widzę, że się znasz na robocie.
Yeah.
Dobrze, okej.
Yeah, ja.
Beautiful.
Do it here.
You do that part. You just slap it on.
Slap it on.
Just a big load.
Kind of want to slap it on your face.
Yeah. Maybe later. What a disaster.
This is an actual disaster. Who paid these clowns to do this? In my professional plastering opinion, job done.
Looks good to me.
Jak tam?
Hello.
O,
How's it look?
Making
widzę, że
progress.
masz dobre oko.
Yeah.
Oko, very good.
Yeah,
Okej.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Dobrze, może teraz w płytki się pobawimy, no. Może tego nie spierdolić. You see this line?
Yeah.
Okay. You must measure this
Yep.
and kolorować tu and cut this. Do like this. Okay. And put
Yes.
this. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, give me that.
That's like or something. It's about 30.
Yeah, 30.
Maybe do like a bit extra for
Yeah, I think
on top,
31,
31.
leave a little bit. Alrighty.
What's that?
I don't know what the fuck to do with this. You can use this, I'll do the rest.
Jak tam idzie?
Yeah, I've measured it.
Yep.
I'm making progress.
Okay. This is very proste. Is easy. They work, please. Okay.
Get to work.
I don't understand.
Polish construction. Polish construction.
Yeah. Big ruler.
31 centimeters, looks good to me. Alright, so do you want to do it to the height of that one as well?
Yeah.
Alright, so
I do.
let's go measure that.
Yeah.
You can do this time.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to measure, isn't it?
Maybe go the other way.
It's about 7 centimeters.
Give me that. Wait, no, we'll use this. Polish construction. Perfect, super.
Okay.
Okay.
We got a line.
Yeah.
Okay, then you know what is this? Yeah, you know.
Of course.
Then take this and cut. Yeah, cut.
Oh shit! I don't think this is safe, guys.
Who the fuck taped this shit?
I'm gonna need some help here, buddy. It's a cut. I'm actually getting sweaty.
Pick it up, pick it up.
Okay. Very, kurwa.
Super.
Super. Okay.
Okay.
Looks good.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Very good. Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
Pleasure.
Very good job. Very good job.
Of course. No worries, mate.
Thanks.
Only the
Thanks.
best around here.
Call us again if you need us.
Kurwa, przez miesiąc będę to poprawiał. Super. Very good.
Great work.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, and Zowie.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A Strollin's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
It's the last day of stage 1. Now what that means is some more teams get to go home. They do find themselves in a fight or flight situation. And then we get some more household names starting tomorrow. But before we get there, a lot of pressure on the shoulders over here of Team Liquid. As you can tell, this isn't exactly the place they wanted to be coming to the last day of this group or this stage. But as it would turn out, this is how they're going to get it going today. So let me maybe I can slide on in. Hey, can I play? Almost. Hey, Russ. What's going on here, man? Tell me about this.
You know, just getting activated. Getting your body moving, so, you know, not sitting for 7 hours a day stiff. Yeah.
And that checks out, too. So tell me about you guys coming into today and not playing stiff. How important is it?
I mean, very important. We've changed a decent amount of things going into today, and yeah, looking forward to cause some havoc.
Okay, what can you tell me about complexity?
New team. They're not the same complexity as they were before, so have to treat them with respect. Play our game.
Are you having a good time being a leader?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Cool, well, I'll leave you alone, man. All right, that's Team Liquid. We got some more teams around here. Who else can we grab in the moment? I don't know. Let's keep the hunt going. Maybe out here, complexity. Ladies? What's going on? Big Grim, what are you guys tag team in pinball here? Or what's going on?
We're trying to get a high score.
Yeah, it's not going so well, but we're getting in there.
So speaking of high scores, you're going to need that today, right? It's a big day for you. Big day for Complexity. Big day for Mr. Danny here. 60, tell me about today.
Definitely means it's a big deal for NA. I mean, obviously Liquid, another big NA powerhouse. I mean the whole lower bracket and is going to be NA teams like our America's teams. So I mean, it's going to be a big deal for us to come out on top of it, honestly.
So Grim, any growing pains with Danny yet, or how's this work?
As long as you make sure he has a few before prac, everything's going well. But I mean, it's been fine. Danny's great, and you know he's got to show the world what he can do today, and I believe in him.
Yeah, Danny, do you believe in yourself?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I from all the practice and stuff like that. I mean, I can prove it. I proved it to myself in that. I just have to do it on the stage now.
Yeah, you guys got to stay alive today and onward. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll let you get back to the balls. So. Where's James Banks at? Are you out around here?
Yo, I'm over here, Trace. We're going to keep things moving. I got the Furia guys who are going to be kicking things off here on the B stream. They've got their game going up against Wildcard for a spot to make it. And Sid, I'm going to start by just asking you, Katowice over the last couple of years has not been good. But this was a positive start, right? So you guys happy?
Yeah, finally we got a good start. I mean, we had a difficult match against the girls from Imperial. It was a very difficult match for us, and we knew it would be like that. But yeah, it's great to start with a win, and let's see if we can keep this streak going and get the group in the group phase spot.
What do you think of Wildcard right now, though? Because you obviously beat them in the best of one when it came to the major, but obviously this team's showing some improvements, and they're also in Europe.
I mean, they are getting better with time, and you can definitely tell from watching that. Whoa, there's something important here. I'm busy, yeah. So you can definitely tell from watching them play that they're getting better and better with time. They have a really good structured team, and it's going to be an interesting match. We had a difficult battle with them at the major. We barely won. I mean, it was an intense match, and let's see if we can make things a little different this time. And I hope for an easier match against them. Yeah.
Well, at least it's not Vertigo. Yuri, you want to break this curse, right? You want to go forward. You want to go to the arena, surely.
For sure. There's I think 4 years away, 5 years, I don't know. We never, too long. So now we have like a good team, good time with the team, with schools falling. So we are prepared for the playoffs. So I think we need to do our game and play our game. Don't do a lot of mistakes because the game is very hard. So yeah, let's do our game, our preparation, and let's see.
We got some music pumping ready before we go into the game as well. I know you guys are always vibing out before as well.
Yeah, Cello always put music for us, and we are playing soccer here. So yeah.
Warmed up and ready to go, and we're ready to go with a whole day of games ahead of us. Stay tuned.
Hey Future Pros, it's been almost 4 years, but Train is back in the pool, replacing everybody's favourite, Vertigo. While the map is back, the visuals and layout have seen some changes. We've seen some new util, new approaches, and of course, some highlights. I've scrubbed through the demos of the Blast Bounty and beyond to provide you with a brief showcase on how teams are trying to crack the code of the new Train. A-Site, as expected, has seen a barrage of new util, with the T's finding insta-smokes with most landing sandwich and some in the new gap on the A-Site. Meanwhile, the CTs have found their own versions to block off T-Main as early as possible. CTs are focusing their players outside early, and if the chance arrives, to set up some cheeky moves. Popdog remains unsolved, but we have seen some quicker moves to secure the space as fast as possible. It's valuable real estate to fight for. Keep an eye out for how teams Theory craft ways to take this spot. B halls can be the home of aggression for the CTs. But if the Ts are allowed to set up, we see some familiar styled executes to the B side with some added twists. Executing is one thing, but the new angles are making it hard for the Ts to thrive. Even when the bomb is down, you'll see the attacking side take as much space as possible, while the walls close in around them. Keep your eyes open for new util. As time goes on, some of these new lineups can become meta-defining. I hope you're all on board for the ride.
Well, from future pros to past pros, going to take a look here with Steel at Train and maybe how the pro teams approach it. Maybe not as similar as the guys have the experience in Face-It Pugs in your premieres and whatnot. Probably a lot less mid-rushes in the pro games.
Probably a lot less, and I can't really break it down any better than Rush just did it in that video there, but there were...
That's a shame because you're getting paid for it.
That's, well, okay, I'll do my best then. Why don't we hop onto the screen, and I'll try to show a couple of things that Rush was talking about there in that video, and then explain a little bit why these positions are important to take control over. So if we hop onto the screen here, we'll see that this area around middle is wide open for the taking for the Ts. Now, it's open, so the CTs can't really take control of it. There's not much play cover area for them, but the Ts, they don't really get much real estate out of that spot. Now, the big difference is this pop dog area and inner area. In this blue zone, this is where the CTs are able to contest it. And it's actually really easy to take control of this area because you can do a smoke that lands up on these stairs. And that allows for the CTs coming through all the way through pop dog, to take control of all of the Brown Hall area. And that's a big change in this map compared to the older version of Train.
Yeah, and we saw that from FlyQuest yesterday as well. Some aggro moves like that where they have players, it's a crunch move from the B players and the pop players. And, they even did a boost to take a deep peek towards T holes, right? I think we also see the CTs put a lot of emphasis on anti-rush nades, right? Like into T main to avoid even, people want to sometimes go fully outside, but like you pointed out, just get into this area. But that's so hard with good anti-rush protocols where it's sort of making the Ts play a little bit slower. And it's also why on Train, the economy is so important for the CT, so you have all that utility to stop some of those rushes.
You have to respect the fact that it's possible for the Ts to come out and do a fast play out, swinging out E-box, or even going through sandwich, getting through a sandwich smoke even. This is still always a threat. If you don't respect it, you don't do the anti-rush nades, you'll still be caught by this. Like the old Train, it's easy to block, and it doesn't really get much value because the main part of this map is this backhaul hell old bomb area. This is super critical to control because if you want to come and plant on the outside area, whether it be here or on the side of the Train, you need to deal somehow with the CTs that could be in this camera icon area. This is opened up. You need to respect that. If you don't have control as a T, this entire area is a threat.
And that's why we see sometimes when the Ts play slower, that's where Ivy is utilized, right? It's always usually pretty slower in the round when they want to make the CTs expand their utility, maybe try to retake T mid, if that's where they're playing at. And teams are still figuring out how to best utilize Ivy because it's not anymore the long, viewpoints that you have. It's more closed off towards that A bombs, and it's more claustrophobic here for the CT. So that's why you see them take other areas of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also we're seeing the meta develop. We're seeing the smoke into pop, the molly back 6 before they come out. So it's a really nice thing. We'll see how this develops as the map goes on.
We'll see how it develops, and then also let's see what the players think about such a big change. I wonder if they like it.
Go.
CSGO for sure.
CSGO for sure. 100%.
What happened to the trains, but yeah. It feels weird a little bit, but yeah, at least we have the map back.
Has to be the old one, no?
Yeah, for sure.
I feel like the new one is it's missing some trains. Like I don't think you can call it train right now.
New bad.
New bad.
New's
old
bad.
Good.
Yeah.
Agree.
Good.
Ну здесь вообще нигде не встать. Ну вот, посмотри, трансик сделали квадратненький, просто там даже не спрятаться, тебя отовсюду будет видно, понял?
Ебучий лего вот так вот поставили, вот так вот посмотреть, что-то большое стоит.
Ты понимаешь, что ты сейчас за трансом не можешь стать, что тебя не будет видно? Тебя будет видно либо с ВН, либо с сотки. Этот трейн новый мне нравится больше, как задумка вообще.
This was strong, right?
Yeah, you have a compared to CS2 because there's no heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's missing something in your train.
They even have the ladder there, but no use, no more.
I like playing up there when it was Cisco, but now there's obviously no heaven. I kind of miss it a bit. I feel like there's like a position missing on the map. So
yeah, there's definitely something missing. Although it was a bit overpowered when you think about it, like especially when you were T-side and you could just plant the bomb and camp up there. You miss it, but it's kind of more balanced now, I guess.
I'm heartbroken. It was so nice to be able to go up a ladder and just hide somewhere sometimes.
Это расстройство, согласен. Это расстройство, но опять-таки, если с точки зрения удобности, CSGO было проще просто. Ну, ты понимаешь, да, вот из-за всех вот этих вот нычек. Просто тяжелее, но больше нравится. Я все равно за CS2, короче, не знаю.
Yes, Yanko, please.
No, I was just going to say, that's why I was memeing about it a little bit. Like the attitude from Stan and Sonic, even though they were probably trolling a little bit, just encapsulates most players. New equals bad, old equals good. Like any sort of a big change, you know, players are probably going to be against it because it means you have to learn new things, you have to adjust. I was surprised by Electronic's attitude though. Like he was more in favor for this new train, and Navi was, you know, sick on the old train in CSGO.
So, I mean, let's kind of go with what he was saying right there. Something's missing. Do you agree with that, Josh? And potentially, what could it be?
Yes and no. So I agree with what Yanko's saying. There's a lot of people that are just like, oh, it's new and it's not the same as the old one, therefore we don't like it. Well, what's different about it? Well, the outside area, there's less trains, there's less cover, you can't use that area as much, and the backhaul area is closed off. And people don't like that because they want to be able to sit at the back of the lanes and just snipe down all the lanes and use all these other places. But the change is basically, you have to stop thinking about it as if it's the old map and look at what the map is now and how are you going to deal with it. And maybe that's why Electronic likes it, because they love going Ivy. And that Ivy area, when you control that backhaul area, when you control that camera icon area, that's how you control the outside yard area. It's so easy from that point. So that makes sense for Electronic.
And I also like what he said, where in the old one, like there were so many spots where you could hide ST, post plant, or where you could go, and now it's a lot more claustrophobic, right? Even after you plant the bomb, depending on what control you had, you were pointing it out on the telly as well, that whole area that you need to take control of. So you probably still have to make some moves, swing together. If it's, let's say, a 3v3 post plant, right? You're not as safe just because you got the bomb down and can play passive off of each other.
It's absolutely right. And I mean, I do like the changes. There could be tweaks here and there just to, make it a little smoother around their edges.
Pop is too weird. It's like too weird how you have to, the pathway you have to take to get into it. Like that's the strange one for me.
Going down, back
around. It's okay
around.
that there's no ladder, but maybe there needs to be a way from the T side to get into it, right? Sort of both pathways. I don't know.
There was a cool version of the map that someone made that was like an adjustment to it, where kind of Ivy was, instead of coming out that choke point that it's there, it opens up into hell instead. And then at Pop, there's also like a whole opening where you could just drop down. There's no ladder, you can't come back up, but you could drop down. So at least you have the T timing to get Pop control. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because usually we see these maps go through and maybe they'll undergo some changes, but we are definitely in the thick of it now with Train within the rotation. So speaking of rotations, it is a little bit of a revolving door when it comes to teams and changes with rosters and how that affects. You ready for it? The Valve ranking system. That's right. So let's take a look at the numbers as they lie. Well, they're not lying. The numbers aren't lying. The numbers never lie, do they, Yanko?
Yeah, they don't. I mean, and some of the guys you talked to alluded to it, Grim, in the lower bracket, it's the Americas mini bracket, right? 4 teams, and these are the changes that we've had in the ranking. So this is where the teams are ranked right now on the left, and then on the right is the change just in the 2 days of stage 1. Look at the jump that Heroic has made.
It's
right?
a big jump, yeah.
Plus 4 spots, like they were just on the cusp of getting invited to this event. FlyQuest, Complexity, right? You can see the potential consequences that they might have, especially for Complexity now, yet to having to play Team Liquid. In that lower bracket, the loser gets eliminated. Saw out of that 24th spot as well, right? Which gets you invites to maybe qualifiers or events that have 24 teams. So a lot of, important games very early on.
Yeah, I look at Complexity a year ago. They were, top 5 or top 8. Now they're, potentially, if they lose this game, maybe they drop out and they're not even in the cutoff point anymore. That's alarming.
That is alarming, Josh. And, I can see it on his face. Sometimes I know what an alarm looks like. But we're not quite ready to ring those just yet. I do think it actually puts more instance on every round mattering here, not just every round within a matchup, but every game is going to matter in that Valve ranking system.
I mean, we showed Complexity here. For Liquid, it would be absolutely catastrophic if they lose to Complexity. Like, this is the most. Actually, they even have to play one more game, even if they win this, to go into the next stage. They're going to be skipping Cluj, right? Not too many points for them to accrue coming into, the invite cycle for the next major.
Yeah, which is what we all have our eyes on. Right here, though, it's Katowice. So let me tell you about how you can watch just that. With Faceit, using Faceit Watch. They have a skin giveaway going on, too. Let's go ahead and check them out by signing in. That'll be Faceit Watch. So we're going to go to a quick break, and we come back. We're going to jump into that first game, Liquid versus Complexity.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. The official broadcast is better than ever on Faceit Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Faceit app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more! Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Yeah, they said don't let your dreams be memes, and neither of these teams are going to allow that happen today, or they're going to try their damnedest to make sure that they don't get eliminated here at the end of the first stage of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025. North America's last hopes, so it's kind of like a North American, not so North American sort of rivalry thing. Can we call it that anymore?
Yeah, I think in terms of the organizations as well, right? And I mean, there is a difference that we didn't really mention in the VRS now when it comes to invites for teams that are split between two regions. Like, they don't get to pick in which region they play anymore in terms of qualifiers or whatever. It's whichever region has the most spots. So, for example, for Wildcard, who's in this bracket, if they go out of the direct invite spot and have to play the qualifiers, they will have to play the European qualifiers, which is a huge thing for them. But let's focus on Complexity versus Liquid, right? The two teams that we'll see here play today. I think for Complexity, the big one obviously being the departure of Elysian, sort of trying to fill that gaping hole in terms of just impact and raw numbers. And to kick off the season, it hasn't been too hot.
It's a big loss losing Elige. He's been so consistent for the last, I don't even know how many years, like at least, like 9 years at this point in a row, where I would consider Liquid a North American team. That's where they started in CS and they stuck all the way through. So for them to not be considered North American anymore would be weird. But yeah, it's just... You look at this. The two of them combined. Who would you
see ya, guys?
Who would you rather have on your team? One of these guys, Elige with a big smiling grin, or two of these new hopes for NA?
Well, you call them new hopes for NA. I just hope that they do what they need to do today, at the very minimum. Like, yeah, you want to see Complexity do what they have to do to find success, but you're talking about a gaping hole, basically wide open.
I mean, it's tough, in the scenario in which they're in. They're trying to moneyball it to some extent, right? Sure. Like they couldn't attract a player of Elige's caliber, right? They also removed floppies for the team, so you need two players. And here is where you're hoping that maybe guys now like Halzerk, maybe Grim a little bit, can step up, and that one of the two, Nick or Sixy, is able to sort of take the step very quickly, because unfortunately for Complexity, still to have a map win, only played 2 series, but you have to sort of hit the ground running, right? With the new ranking system and everything, like those opportunities can slip away real quickly.
Josh, let's talk about Sixy. Okay. I know everybody in the room keeps calling him Sexy. It is Sixy to my knowledge. So when we talk about Sixy, you were on a team with him not that long ago. I happened to be in the comms of that team.
You were there.
What is it that Complexity can do to get this man going in the right motions in the right direction?
When it comes to Sixy, he's a loose cannon, okay? You need to guide this cannon so that he can shoot at the right targets, okay? So he needs to figure out a way to silence that lizard brain of him that's telling him fight or flight, where he's always in this constant fight mode. And once he's able to figure that out, he's going to be able to really unleash. But right now, he's not been having the performance that, anybody hopes that he would have coming in as kind of the rookie into Complexity. He hasn't been doing that great. So this fight or flight thing, once you get control of that, he can be really good. There's a reason why he was picked up. There's a reason why he was one of the better free agents. But, not having that experience in the top tier leagues, it's going to be a lot of work from JT and TC to get him on the right path.
Sounds like Steel is pitching himself to Complexity, but...
Well, who knows what happened before anything turned out like it did. Yeah, for Complexity, though, we'll have our eyes on them. I do have to applaud going back to the old colors, if you will, the old logo and all of that. That's just a little bit nostalgia. However, nostalgia stops right here because we do have the opportunity to hear from NAF before we jump to the match. Take on Complexity today, but not before I talk to Mr. Keith here. He goes by NAF, in case you didn't know. Keith, you guys find yourself in quite the situation here, so let's talk a little bit about what led up to this moment today.
Yeah, Team Liquid always in a situation, always in a bind, But of course, the last game we played was a Heroic as our first game. We started off strong on Anubis, beating their map pick, and then I don't know, unfortunately we couldn't find our ways. Of course, we had a close nuke versus them, and then they ended up closing up the last 2 maps. So yeah, now we're here.
Yeah, now we hear those 3 maps versus Heroic, right? But was there anything that you guys were able to shake off or get away from that after? Even though you caught an L, you did lose. But what did you guys get away from it?
I mean, I don't know. I just think our map pool just needs to be improved, especially on the maps that we lost. Of course, we picked Nuke. We're really confident in it, and unfortunately lost due to some small margins. I definitely felt like on Heroic, the T-side Nuke, we should have way more rounds, and it could have just been a 2-0 for us. So it couldn't have been too much to think about. But I just think we still need to keep working, keep improving. Especially going into Dust 2 that we had in our last season, in our prior team, it was always struggles there. But we found ways to improve, and but at the end of the day, we just need to win. It's just it's been a lot of L's over here, but it's a different day today. We're gonna win.
They say L stands for liquid or something like that. No, don't take that one. What I meant to say was, in this moment, it's been a little bit of growth with you guys as well. All right, so we've had kind of a bit of time here to watch what Twist can do with the lineup as a leader. We got Roland from Poland doing what he does best, which is anything and everything. So tell me about some of the growing pains.
Yeah, I mean, I think always on Liquid somewhat, it was always just the biggest thing is just mentality. I think coming into the games, sometimes we start slow. Sometimes the communication just isn't there at times, and that's just something we need to improve upon. But overall, I think with this team, with this lineup that we currently have, I think we're trying to keep the vibes good and everything, strong mentality wise. I think a lot of it just comes down to the server and just pretty much just not playing like robots and actually just feeling the game. And once you're feeling the game in Counter-Strike, that's when the best plays come out of the players, and that's just what we need to do.
Yeah, okay. Well, surely we have this match in front of us with Complexity. They underwent their own changes. What can you say about them from a distance?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, they made a big change. Obviously, with Elige leaving the team, he's a huge player, big player for them, and so of course their identity is going to change. The way they play the game is going to be different. Of course, they picked up 2 North American players. 2 rookies, I guess you could say. So we definitely have the experience and all that, and I think we have the better players. So I believe we should win. But overall, at the end of the day, we're not going to underestimate them at all.
So you're not afraid of 60 in the server?
No, maybe at the bar.
yeah, not 16-0. I said 6E, not 16-0. Anyway, thanks, Keith. We'll get you out of here. Good luck, man. I don't know why I tried to put the microphone and both my fist up there, but yeah, thanks for that, Keith.
Yeah, I like how they put Dana as last hope and then just make sure that we see the nationalities, that there's no American players, 2 Canadians, and then a little bit of everything. But yeah, I think obviously for Team Liquid, big favorite in this one. Like Keith pointed out, they have a couple of rookies talking about the maps themselves. Liquid's permaban, Train, Complexity's pick, the 2 series they played with the new roster, which might be a good thing for Complexity.
Yeah, it's interesting that NAF was saying that they felt like their map pool was weak and they needed to work on it. But then, this looks to me that actually Liquid has the stronger map pool, not Complexity, because, I think even though Complexity's lost their Train games, they were really close. Like an OT loss against Eternal Fire. I think it was also a 13-11 against Virtus Pro, where they had a really good chance to actually close it out, and then it's just the rookie mistakes that cost them.
Yeah, I thought we see Complexity's pick on Inferno. That was always going to be, where do they go? Kind of tough to tell because they haven't played that many games, but feeling good on Inferno against Team Liquid. Liquid picks T-side, and then Complexity picks T-side on Liquid's pick of Ancient.
This makes sense to me, though. I was assuming that Inferno could be a punish pick because it could really snowball either way, and for a team like Complexity, that's probably what you want to do as the underdog. Ancient Liquid pick, Complexity really fell off on Ancient early in 2024, and they've been avoiding it like the plague for a really long time, so that also makes sense to me.
Yeah, we see Anubis as the decider. I'm maybe a little bit surprised that Complexity didn't ban it. I think Liquid is pretty good on it. And yeah, the old Complexity lineup really liked the map, but even towards the end of the, you know, lifeline of that roster, they didn't have such great results on the map.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and it's Complexity just didn't want to play Nuke. That's all it was. They'd be more comfy on Anubis than Nuke.
Yeah, and dare I say, we might get all three today for this one. Very specifically. You don't think so? All right, well, I guess we'll just sit back and watch. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's go ahead and kick it right over to those commentators. They are fresh-faced. They go by Launders and Scrawny. Take it away, gents.
Yeah, gentlemen, sit back, why don't you? You've been working hard all morning. You guys put your feet up. Put your feet up, Stunna, and enjoy a little bit of North America. Mohan, we got Complexity, we got Team Liquid. It's a very important game between these two.
Liquid are Canadian when they win, international when they lose.
Of course.
Okay. Or just North American. But there's actually more Americans over here on Complexity. They just hired 2 more to help out Grim. And you know what? If you're just watching this, a lot of people are just catching the first game for Complexity. You know, it's going to be the first couple months. They're tuning in. Oh, got the classic jerseys. Who's this fella on your screen? And a lot of memes about Sixy as well. But to be honest, this guy on your screen, Nyx, I think he's had the most impressive start.
Yeah.
We have seen really, really strong rounds from him. And as Sixy said during Prax, he's proved himself to himself. And now he just needs to do it on stage. So this game's actually so important. Unfortunately, it means either one of Liquid or Complexity will be eliminated. There are serious VRS implications that could take place for losing this game. So there's a lot of pressure, and I think in particular on Liquid.
Team Liquid that get upset by Heroic in a best of 3. A Complexity that, as you mentioned, off the back of Nyx, had a damn good showing against Eternal Fire. That's what set them up for this head-to-head, where Nyx would love to get into the engagement. Tim versus Norts on mid. No eyes over towards balcony, so nobody to hold that back for the time being. All good, though. They go pressing out into mid instead. Twists down in pit. Has a single teammate in NAF to work with, but they don't have the bomb, Mohan. And the last time I checked, pretty important.
But they could switch to Canadian now.
That's true.
Communication on points. And with the bomb reds at a boiler, it's actually a spot where... Oh, I see. It's on their side of mid. Well, we'll see if they can figure this situation out. They'll have the frag. Helzerk's got good timing. Nice frag from him.
So quiet there for the CTs, so Naf forced forward to try and deal with it. And just Halzerk racking them up early. 3 kills for him. And Twist now, element of surprise is gone. The moment he steps around that corner, the 2 other CTs look to get in. Arch player continues to serve up a problem for him. He hears him step back, goes all in. He's gotta hit that 16-second sweet spot, swings, and it's Halzerk, MVP of the pistol, Complexity to take the first.
It does show you they were playing that 3v2 situation perfectly with all their spots. Halzerk with the perfect hunt, and not many ways out here for Liquid once they execute out Halls, but then get stopped at mid. That was the most important part, obviously, for that bomb. So, yeah, great round for Complexity, and what we're trying to see here is actually, this isn't much of a rivalry. Like, every time Liquid play Complexity, it's not even double-digit losses. They that was with Elige 3 times last year. They're not getting many rounds in general. And now on paper, they have a team with much less experience. But Liquid with the Halls pop, perfect timing, no one in pit.
Very nice move. Ultimate gets taken down first. M4 at a distance, smoked off, so using 0 utility to get into this bomb site. But a nice time flank from Nyx. Frag grenade to the pit player. You know, this is where we're going to see whether Complexity can bring the fundamentals forward. 5 versus 3, man advantage, gun advantage. This should be all good. Yes, utility still a little bit for the T side, but now so much more for Complexity's retake. Bomb's ticking though. JKS and NAF, this is going to start to cause problems. Man advantage taken away, and you've got the Canadians at the bomb site with the CT still able to press in time. No kit. No kit.
No, they have to go away from this.
They've got to bail.
Oh, they took too long, and plus that smoke that landed on lane was so perfect. That makes it incredibly hard to scale. You got to jump over the truck, and then they don't clear pit properly. And timing swing from JKS is perfect. They're so sure that someone's still in mini, and they know they took one out in big already. So overall, well played call from the perspective of seeing, like, there's a no pit setup, so like the prep is perfect here for Liquid. And Complexity could have fragged their way out of this one. They maybe should have been able to find a kit.
Honestly, rebuy's not horrific for Complexity. Double M4 still in hand. Gonna try to fight this with fire of their own. Quick swing down alt mid, JKS. Not given a duel. And obviously space taken up towards Banana as the defense doesn't get too frisky in this direction. Still pistols in sight with grenades. And with time bought by that mid fight. JT was rotating over, he hesitated. We'll see if the defenders can hang on. Just 5-7s. 6-8 peels back from Coffin, chucks the nade out. Opening smoke is JT. And effectively cutting off the other two players. But more utility for Liquid, obviously. Gonna give them a little more space to work, but losing ultimate. Dropped by the 5-7.
It's more important that he protected the smoke. Oh, if they push through, that's a mistake.
Double twists, turns. And Halzerk now tasked to clutch. A third smoke goes down in front of the CTs who have rotated in.
JKS on full alert, but he is patrolling 2 angles. Bomb will get planted. Halzerk, he wants to push in, right? But
yeah, you'd love to.
You know what? He's giving himself more of a real chance to actually win this. Yes, he reveals his position right now. Is there a kit to find, or is he just pretending?
No. They didn't come through with one. Halzerk going to try to get close and clear, but time is really against him. There's confirmation on one.
Pretending. I mean, he's not. Yeah, he should be.
Get out of here now.
Yeah, should just be actually saving at this point because he's going to get double swung. Yeah, that's kind of just a silly use of your time, you know. Especially rotating out to CT. Like, you have to go so far. And it feels like that's a moment where Halzerk could actually try to go for it, but maybe there's a comm that tells him the gun's more important. But truly, you know, I think the push through the smoke was a better try than what we just saw.
Right, than waiting it out.
Unfortunately, yeah.
In the off chance somebody's not holding you, in the off chance you win the duel despite the disadvantage.
Yeah, sometimes this is like a pre-planned call, sometimes this is an IGL comm. But if that's the case, we need more conviction. Just get out of there early.
Yeah.
You know, don't die with the gun.
Huge nade damage on this 3-player mid push from the defense. As you'd anticipate, this one gets wrapped up real quick. Honestly, though, look at the health bars here, Mohan, of Team Liquid. The newly revised health bars, give credit where it's due. Making quick changes, not only with the...
They added the mosaics.
Yes, mosaics. Yes, that's what we call them in French Canada.
Yeah, that definitely does help.
It's mosaic.
Mosaic. Binding of mosaic.
I heard it's actually quite the peaceful little hobby to do if you ever have a chance to play with some broken ceramic, Mohan. If you're feeling artsy one day.
It's a Japanese art of repair. It's called kintsugi. It's where they use gold to make pottery go back together, and they fill it with gold so that it's more valuable than the original item.
It's true. I remember a specific Boxer release maybe that had that theme.
Wow, you know your history.
6, he turns back. Looked like timing was going to cost him. It's actually the MAC-10 that will. Good trade frag from Naf. Peel back from one half of this setup. CT's, you know, there was 2 players behind 6E. Nyx decides to stick around, and good thing he does. Rewarded with the frag to twist. Won't escape, though, right? Comes with a cost.
Hall's plays have been coming up really important here for Liquid. Nafly. He's down to 1 health off that. Oh, that even him staying alive allows him to continue with the attack on A, so that's crazy important that he doesn't die, and crazy difficult here for Complexity especially. Halzerk still very healthy in the pit, but right now blind on information, falling back out of bracket. Liquid have the perfect attack.
Creeping around. Halzerk laying low. B defense has given up on this one, right? It's got to be Halzerk, or it's got to go, and popped.
They cleared everything else. They were just waiting. They just wanted to know.
Really nicely done from Ultimate. His first kill of the map. Ultimate, back in Poland, by the way. Roland in Poland. And that is obviously a hell of a reason
it's for you
to get into the Kato playoffs. That's what he'll be hunting for, no doubt. You know, it wasn't long ago we had that miraculous Ents Polish run.
Pasha can bike here way faster now.
It's true. It wouldn't take him long at all. So we'll see if his game gets online. First one found. And the 2 M4s to be saved here by Complexity.
It would be interesting to find out how much it matters to him. You know?
Oh, yeah,
like
sure.
it would to anybody.
Right.
But, you know, you don't really get a lot out of Roland. Cheeky smile every once in a while.
Quite the reserved guy. We hear all the stories that he's one of the funniest dudes on Liquid. That's what everybody says.
He is funny.
Got to take his word for it. Their words for it.
All their words.
Could have been a much worse situation there for 6E, but has to also be noted, all that damage makes the MAC-10 trade frag easy. And you mentioned it too, man. Nafly staying alive. 1 point of health makes a world of difference for that slow play.
Yeah, they keep halls cleared. They walk arch. It's not really possible without that play. Or without that spray just being a little unlucky. 99, it's a little unlucky. Can we say that?
Yeah, sure. This is a fun day. You said, you know, the rivalry between Complexity and Liquid in the past has just been so lopsided in terms of results, but I do think this is, if we want to stoke those embers, Launders.
Yeah, go for it.
If you're a North American player, hold on.
Exactly. Good job. Good job. Rush, that is a world-class call you're doing in that 3-3, just saying that it should walk through the smoke. Insane call, brother. Thank you.
that's some great.
We're going to put that one on the fridge, Russell.
Great reinforcement, yeah. Got a sticker star right on your forehead for that one. But it was a good call.
There's finding one on smoke. Ooh, Nyx is starting this game well. It'd be nice to see him tap back into the potential he showed us versus Eternal Fire on Train. He had a huge responsibility as the solo B anchor on defense and did a great job. Definitely turned my head. Earned some attention with that one. Right now he sits in pit on 2 HP. Movements here from Complexity to get ahead of this A commitment, if the commitment's to be made. Plenty of time, though, for Liquid to have other ideas, and it's all about dodging the guns. So with that MP9 once in boiler, you know, JT's M4 is still out here somewhere, but yet to show itself on the field. You got the coach's praise in the last call, Twists. Do you step forth into this stack? Because we see this little bit of movement from Nertz at B, but with his HP...
Then they win. It's going to be world-class fragging, guys.
Yeah?
Oh, they figured it out.
Nice.
It's a little bit too quiet on B.
Yep, I like that.
Yeah.
Still with time to commit to it. Nertz can fly in.
The one guaranteed information was Nafly. He did see someone on Arch. They didn't reveal themselves again. It's a question of if they were playing solo, would they be playing from there?
Right. Yep. Oh, chance to grab an AK, perhaps. Naf has not got the better of this timing.
You were making a point I wanted to hear. You wanted to stoke the embers a little bit
yes,
about the one-sided head-to-head between Liquid and Complexity?
Well, not just the one-sidedness of it, but more so if you're a 6E and you're Nyx and you've been floating around in North America waiting for an opportunity to play Counter-Strike on the world stage, historically, that opportunity comes from organizations like Team Liquid. You know, but Liquid have been international now and have given chances to guys like Patsy, Yakindar, Rainwaker. You know, those at any moment could have been a potential North American player instead. And I think if you're 6E and if you're Nertz, it is kind of fun that now that Complexity's been the org to go all-American, for the most part, you get a chance to take down Liquid a peg and maybe make those matches closer, you know? It's, again, one of those things that they themselves haven't said is important, but if we tell that story, we can make the public believe.
Yeah, we could gaslight them with public pressure into believing that that matters. Yeah, not totally American, but they're the team with the most Americans here, obviously, with 3. Yeah, Liquid literally don't even have 1.
Times change, man. Times change.
All the top 20 players up in Canada, man.
Nertz. Gotcha. Grim tries to hide in the corner. Non-existent start so far from Grim. 0 kills, 5 deaths, 7 rounds in. Keep keeping the pressure up on this B site despite bomb still floating back on T ramp. Twists feeling like he got something going, but we got in-game leader on in-game leader violence. JT double kill through that smoke. Nicely done.
Clean.
He will find a third, and this B site, as far as he is concerned, is closed.
This is still an out, though. That Nafly is at the end of the halls. They have to be extremely careful about these lurks. And I think Nafly, he's been really careful, like, in terms of the times he's come out. Oh, there we go. Gets spotted. That was the only chance, really, here. JKS has his work cut out for him. He's going to pick apart a site where there's a 2-2 split. Maybe it starts with this boiler frag, but he's not worried about it.
Yep. Keeps it moving and finds himself another frag. So well done, JT. He had a teammate there to help him out with flashes and whatnot, but that was all JT shooting. Rootin' tootin' South of African shooting.
Yeah, an excellent rifle 3K. And we saw JT was fantastic as an entry player on Anubis versus Eternal Fire. He's been putting up some pretty strong moments to start the year off as an IGL.
Yeah, we put him on the list of in-game leaders that look better in CS2 than CSGO in its dying days. Ooh, ultimate. That's nasty. Hulzerk from top middle gets peeled off. This is a need-to-be godlike moment for Sixy at this point. Bullets whizzing by him. Lose the apartment player, the top mid player, the banana player, and he will die empty-handed. So clean sweep of the CTs with 5 up for Liquid, 6-2, and any steam that they thought they were building off of that clean JT hold is gone.
They made that look like a force buy rush as a full buy total domination in the default here. All 5 fronts from Liquid at a moment where they weren't really starving for a win. You know, I think unfortunately with Grim, you know, he hasn't taken over from the games we've seen.
No.
You know, I think Nyx has been really impressive, and we talked about some of the new stories. Hulzerk's been a little up and down, but Grim's not like... I thought we were going to get Triumph Grim.
Yeah, sure.
You know?
Yeah. That Alicia's departure could just unleash Grim again.
Yeah, and maybe we still will, but they're going to be looking to him, man. He's big bro on this team. Like, it's funny because, you know, Woxic had this interview where he said, all my teams, I was the youngest player. Now they're calling me Big Brother. And that's sort of like Grim now.
Hulzerk one and done. I don't know about Nyx. The numbers are being drawn in. Oh, Naf, double kill. And Sixy unable to finish him, so no trade frags. Nade won't find its mark. Naf disengaging here. They want to rotate over towards B instead. Clean call from Liquid by the looks of it if they follow through. You can see that B site being evacuated while there is a simultaneous clearing of it from Nertz. Nertz hanging onto that smoke grenade as well, so watch him drop that on CT Cross. But because he doesn't, he allowed the CTs to come back in, but he wins the duel straight up. Now Grim's got a chance to go God mode. 40 HP, pack of players pushing at him. There's enough time to leave if they want to, but they'd be going back into a blind sight. So let that third member join up, and then it'll only be 40 HP for Grim to hold them back.
I mean, we've got to have some more rotations complexity. Like, at some point, you've got to gamble because...
It's 20 seconds. You're still in library.
You can't be like, you know, 1-1 on a 2v4. You can't be 1v3 on one side. You can't spend the whole round hoping that one guy holds. You have to... It's not even... The whole point is that if you're 2v3, you're 2v4, it's not even really a risk to leave an open site. Because always the benefit is you get to save the guns you don't retake with. But they're losing so many guns just trying to hold 1-1. And either you gotta rotate to gamble, or if you don't have the players to re-clear things or the nades to re-clear things, or you've got to go get info back if you do have those resources. But when you don't have those two options, you just end up dying. Obviously, Liquid are going to be very good at isolating you and making those fights extremely difficult to multi-frag.
Terrorists win. Felt like that round as well. They even got the better of a rotate, you know? Yeah. Even though it was still understaffed, when we see Nerds get smoked off and have to climb up onto the oranges.
Like, I would say the two most punishing maps for rotations are Nuke and Inferno. And that's where, like, most of your skill points need to go into if you're on CT side. If you're on the wrong site or you're too far in one direction on Speedway, it feels like years before you can go and help your teammates out. So making sure you have the information to make those moves is everything.
Halsrick forced back. Ultimate takes up the angle, and Grim comes into it with the flashbang. So 5v4 complexity. And Ultimate, who is going hunting towards Banana, gets nothing as a response just yet. Complexity have been content with making these opening moves. Nyx making the most of this position. Not the first nor second time we've seen him hanging on up there. 60. Peeks into Boiler and gets popped. Still a 4v3 nonetheless, but it's got this A defense kerneled and a single B defender. You know, how difficult of a call would it be for Twist to grab bomb and head that direction?
Oh my god, 3 defaults. Oh man, it's such a tough place to stand now. That used to be a good box back in the day.
Looking a little flimsy. It's just the perfect amount of pressure for Nafly to offer up.
You want to see them continue from this point. They head bracket. You've got one teammate on the other side of the map. We've seen Liquid consistently find the weaker side. So 2 rotations come through, but do it with conviction, guys.
Util down for the T side.
Are they coming in with anything? Yes, they can block. Use the flash, yeah.
Flash into the backside. Grim still hanging on to Emo. Naf climbing up, gets caught in transition. Grim, clean double. Magazine goes empty, fine. You've got CTs pressing in, careful now. Woo, Ultimate against the wall.
I mean, that
takes
was
a
great.
swing at it, but that is Team Liquid rotating into a site that holds.
Yeah, and the rotators who came in had the perfect utility. They were on time, and they moved with conviction. There was 2 of them. It wasn't one just to check it out. They weren't splitting the difference on both sites. So all the problems of the earlier rounds in the half totally solved in that moment. They'll get another chance to buy. It's still going to be a little expensive for Complexity, but it looks like they're going to have like full utility along with all their good guns. No MP9s coming into this one. Still a recoverable half here for Complexity. 5 rounds possible.
Grim definitely stepping up in this one. You know, we're just kind of sat here saying Big Bro's got to do something.
I mean, Liquid's playing extremely defaulty, right? I mean, we're not getting any set strats for the most part. They're looking for late round situations, 3v3s. I think that's where they know they've got the better players who can take more individual liberties and beat out Complexity, and it's truly worked. It's been a smart game plan.
Switching it up in round 11 with a double op setup off Grim. We're going to get Halsrick going in first. Now, once he's got this angle, Nyx can lock in, and if you're patient, you're going to get rewarded. Assuming the shot lands, JKS coming up. Oh, he snaps into Nyx, and then 60's here to help. Good thing, because that Opper was looking awkward. Nerds putting some B pressure on in the meantime. Is it a fast recovery and a rotation up Banana?
I mean, this is great because they have mid vision as well, so Liquid are going to move into something very quick here.
Yep.
Halsrick can make this scary for them. Nate goes a little too far. And the sprays, oh, it's not great.
Nerds now able to establish himself top box. Halsrick letting him know he is right here on that smoke. And in a moment, he'll be supported by 60, the player that kept him alive. Fast call from Twists to get this bomb down into the B site. JT unable to get the multi-frag we'd seen previously. Twists pinned into the corner, and you could see 60 trying to come up and clear it.
This.
They've given him the chance.
Oh,
nice
beautiful.
headshot from 60. Nertz turns back. Now Halsrick crossing over, swaps guns, loses the duel, gets a little bit of damage in on Nertz, and it's 60 to go back to grab a kit. Now that he has that, he could try to apply pressure with an attempted defuse. Nertz spying into it, keeps his shots clean, right between the eyes, and Nertz is keeping this pressure up with a clutch for Team Liquid.
Yeah, see, sprays like that are what JT needed to do at quad. Even though JT got his kill, he took just long enough that he was an instant trade. And the next teammate that was closest was actually quite far away. There was a chance he could get the kill, dip back into quad, and delay for longer. Complexity still almost win this round, but it's all about how Nurse plays this 1v2 straight up. That spray's perfect. This one's even better. I mean, it's just a test burst.
Freaking lasers.
That's what Nafly said before the game started. He's like, we've got the better players. I think we should be able to win the game on that premise. Based on their recent head-to-head, and you know, the novelty of some of the performances from Complexity have been very intriguing, but Liquid should definitely have the expectations to edge out more situations like that.
It's a prime example of it right there. Ooh, JKS caught, chucking out utility. Winnable round here for Colt to just get a fourth. Twist. There's that individual level, that disrespect.
Yeah, it's brutal when you could just jump through a smoke at someone and win.
Just steamrolls through JT. Bomb's gonna be scooped up, so it makes sense to go for further control. We see this press out from Church. 60 didn't half-ass clear that pit last time, but as he approaches, it's just this nice off angle from Twist. It's not quite tucked in a corner like he was caught one round ago. And he's going to take a slightly wider angle as Nyx approaches, trying to figure out where he is. Damn, Twist. Right. Okay. Okay. We see you. Team Liquid up 8-4.
9-3.
Naf believes Liquid have better players. Good enough to get the better of Complexity, at least. And I think that we get a real example of that throughout this half. Nertz on this constant B pressure. Twists to end with an ace, decides to take things into his own hands. And, you know, see a little visual frustration from JKS, but he can afford it with the rest of his pieces going off. He did get caught with a couple grenades. You know, he's not the one soaking up frags at the moment, but that Nertz, Twists, Naf trio, most certainly enough to lead us into the second half of Inferno 9-3.
I think the game plan was just simple enough to really let their individual shine, and that's why we saw those defaults work out so well Naf did a great job in halls. Twist, obviously, individually. And Nertz, 1v2 on the last round. Pistol impact now.
Naf into the corner. Slower approach. Twist is here to help. Couple Canadians on Banana. Tough job to get in on this. And the line has been drawn. No Banana control, no second pistol, and a waning chance to keep it competitive here. 10-3, Team Liquid.
Yeah, maybe they can become our second state, Connor.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Make them a province. How about that?
We're taking Michigan first, Moses.
Grand Rapids, more like Grand Ontario.
That's good. Keep yourself on your toes. Why am I
Suffering from
peeking?
success.
We have all asked ourselves that question. It's just nice to see a pro still do it. Why am I peeking? Quick pop here. Forced by attempt, trying to rattle Team Liquid. If they can bust through with Tech 9s, then maybe it's game on.
Not too shabby. Are they going to run through the motor smoke? Yes.
Yeah,
Twist finds
disrespect.
timing.
Twist throwing himself, thrust into the site, dealing a good amount of damage, but Naf goes down with nothing, and Nertz, time to clutch. 1 versus 3 here, low HP on all 3 members of Complexity, so you wait the smoke out, and you go.
I think he knows.
Another one.
He knows they're low. The fresh smoke makes this a lot harder. Kit would be on the way. But the longer you go without attempting it, the more you forget about how low people are. And obviously, Complexity feel like there's pretty much no way back into this round. I wonder if Nertz tries to cut him off in halls. No, just one off in lane. That's one save down, important. Ooh, what a shot, Halzerk. And honestly, what a round. Some excellent trades coming in from him.
Certainly felt like a must-need moment for Complexity to throw a spanner in the works. Neither pistol converted here on Inferno.
Yeah, I think Liquid come into Inferno and they're just like, brand new team. We have to give them respect, but let's see if we can still beat them like we used to. You know, it's still JT calling. It's still the core of the roster. That should make sense to them. And I think in their eyes, obviously, like it's them without a liege. Like you'd think that version would be harder, especially. And they were so comfortable in every matchup versus that roster.
Full save here for Liquid, so looking to get back in the following, and your little bracket setup. It's real cute. Nice little dainty 5 USP setup. You get nothing for it. That's not going to be enough to put Complexity down.
Yeah, right about the halls play. I'm trying to figure out, sometimes we see Liquid T side that's like, it's like definitely could be better. And I think it's very fair to say that at this point, this roster, with Nertz on the team, he's been such an amazing upgrade, I think. We can say that. It's definitely not perfect in terms of, how he's replacing Yakinder, maybe role-wise on this team. Is definitely going through some stuff. Twist even said before the game started, we've changed a fair few things. Even before the last game and now. Oh, okay, that's a nice find. Bomb's still back on steps. I'll have to go send someone to grab that.
Yeah, that is actually, I love this highlight here. Highlighting all that smoke grenade pile, but your solo B defender dies before any of it can get thrown. Clearly, being the one guy there, dying's not the plan. Obviously, it never is. But luckily, those smoke grenades can be saved. All right, man, I'm going to need you to play solo B and just smoke this 5 times. Dies.
It's a thing.
It wasn't even near the nades. It's just...
Yeah.
Halzerk unravels the plan before it can ever be put in place.
If they made a chain of smokes, they might be able to make it to the bomb unspotted.
Oh, that's what it was. It was a retake idea.
Yeah.
Smoke to the bomb and defuse inside of it. Yeah, you'd think they would have bought a kit if that was the strategy, Launders.
Be way less exciting when it comes down to the wire.
Oh, you've got a point. They will never see the 10-second defuse coming. Terrorists win. And Nick's going to slide down into the pit to keep his MP9.
For some, it's an M4. No doubt.
Yeah, it's looking like it. All right. That was 5 USPs the round before. There was just 1 MP9 and a couple smoke grenades. Liquid have done a real write-off of 2 rounds to come into the next one.
For me, it definitely is usually the T-sides where I'm like, how good are Liquid going to play today? Even though it's not always the case that they have bad T-sides, but just in general, I feel like that's where I'm least confident in them in their really important games. And today we saw a very strong T-side. I'm still expecting this to be very low odds at Complexity to make the comeback, but that will have to be on JT to prove us wrong here.
Oh, timing. JKS, it's very awkward, but he's got ultimate to help him, and that's just enough help for JKS to recover. If you were to tell me while climbing up how awkward that looked, he was going to be the dude to get the double kill, wouldn't have believed it. But a nice saving shot offered over by ultimate. Halzerk going to go into the mid-peak. 2 CTs right there. You are boxed in, Complexity. They can sense it, but yeah, they let their guard down thinking players further back. Naf setting up Nerts to slide in unexpected.
That's kind of a weird finish to this round, because actually if Grim gets his kill in Halls, it's so different. Like, it's a bomb plant retake guaranteed plus a kill. And I just feel like Grim's form is just not there right now, man. Like, look how long this first frag takes. And then the spin around and he's just burning bullets. You know, he ends up dying to a USP switch afterwards. It's something we watch from JKS's perspective, but like we know how good Grim can be in those moments. His 180 flick sprays are fantastic, so really could have saved the day there. No Grimferno today.
So maybe a shorter road for Complexity. First gun rounds, and it makes a hell of a difference. Liquid gonna start pelting this banana setup with util. That's Halzerk and JT, now less than half health. And Ultimate's op is looking to get roaring. Smoke down arch side. Where are you going, Sixy? Where are you going? Gonna walk through that? Wow, they walk through unannounced. Twist doesn't see it. Oh, he comes back. Ultimate's missed shot gives them a bit more of a chance to close this distance, missing twice. And then the wide swing out from JT. Porch is pushed.
All right.
Balcony taken over. Complexity squeezing into an A site and looking good while doing it.
Yeah, they crushed this one. They had a very good cohesion on the attack. There were obviously some shots getting missed, but that went both ways. But look how many players are left here for Complexity. It's overall extremely successful. So they stave off match point. Another A hit that works out, or another A hit that, you know, mirrors one that could have worked out. There's a Naf. We'll save.
I thought pushing through that arch smoke was going to cost them, but they got just the right timing on twists.
Sixy could smell the winery.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
A sommelier.
Yeah. Mosaic.
Did I say that wrong too?
I mean, sommelier, but you probably say it. Right.
Sommelier.
Sommelier later.
That was a battle of the broken ops there for a second. Halzerk and Ultimate dueling, but no dying. JT swinging in to just get the ball rolling up into the bomb site.
Do we have lore on the Liquid crest on their jerseys?
No, it's like a lion. These new Liquid polos.
Should be a horse though, right?
You'd think. I mean, maybe it is a horse. I haven't gotten too close to the Liquid boys yet. Hold on, we may have a recovery on our hands.
Maybe it's possible. Maybe it's possible. You know, the JT TC combo T side execs. I think something that's nice to see about this T side is the execs, whereas again, Liquid were very good at running that default and winning a lot of individual duels just to make those late round situations happen. I think the game plan was perfect, but Complexity are definitely going to bring a different brand. Wow.
Shots
that
from Halzerk.
That was one to punish for sure.
Yep. Could have been the freebie. Could have been the opening. Instead, 3 dead. The two M4s out here on the field floating around for that banana contact, and Complexity give Liquid exactly what they were looking for. Nyx is going to try to recover this. It's the two new players of Complexity attempting to get back in a 2v5, but obviously Twist is... Oh, what? He just looks the wrong way. He was waiting for that bomb carrier to come join him. I mean, this would be a huge recovery and a great chance for Sixy and Nyx to show us what they're made of.
I mean, that's excellent from Nyx, you know, to make sure that he clears lane. And Twist is thinking, like, I can't really approach Pit safely right now. This push as well from Nyx, man. Pure impact.
Dives back into the site. They have made an equaled position. Nyx looks for the next one. Library about to be attacked. Whoa, nearly looking away at the worst possible time. And still he's got that support back behind him on the balcony. This would be Nyx on for an ace. And he's not going to get it because they're going to walk away.
He wins that round. That's amazing. And
2v5.
You could look at that and from Twist's perspective thinks, why don't you just go kill him? But he's actually thinking about lane the whole time. He just doesn't expose himself to it, right? If he wanted to clear it out, he could have peeked off the top of the balcony. But he knew when he dropped in a pit, he had to be safe about the approach. But he was smart enough not just to say, I'm going to hold on to Arch, right? He could have been staying in mini, watching for Arch rotators, and instead jumped up and made sure to complete his mission, which was actually to clear out lane and halls and pit. This is really great from Nyx. And again, it follows a match versus Eternal Fire where he actually almost carries hard enough to win the entire game for Complexity. We're seeing some very, very impactful moments from him at this tournament.
I think Justin, you are a double champion of this event, okay? You need to pull out of it, okay? Let's fucking go. You need to like what we do be in their fucking face, okay? Let's go.
Not many can say that. Double champ of IEM Kato.
Mither wanted him up in their faces. He makes contact versus the AWP, drop down to 39 health. Two players wounded here. Complexity, they have caused a bit of blood to circle in the water. Oh, and he tries again for a good bout of timing. Oh, not ideal. Still, though, ultimate could be a sitting duck. Pops up, hits JT. Well, Nyx is causing distractions over on this A site. We do get Naf trying to peel away. JKS up into the apartments. He's working with low health, but he goes for the flash, just trying to gather info. Has Nyx left? Should we move a third piece over to B?
Man, this is nothing. Liquid have, you know, no map control here. Like,
ultimate, 44 HP. Naf here to help him. Missed shot from the offers. And Naf, comes through smoke. Triple kill denial. Halzerk wrapping around the bomb site, player behind him. Naf is on the hunt. He knows something's up, but Halzerk's done a good job of getting back around. And it looks like Ultimate's not going to consider this. Oh boy, Opera's up close. He'll take the money. Problem is he's got to go back over into the little pit and grab that bomb. Naf into the peak.
Okay.
Now Halzerk's hitting shots.
Now it's not funny, but there's still only 8 seconds.
Yeah, that bomb plant's going to be deadly. Nertz able to keep that pressure up. Huge triple kill from Keith to put Liquid on 12.
I feel terrible for Complexity because the staging was actually perfect. There was the Halzerker. They have top banana control. They have 2 players on B. They throw the right smokes for the fact that Ultimate's opping. He even misses his first shot, but Nafly decides to run through the smoke after taking out the first kill. And this is with no flash as well. Fair play, they're up rounds and everything like that, but I mean, Complexity could have been watching that and stopped him, that's for sure.
Ultimate, first blood.
This one's a little easier.
Complexity still bomb back at spawn, so just fighting for banana control first. Got a couple moments of glory here for Nyx. Complexity able to push this game into a more respectable scoreline, but 4 map points and a 4v5. Nyx was the key to unlocking this A site in a previous round, and he will snap the headshot onto Twists. The runway getting shorter on Inferno at least. Ultimate leans back, comfortable angle, until the smoke of his teammate gives him no vision. So he has to go around the side of it and in doing so, clips JT's wings. Naf gets active, knows the player's climbed up into the Opper. Grim's gonna finish that, but this orange sneak is just really smooth from Nafly, putting a ribbon on the end of Inferno. It's a valiant effort, made possible by that 2v5 of Nyx and Sixy, and it's another good highlight moment for Nyx. But unfortunately, Naf was right. Team Liquid, the better players. Simply too many moments where they stepped up to a different degree to secure Inferno and map 1 in this elimination best of 3.
Justin. One more. Absolutely. Gaps and chalk. Oh, chill. I'm low. Oh shit, there's two alive. What the fuck?
Oh shit, sorry.
I didn't know there was two alive.
We won. Okay.
Oh yeah. Nice. Let's fucking go, boys. Let's
Sorry,
go.
I was literally fighting the world. I couldn't tell how many were alive.
Yeah. Yeah, you just run out, so I thought it was one alive. I was like, fuck. Let's fucking go, boys.
So I just started
full hiding. They smoked. You already flashed over triple.
I was talking banana, Mike. Hey. Nick, you have the flash.
Keep flashing over triple, Nick. Now.
Flashing. Coming in. I'm going confident.
I'm running back hole.
Don't see him yet.
I'm
full hiding still. Keep spam.
Yeah, it's spamming.
They know two of us, Mike.
First. Pull. Dead. One more.
I stay alive.
Pull. I'm hiding. Pull up.
Drop me through.
Go through.
Still pull.
Nice! I have up.
Fuck,
Mike.
I have up.
Fuck. No, dude.
Fine, give it to Mike.
Yeah, give me. Fuck it.
That's him.
You run back. I'm gonna get bomb.
I will help him get the bomb first.
The mid smoke right now should be fine.
CT. You're good?
I'm good.
Yeah, I don't see anything. I'm gonna resmoke CT. Is that what we need, right?
Yeah, smoke CT.
I'm coming.
I resmoke first. Resmoke right there. One more CT.
I'm gonna flash up the wall.
Flash deep CT?
Oh, I flashed, sorry. Oh.
I can flash deep.
I'm not gonna flash post. Nice.
Nice! Sick ball! Sick, Ross. Fucking
Thank
nice. Fucking sick, boys. Let's go, Justin. Come on.
It's
sandbag. Sandbag.
Flashing tree now.
One corner.
Main corner now. I'm anti.
I can flash box.
Spawn. Flashing now. Retake nades. We can swing.
Spawn, I'm blind.
Keep picking. Fuck him.
I'm
soaking spawn.
I'm with you, Johnny. I'll top first. I spoke
spawn. I'm on emo.
I'm looking at my mid push.
I have your mid.
It's not emo.
Alright, not second. Okay.
Side's clear.
Yeah.
CT1 close. He picked up a nade. Careful of break.
Yeah.
Sun. Wait, never mind.
I'm resmoking spawn.
2 CT. They're picking up nades still.
I'm gonna tap. I'm gonna flash feed a plant. Then just
stick it.
Jumping on the flash. Sick. Pulling back all. I'm gonna my back a deeper back all.
There's multiple spawn.
Come in.
Pull again. Hide. It's great. Pushing you. Pushing you.
I'm first. Dark. Running triple.
Last guy triple.
Triple or dark?
Nice! Fucking sick, boys. Nice!
Fight or flight. And it looks like at this point it's going to be complexity looking towards those flight times here. I'm just kidding. We still have multiple maps to go, potentially. At this point, though, it is Liquid in the driver's seat. They do pick up Inferno, and they do it with a bit of conviction there as well. As I welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice, the year being 2025, and the end of Stage 1 as we know it is today. We did just get under Inferno, got it out of the way. So let's talk about it, gentlemen. Yanko and Josh Steele Nassan.
Liquid opted for the T side there. It was Complexity's map pick, so that's interesting. I always liked going for the T side Inferno pick just because you can set the tempo and then you know exactly what you have to work with on that CT side. On, you know, potentially making a comeback, can you do a save and go for the ops, or do you need a force buy? And it's really easy to control the tempo of the game. And, you know, had me for a second. Complexity won that pistol round, but then it goes straight into the Inferno moments of like, are they going to do a mid pop? Are they going to do a hulls pop? And, you know, Liquid started collecting all those rounds on that T side.
Yeah, it's tough when you have such a big lead and then you switch over to the CT side. Just enables you to take a lot more calculated gambles. And for the Ts, there's only so much you can do in terms of gathering information, right, and making calls based off of information. You're going to have to get a little bit lucky with some of the reads at times. And I think for this Complexity squad at the moment, that just too tall of a hill to climb.
Yeah, and in both ways, that hill is going up for sure. And I think there's probably some examples of that too. I mean, there were evidence of, say, 60 moving down middle. We saw that round. There's just maybe a little bit loose of a bolt.
It's one of those things where Inferno you have to take some gambles. You can't try to control everything or something's going to be weak. So, you know, right out of round 2, it's a hulls pop. What's Complexity setup? They're playing for a mid pop, heavy on the arch side, and they leave A site wide open. Now they have Tech 9s, and you see all these smokes everywhere. The one closest to truck is actually a T smoke. The one that we just saw here where JT currently is, that was actually a CT smoke. Hulzerk threw that. And then there was a third smoke at Moto. It's just forcing these close range fights into the Tech 9s, and Complexity just loses this round, lets it slip. What happens? They have to do a force buy into an eco. This is the first round back that they get guns. What do? They send CXEI down this mid mission to go and get this fight. It goes into a 4-on-4. Nick X is able to get another kill here in the back, and then it's traded out. It goes into a 3 versus 3. That's not the start you want to have on a map like Inferno, where you're bringing it into these 3 versus 3 rounds, because what do you do as a CT there? You have to play what? 2 on one site, 1 on the other. The Ts get to group as 3. They're going to win either side. They get the plant, and then they win out that round. So we see Liquid round by round just picking up these rounds. And then when it gets to the second half, what does Complexity have to, what does Complexity do on their T side? And Liquid, they have such a big round buffer. Oh, we want to gamble stack 4 here? Cool, we can afford it, because if we lose a round, we already got this 9-3 buffer.
Yeah, I think also for me, you look at that second round, it's just teams, again, overthinking. Maybe they over-prepped or something. It's like you're playing Inferno A side against Tech 9s against a force buy. What's the easiest way to lose a round? Is if they do apps pop.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the easiest way to do it. If they're going to do anything on long, man, first of all, you have the advantage with the weaponry. Second of all, it takes them a longer time to get to the site. If that's what they want to do, you can flash for a guy, small pitch, have a player Irish, have a player library coming through the smoke with some utility. You can just leave long, completely push up short with 2 players, let them get into the site, but contain them in the site. Like, there's so many things that you can do. You play 2 guys long. It was the worst case scenario because Liquid literally just rushed apps short. Like, that was the call. They got into a site. How does your opponent get into the site for free on a force buy on Inferno is beyond me.
And we look at the head-to-head here. This is Liquid just always having Complexity's number, 13-6, 2-7, 10-5. So it's kind of like par for the course right now, but you have to look at the Liquid now with Nertz versus last year, Yakinder. Nertz is one of their best performers, if not their best performer right now. Yeki was not having a good time on Liquid. And Complexity, they lose a liege. They lose the player that kind of put them back on the map. And now he's replaced with 2 kind of rookie players that, this is their first call up to the big stages. So what do you actually expect here in a head-to-head matchup? And nothing different, right?
And maybe that's the reason for some of those more aggressive calls for Complexity, right? If maybe they're not at a point where they can play a lot of default Counter-Strike because, the 2 new players are maybe struggling a little bit with reactions and just sort of playing off of feel. So you have things that are a little bit more set for them, right? And also maybe the game plan was just don't let Liquid get comfortable and get in their face. Unfortunately, that's a very risky approach in that sense because if it doesn't work out, then easily you can get into some issues.
The comedic timing, did you hear that? I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, their issues, though, I don't know if that they can be fixed. We go into Ancient, what are you going to do here in this moment on Ancient to rebel back against the Liquid?
Pray.
Okay, fair.
This is actually going to be, this is a decent map pool for Complexity to be able to get an upset, because Ancient's another one of those maps where you can do these aggressive plays, both sides. You have the players equipped for it. So why not get in Liquid's faces and try to take these gunfights without letting Liquid kind of move around slowly?
Go cave all the time.
All the time, every round, W, mouse one. What else do you need? Oh, wait, I know what we need. We need to go to a break so we can come back and actually see what Ancient holds between Liquid and Complexity and what is an elimination matchup on the last day of Stage 1 here at Katowice.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Tomorrow when we're alright, that's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are.
We got 5 predictions here lined up, and we gotta match the prediction to the player that originally had the prediction. Nerfed MP9.
That's definitely not a coach thing. That's one of the players. Yeah, who would get mad from dying from MP9? I feel like that's like a Frozen.
A Frozen?
Yeah.
Like, this MP9 is too strong.
Yeah, it's too strong.
Alright, let's do Frozen. A Frozen for that one.
He's too good at it, so it's like.
Yeah, he wants it to be nerfed because
exactly.
he's getting too many kills. But nerfed MP9. People bite over the FAMAS most of the time now.
Yeah, but that is because the FAMAS is dog shit. it's not the MP9. I'm telling you guys, the new meta is gonna be MP7. You heard it here first.
There's like the gray screen in the smoke. Or, like if you break a smoke.
I mean, that's
still in the game, I think.
I'm down to just do like Hooksy or Fame or something.
Alright, let's just do Fame for Let's do Fame.
Yeah.
Fame for the smoke and molly bugs. I don't know about Tuscan.
I don't know.
I don't know much about Tuscan, but I'd prefer like a cache or cobble or something like that, or overpass back in.
I mean, I would respect the new map pool because most maps right now, like Ancient, can just go please. But
yeah, I don't know if I get rid of Anubis. I mean, at the time, Vertigo was also in, so I hate Vertigo.
Vertigo was great.
Okay. Yeah, I think IGL is talking about the map pool the most out of anyone, so I'll put C as well for that.
It's extortion. I don't think Mouse plays Anubis.
No, you're right. I don't remember watching any of the Mouse demos on Anubis, so.
I don't think so.
They fixed that now, but back then, it was definitely quick. Like, when someone swings you, it's just like hard to like track them, really.
It's still a little bit of a picker advantage, but it's not as bad as it used to be, but it's okay. Can't complain.
I think it's fine now. Back then, I mean, out of the 2 players we have left here, I'd have to say Hooksy for this one.
I feel like I've almost heard him say that before. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
feeling this is like a dust on.
Well, it could have been him or Fame, but we'll have to go with Dasten for this one.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so we've got 1 correct.
Yeah. All right, well, 1 out of 5. 0.5 for effort. Let's go.
The battles of the Americas is what they want you to believe this is, but it's really just America versus basically Europe.
Canada, Connor, they're majority Canadian. Everybody who's not Canadian on this roster is a minority.
Oh, you mean Little America? Well, that's
What's wrong with you?
It's a little bigger.
Oh, okay. I was like, what is this joke?
What the hell? Launders, today's the day. Today's the day Team Liquid earned themselves a much-needed win, I think. There's a lot of conversations going around about why you skipping this? Why won't you be at that? And, well, if you get yourself to stage 2 of Katowice, if you get yourself to the playoffs like you did at Shanghai, it can't be understated how well this team ended 2024 with. So get back into that. That's what the expectations are. You bring in Nerds. The promise is good, and the individual level certainly strong. We saw Naf put a quick end to Complexity back on map 1. Couple 3Ks sprinkled in here and there between him and Nerds and Twists. An ace from Twists, in fact. Complexity were playing catch-up for most of that map.
We're looking at a first go here for Complexity with this lineup on Ancients. Not a first go for Liquid, however.
Naf not able to hang on to the ramp. Ultimate got smoked off, so he's not helping. And we have a strong-looking post plant for Complexity. Or at least we did. With that flank frag coming out from Twist, it reopens the threat of ramp, and I think that's why the T's push out. And as they do, they nearly die. Luckily for Nyx, he's got Grim. And unfortunately for them, Twist has got the bomb.
Is this going to work?
Sticking this thing with no kit. The cover from Cave kind of, costs him. It was a 10-second defuse, very ambitious. And so he'll get back on it to try to fluster them, but from this point, it is a pistol round win, Complexity.
There we go. Good start, Complexity. Nice attack, and even though some of the shots here were good for Liquid, they kept up every step of the way. I'm very invested now in Nyx in seeing how consistent he can be across some of these games, and I'm very happy to see, that mid-round moment on Inferno where it showed not just his ability to frag, but his ability to make sure he's doing his, taking care of all his responsibilities, understanding how the rest of the map looks when he makes a play, and then also fragging in those moments. Like, we're not getting any shaky sprays from him, just period, so he's definitely been a standout.
It's really nice to see him have that X factor, like you said, keeping his responsibilities in that 2 versus 5's made possible because 3 players died banana, and he didn't let off the possibility of still winning it. Cracked it open and allowed Complexity to flood forward with it, like they are right now in B. No resistance to be offered by Liquid. Twist dying first at this round. You can save your Kevlar, you can save your pistols. You're not stopping Cole from converting this one either.
We'll have to see if we get the same game inside of middle that we were seeing with basically everyone right now.
Yeah.
Of the run boosts into the counter flashes into the... It's a really messy battle, and that's not actually... That's just not something that's going to be forever on this map. It's just the current meta. But we don't know if Complexity or Liquid are going to want to play those games.
Always fun when we get to see one of these evolutions in a map after some time,
Yeah.
Third newest map in the pool for now. And still things change.
Yeah, some evolutions are a little messy. Then you find, you get some kind of defensive or offensive revolution in the meta, and then, the T's or CTs pull back. They come back with something else, and right now it's sort of a messy phase, I would say.
But it feels like if it gets fine-tuned, we get all these clean run boosts, the better people get at it, the flash timings, how many volleys of flashbangs we've had.
That's why I think it's messy, because I think relying on dodging flash timings is always going to be messy.
JKS almost lining up a double frag. Nerds, swinging to try to keep that edge, but it's a 6-y double. You love to see that. Taking over cave control for Complexity in an attempt to get through the lesser weapons. That's one thing to allow the MP9 to get a kill, but they grab weapons off of it. If you lose a portion of the map, that's not the case here. Complexity still in pretty much full control of all of this B site. An attempt down from Ultimate and Nafly is deterred, and that'll be the 3-0 start T side for Complexity.
Excellently done. I'm excited about this next round. Now let's just say, like, we can even see that people are pre-flashing mid just for the run boost.
Right, yeah.
So if you can't even hit the run boost because people are flashing before they're out of spawn, how annoying is that? Dude. Yeah.
That's when the movement gods are going to be rewarded.
Yeah.
You know? It's like magicians that practice their art. Yeah. Poor guy. It's like magicians that do blindfolded acts. That's what being a mid player on Ancient is going to start to look like.
Yeah, really. Gotta have a sixth sense for it. But for now, it's a standard bout here for Liquid. But it's also not anyone sneaking out for Complexity. Instead, it's going to be an A play, delayed. And Nyx is somehow here at the mouth of Cave, looking into mid. This is actually a very strong position for Complexity, I want to say. We'll see about Nertz and his timing.
Donut player tries to bring it back, puts a smoke out. Clean one from Twists.
No molly back default and Twists push.
Yeah.
Also, that smoke is makes it so awkward. I really like that from Nertz.
This CT smoke right here in front of Sign?
Yeah. Because, I mean, you could throw it every time, but also you don't get much time to throw smokes like that. So he had to really preempt it to also be able to take the duel. That's something that's be a nice adjustment for players who are like, oh, I'm late to signpost. I don't have the best angle for these fights anymore.
Oh. 6-y ain't going down alone, trying to bring more with him. That'll be majority alive Team Liquid as they establish the first round. I think it's the conviction and the response of that. For me, it looked like there was timing for Complexity to get through sight. The way Twist runs out back box and, like you said, fast smoke out of Nertz, knew what the game plan was in response to that attack.
So Twist goes through this because he doesn't hear a molly. And then he knows that Nertz is going to swing with him. So it's like fine timing. It gets a little bit screamy when you see people doing that a lot, but with how poofy that smoke is, it's connected to the back of default. So in some cases, some ways it's safe if you know they're all coming out through A main.
Ooh.
All right, here we go.
Twist, not enough momentum behind the jump. 6-y finds a pocket of safety behind with vision on Cubby, but missed Molotov, so they'll still be a little nervous about it.
Yeah, look at the damage that Liquid took off this start.
It's a good way to flush him out of mid.
It's a great look here for Complexity to kick this off. But again, even on Inferno, we saw lots of good starts. The right map control, getting up to the site. But the problem was like the individual, like it was Nafly pushing through a smoke on Banana. Or in this last round, it's Twist pushing through a smoke and then getting two kills out of it.
Yeah.
That's going to keep happening.
These aren't one and done Andys. Double down Darryls.
Big bet Bailey's.
What is that? This is a well-timed climb up that could compromise the back line. Grim's gonna get active. No, he doesn't. Grim doesn't go back to clear elbow. Oh, you're gonna need the site players to hang on. The flank comes around. Nyx back turn to him. Bomb planter, all that's left here. JT hoping Grim can come recover because he has given so much time for the lane players to push down. At least he reopens it.
He started running so early.
He's out.
I don't like this because you can see that, well, Nertz can come to middle and he just barely misses this.
Yeah, I see where that could have gone wrong.
Yeah.
Luckily for them, Grim's able to get up on an angle. So he clears out the back line to give JT an evacuation route. If not for Grim, no evacuation. If not for Grim, Cave could have just gone well. Nertz peeks out from Brokey, finds JT in the bomb site, and Grim sits back on Donut. Now we've got that player walking out from the spawn already. Molotov on his feet, trying to cause a ruckus here. Grim working with a very minimal angle, and so the retake comes out for Team Liquid, and they'll convert.
And not ready even for Nertz. They even kind of knew that he was up there at mid, right? And then rotated over, and he walked all the way through Temple. So, I mean, Nertz does nothing wrong. He barely misses a timing coming to mid, but He's also he's got there with so much time to spare because he heard JT running so early from cave. That's like really a moment where you know the players are in B. You've got a lead. You know, that guy can start heading over to the other side, maybe even push into CT or something, take the early fight on Nerds, and then you start running. But I think that the timing was a little bit mismanaged. Maybe just not maximized there for complexity, but this results in a Liquid win and another very strong mid-round moment.
Ooh, you hear that?
That sounds awesome. Justin ASMR channel, I would watch that. With some tea.
Flash. Go flash. Flash. Flash rise.
Should be donut. Should be donut. Should be donut. Should be donut. You have 2 mollies, guys. You have good molly and CT molly.
I'm on.
He's there. Left side should
I'm
be.
molto left side deep. Right side behind the molly.
Nice! Good job.
Let's go.
Where did that guy come from? Is it mid?
He came from mid, bro.
Oh, what the fuck? He's.
Yep, exactly. Honestly, I understand their confusion because Grim playing elbow, 2 players climbed up. Grim was on the corner of elbow, never actually stepped in to clear it. You could see him going to clear elbow, and then he got kind of nervous, turned back towards A main, and in that moment, 2 CTs climbed up and retook from cave. You can see them catch Complexity's cave players off guard. That's why they're so confused that Grim then climbs up the boxes. Why would he be climbing up these boxes if he didn't kill us 30 seconds ago? Luckily for them, the retake works out.
Reliving the good trades here on the A attack, but as Twist pointed out in the comms, we have the good molly, and they had 2, so they could even molly the left side and cover that plan perfectly.
Oh, that's hefty damage off the utilities. And that's going to soften them up so that Complexity will suddenly lose that lead by the looks of things. Halzerk, bring one with you and it's a silver lining. Get completely swept up and it's a sign of what Team Liquid are going to start throwing your way. Confidence building, score tied, and the money flowing for the defense. Trying to keep this head-to-head between organizations as lopsided as it has been throughout 2024.
I mean, based on Inferno, what we've seen so far, I would, I'd love to see how this matchup evolves, because Complexity already look like they have a strong enough game plan to go head-to-head with Complexity, with Liquid, but the players aren't comfortable enough, their mid-rounds aren't ironed out enough, and that's just a matter of experience.
Nerds versus 2 is about to unfold here. They're not working with any flashes, so we'll see what Nerds' aim's looking like. First one, easy. Good trade frag from Halzerk to disengage. Bomb spotted and a bit of donut pressure to be applied. If not for this smoke grenade, Twist cools them off. But it's no mid control, it's A main compromised, and a totally evacuated B bomb site.
They should be aware that Liquid are going to come re-clear mid, right? They should be aware of this.
Grim seems to be.
Because they block donut, it's really shallow, they have no A main control.
Counter-terrorists have to make a move. We're seeing that unfold right here, right now. Sixy able to catch another one, but he's losing teammates all around him, and he looks to disengage. That's bomb dropped over towards elbow.
Nice.
He's going to draw them out from red room, and eventually this will open up the flank from Nyx, but it's still so far out. Naf goes deep. Can he read that the flank is a threat? No, he turns, and as he does, Nyx strikes.
That was a hard position to catch him in, and while it's, in my opinion, actually not the way to set up perfectly for the mid re-clear from Liquid, they still have some good individual plays, which is such a key for this roster to prove they can do. And 60 is the one to get 2 kills in the spot. So yeah, after a main control's taken and you see that Twist is in defense mode on the A site and they can't get donut back, like, you know they're going to squeeze for something else. And the closest thing is mid.
1 by 1!
Okay. He could be the new... Well, he could be their Lake.
Their Lake, their Hexed. Whoever you need him to be. Ooh, but back to reality.
What a spray, man.
The floor falls out from beneath them. Complexity. It's all on Nyx now. Crushing play out middle. That's just great support. I mean, look at those X's stacked up on elbow in the mini-map.
You see, like, I want to like watch Nafly spray back because his aim is like halfway through the floor, and he knows. I think he's just picking up after his last spray, and it's just perfect.
It'll be a sad day for North American Counter-Strike once Naf has had enough.
He's so sustainable, though, isn't he?
Yes.
I think he goes with the flow every day.
He could maybe do this forever.
I think he could.
Some say he's been doing this forever.
Has been playing for a long time.
Since before Counter-Strike started.
No. I was watching CS the day he started. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. People used to think he cheated.
Really?
As with all good pros.
Classic. I thought it was really funny when Min Lee, creator of Counter-Strike, came out onto the HLTV awards stage and said that in his speech, where he mentioned the countless players that I've seen it be accused of cheats. Some things never change. Pace of this round, Will. An attack out from A main with Tech9.
Grim! He got all of it! Oh no, 60. Oh my god. I was like, no way he did that. No. But still.
Glock entry. It's a double Tech9.
It's a perfect setup. It's a perfect setup for a Liquid. That's what I meant. They have back default. They have ultimate on the perfect angle to like watch flashes go over, take contact after the first kill goes down off the side of the box.
In the words of Sixy, 1 by 1.
1 by 1.
And this is one of those rounds you're not supposed to win, but it puts Cole back in the lead. A Glock entry frag into double Tech9 from Grim. So shout out Grim to make the most of the moment.
Well, that's one way to win a round. This should have actually been so easy for Liquid based on their A setup. They weren't playing vacant. They were playing waiting for an attack to come in. And you can see from Ultimate's POV.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy.
That's why it looked like Grim got those kills, because I knew he started shooting at default. Nice head armor! Yeah, but for real.
That Glock don't give a damn.
Sixy says, tread lightly.
There's a little Easter egg in this game. I think it's a cool little ode. Nyx's AK-47, he plays with no skin.
Okay.
And a single Elige sticker. Just like Elige. No skin shout out.
Cool. Love that.
So, if you're from the United States of America.
He's doing him proud, man. I think so.
Yeah. Elige has got to be your inspiration. Elige on phase. Oh, it still just sounds so good.
Stewie's my inspiration.
Oh, that's fair. You're mine.
I like Americans better.
Twist's opening kill. He's got head armor this time.
Yeah. Let's go A again.
And as they go charging forward, obviously hurt by Donut, and fast on the reaction here from Nerds to just peel 60 off it. He's supposed to be sending out util. They'll put a smoke down front, Donut. Can they make much of this? I mean, the pressure here from the CTs should be immense. Spam battle goes the way of Grim. And JT finding that headshot threw this into Donut as Twist hits 15 Nerds active on that flank as ever. JKS maintains in the CT spawn, and Hulzerk's 8 HP. Nope, not gonna happen. 3 stand for Team Liquid. It's a quick burst out from Cole, and honestly, a wonderful back and forth in this game to keep it entertaining.
Definitely. I actually thought like Complexity were winning most of the duels there. And then all of a sudden, Liquid were still pushing in. We see Naf lose his spam battle, and it's like, oh, maybe they're losing control of the site. But no. Liquid were up material. Nerds, instead of fighting the Mad Donut, comes in from behind. Very sneaky of him to push through elbow. And they're sort of quietly working the body here throughout this entire site exec. Round 11. And the buy coming in, well, it's definitely a bit better here for Liquid. But I wouldn't call it bad for Complexity. They've done more with less.
Capable, for sure. 60 keeps the extra 1,000. Could have been a Mac 10, technically, but we'll see if it's worth it in the follow-up.
HE's have been amazing.
Naf trying to flash behind him, goes in for the swing. Mac 10 drive-by. JKS has gone unnoticed. That's 2 players beyond the flames. Ooh, Ultimate slides back up short. We've got ramp pressure still coming at the site. Halzer tapped out by Nerds. Beautiful rifle play. CT sliding up and slaying.
They didn't go by default. They got one guy on the site. That was Napfly. His flash was a little bit too high. It was like an after image flash, and they weren't really blinded by it. And JKS is like, okay, you're not even going to notice me now. They probably thought one was in cave. I'm not sure if it was mollied, but he just bided his time. Ultimate as well. Let them run by. That was definitely a good example of not getting freaked out.
Saving that last $1,000 is why 60's playing with a Galil here in round 12 of the half. And it's worth it, but we get that ramp push down from JKS, applying pressure out from Cave comes Twist. And Team Liquid really just keeping that dial cranked. Poor Complexity, not able to really catch much. Not able to catch their breath until now. Minute 20. Halzerk on 100 health, 60 on 8. Looks to join him inside of this A site, carving a path forward for the bomb in the hands of Halzerk at the moment. Smoke on CT lane is good. We'll see how much Ultimate wants to respect this. A well-placed nade's going to kill 60, that's for sure. But he's probably thinking more about the planter. So Halzerk, he can afford to take this damage. Not that it's going to leave him in an ideal state. 60 stuck in on Big Box, last man, 1v4. And it would have to be an ace 1v4 at that. I like the reposition as he gets over towards Donut in anticipation of the next peaks, but Ultimate's going to make sure he won't escape, and that's a 7-5 half Team Liquid. Beautiful back and forth there. Complexity trying to go tit for tat, but they trail by 2. 3-round start for Complexity and real challenges sprinkled in throughout that for Liquid to deal with, but Liquid handled those tests well. 2 additional rounds added to the count. We've got Liquid swapping to the T-half now. It's another great performance out of Nerds, who was a part of that trio back on map 1, but now it's JKS Mohan also having some fun. Nice to see the duo of Nerds and JKS up there at the top of the charts.
He hasn't been having much fun lately, so that's definitely, that was brought up in the comms as well. JKS, you won this event twice. Swing. Oh, and 60. Good performance from him so far.
Twist's able to recover something here. Nyx buys his time, and that's
so
gonna
sharp.
look clean as need be. His double kill is just simple taps into the side of Twists and Naf. And ultimate half health 1v4, unlikely. You got all the time in the world though. Show us what you've got. You know you've got one pinned in the corner. You know there's one on long. There's that eventual flank to come through, but it's very passively sat back. So Nick's gonna slide out a little further and triple kill in the pistol to keep this nothing but a 1-round game.
That was a big Nyx play. It was great from the corner. They didn't see him, and then you see how clean his aim is. Like he never freaks out in moments like this, and helps out a ton for 60 to get the first kill, even if he gets traded right away. Where'd you learn that? Welcome to. I was gonna say Cloud9, but a bit late for that.
XMP9 on the ramp hold, falters. Yeesh, Cave player dies with nothing. They were able to convert fully on the first half, but now they're dropping. And JT triple to recover. The bomb is on ultimate. He peeks out and taps down one, but the trade from Halzerk's right there on the edge of smoke. And we go Naf versus Halzerk for momentum at the start of the second half.
Okay, he's got to camp this bomb out. Doesn't know where Nafly's coming in from. If Nafly waits long enough, then he at least makes Halzerk think it could be the flank, and that's his goal. And it looks like he's done that. Halzerk is definitely just doesn't want to get caught off guard right now, which is sometimes the most difficult test. But I'm telling you, Nafly is the kind of guy to understand what he's going to try to do in this position.
Is that why he's going to watch
I think
climb
so.
up?
I think he literally knows that Halzerk went to go check that flank, and if he doesn't see him here and now, yeah.
Oh
man,
my Nafly.
Yeah. He's just the timing god in that sense.
Oh, that's dirty.
He can come back, plant on defaults. I don't think he even needs to really push through. Yeah.
Obviously, the threat of Cave will be on Naf's mind. But let's see how he figures this out. He has already been in Halzerk's head the first challenge.
And if he waits longer, Halzerk actually has to think maybe he's gone to mid again.
He'll circle back up, smoke off the Cave. That's his way to stop
wait
this.
a second.
Yeah, misreads. Read it the first time, but Halzerk able to adapt.
Oh, that's surprising. After the initial play. I mean, it's great from Halzerk, just sits there, but yeah, that's...
Hey, give credit where it's due, man.
Yeah.
Like, Naf read that so well. You set it up perfectly. He gets the tap, and he really thought he would have committed to the Cave, or at worst, gone elsewhere. But, dude, wrap back around long.
He would have been in a pickle if someone jumped through that cave smoke, so wanted to have vision.
Maybe miscomm? Who knows? Grim goes swinging for it, as will 60. Flashbang finds him. That's going to force them to disengage from that early ramp aggression, you'd think, but 60 actually comes down here for second servings, and he finds himself out and exposed.
That's, doesn't have Nyx in that spot. Still all these T's alive. CT's had mid control. Maybe that was a little too over-eager.
It's also one thing to try and find contact over the box, but to take a step past it, to expose yourself to the player up close. Now you've given an AK over, or M4, excuse me. Team Liquid just going to hit the pause button here in a 4v3 advantage.
The smoke actually does nothing, and in fact, will give the CTs more confidence it's B, because he has window. JT's coming in to check this, but I feel like you just don't tell your teammates to move in this spot. This is a moment where you don't want to throw a fake if you're not going to guarantee no one's watching.
Incendiary down, the jump up has happened.
Wait, he was spotted, right? No, he wasn't, I guess.
Goes unnoticed. Push down through the smoke. Where are you going, bud? Nertz realizing bomb site's been compromised. If he comes back into the site, Nick's back there to kill him. Ultimate. Ooh, 1v3 almost, but JT's there to help through smoke. TC, sigh of relief. Complexity able to hang on for that 3-0 start in the second half.
Nice to see him winning situations like that. I was so surprised Nertz didn't jump by and notice anybody in the cutout, but okay. Got attack timeout now. The game is officially close. Gotta say, Complexity are taking it seriously, but they also seem to be having fun throughout. But this one's really not fun for Liquid, I think, to think about playing this match today. The VRS implications if they end up losing.
Oh yeah.
I think they're quite happy to be up a map. But we even saw, you know, Heroic in their last 2 series. Going 1-2. They were hopeful at one point in that game too.
Progressing to stage 2 of IEM Katowice has probably never felt more important to Team Liquid. With as many invitations that hinge on them being in the top 12 come the cutoff on Monday. Currently ranked 11th, with number 13 and 14 already moving forward in 3D Max and Gamer Legion. You're watching the closest pack of competitors thrive. Time to do it yourself. Can they? With ultimate solo AK. No. Hits the ground to Hulzerk. Wide swing from Nyx. Gets punished by the tech, but Sixy's here to help. And we get that climb up out of Grim. So nice. Keeping pressure on Liquid from both ends. Flushes Twists out of the cave. And it's a great chance to recover even further.
Now we're cooking with gas. Complexity. This is a super solid round. Finally, an anti-eco that doesn't even come close. They've had a couple of 1v3s end up in 1v1s, and then the day is saved. But they didn't make money on those rounds.
No money.
No money.
JKS, though, he could climb up and pop Grim in the head. There he is.
No one saw that?
No, none of your teammates called that?
Oh, maybe it was slightly behind the wall as well.
He's lost the element of surprise now. Everybody looking at him. And an impossible climb up as Sixy racks up a few frags this round. 2 to Grim, 2 to him.
Spread the wealth.
And a 2-round lead because of this 4-round streak. That's both pistols fully converted for Complexity. You know, all things point to, at the very least, a competitive game. The formula is in place. And Sixy leading the charge, need I add. 13 kills, top of the scoreboard for Complexity. We had already seen these moments of brilliance from Nyx that could lead you to believe in his potential.
Yeah.
Nice to see that, you know, with literally elimination looming, Sixy's getting a chance to shine here on Ancient.
Yeah, again, it's something to be good in scrims. It doesn't matter looking in from the outside how good someone plays in scrims. Lots of people have been scrim heroes in history. But for the player themselves, it's really nice to say, okay, at least I know I can play well versus the best teams in that setting. And Sixy has referenced that. He's feeling confident for that reason. I think that's incredibly valid. So he said he's just got to do it now on the stage. And he's not looking shaky here on Ancient. Just one moment or two, maybe an overextension.
Oy, run boost into the second, into your own Molotov.
Not only do you want to die, but you want to do it fast.
Thrust into your own incendiary.
No, wait.
Who put that there? Oh, shit. It's a little awkward for Grim here. 5v4 for Liquid. They'll lap that up.
Yeah, this gets a little scary.
Yeah.
Everything to do with JT now. Ooh, going for the smoke. That's not going to stop him.
Incendiary gets disrespected here by Twists. These are the 2 smoke grenades thrown out by Nertz. And Twist's gonna take up a comfortable position until that frag grenade exposes him, but it exposes so many that all of a sudden, CT's got too many targets to shoot at. T's come out 3 versus 2 at the moment. Of course, there's this long con here from Naf that'll eventually find a chance to strike. Again, the newcomers of Complexity in another 2vx. Naf disengages, bomb sprinting over. 6E still magnetized towards Nertz because he's the one puffing his chest with those shots from sight. So you got to go for the fight that you can be offered. And he's going to realize right here, right now, he has been outdone.
Beautiful round, guy. Nice. Sick fucking look.
It was pretty excellent. I think JT's not one to criticize JT's nade usage there, but he had a molly as well, right? So I guess, yeah, this is Grim going right into his own Molotov, which is one way to start the round. But then JT using the smoke to block when the full exec is coming out, you know, and like he's obviously not going to block that. You might as well let him out, take the fight, or you know, you could throw a molly down and dip out into donut smoke. I think that does a bit more. But maybe he didn't have one. I might have missaw that.
I thought he did both, but I thought the incendiary was second.
Yeah.
And we see what Twist did, gets that deep position on site with the Nerd smokes, and then that's what exposes Halzer to 3 players.
Yeah. We can see the flash trails too, so it looks like obviously it's an exact, maybe not from his perspective.
Here goes Grim, MP9. Nice unannounced contact play here from Liquid. That's the bomb there as well, escorted by 2. No mid control for Complexity as they were hoping something would hit the B site instead.
That's an excellent tempo call from Liquid. I mean, it preys on an open wound versus a team who are economically desperate. I mean, even them saving the guns into this next round is actually not a great thing. If you have a repeat of that same situation, it's going to be just as hard for Complexity to get back into it, and that spreads the defense extremely thin. Now, Liquid don't know what kind of guns they're going up against because they haven't seen most of them. But even the one sign of Grim on the MP9 will tell them. That's literally the perfect way to win this round. I mean, if you got all 5 kills, sure. But this is a spot where you save 5 and you force them to play with SMGs again.
Tying up all the while.
Ultimate dies. Oh, JKS.
Oops.
Oops. And as much as you want to say next round, let's worry about the A site, they simply are just not heavily staffed enough to do it, you know, to cover everything. So 3 go into the A site to begin. And Grim will just pick up the 5-7 this round. Make sure the money still looks right for round 20.
Ooh, Twist catches JT out.
Yeah.
2 rounds now. It's just this like forward-facing T presence that the CTs are just like 2 seconds behind, and 2 seconds obviously makes a world of difference in a round of CS. Twist turned back from Donut. Grim about to have his hands full. 5-7's gonna have to go massive. Halzer trying to hang on to his half of the site, but both players here falling. 6E slides up, MP9 in hand, and Twist's gonna draw him ever forward.
You have to run from MP9s now.
Yeah, bomb is gone.
Oh my god.
As Nafri engages, yeah, that bomb starts to sprint. There was a little stutter step.
Gun is so strong, man.
The MP9?
Yeah, like that's so insane. I mean, even seeing Twist just dive back, it's the MP9, he can hear it in front of him inside a donut. Like, it doesn't actually make sense to take that duel anymore. This position's already lost, obviously, for Complexity with Liquid holding mid control, the bomb having a way to get back around. They were great about that on Inferno as well, keeping options open. But, yeah. Like, Nyx actually made this Galil look like the worst gun by far. I'm not crazy, right?
No, you're not.
Yeah.
What's up with Twist Pinky?
What happened?
You didn't see that thing, did you?
No, I didn't. I missed it.
The thing's flying.
It's just a classy guy.
Just a classy guy, dude. Always boggles my mind sometimes, like, you know, just the setup, like the curvatures of people's arms sometimes, or just sometimes mouse grips. Like, I like I never really noticed the real difference in mouse grips and all the different styles of mouse grips and all the lectures that are out there about strengths and weaknesses of different grips.
Yeah, I mean, look, Zywoo, Twist, Donk all have the same mouse grip where their palms aren't on the actual mouse pad.
Is there a name for that?
They're the best aimers in the world.
Is there a name for that?
It's just like an advanced claw grip. Like instead of just claw where your palm's on the mouse and your fingertips are on the
around the
mouse,
edges,
your palm's just higher up on top. But
call that UFO claw.
Yeah, okay.
Floating claw.
Martian claw.
Floating claw, striking tiger. Liquid back in the lead. Ooh, looks nice. Complexity on some real guns for once. Ooh, nice grenade comes out of Nyx, and that just activates Twist. He's going to try to run him down. He will do so straight up in his face. 60 peels away, eating flashbangs all the while, but he connects with the headshot, and that's where his attempt to hold this ends. But where his ends, Hulzerk starts. Traded after the one as JT comes through with impact off smoke again. 2v2, bomb back, and able to retreat it. More than a minute still.
Just like Inferno, options open into the mid and late rounds, and here's a 2v2 where it's such a great lead for JKS to be able to get in through Donut, and we've got Complexity chasing Ghosts. They are just hoping that it's a prolonged B take, and there's someone here who's still waiting for a push. And as they take all this time to clear it out, JKS can get really advanced positioning. I mean, depends how far he wants to go. But if I'm JKS, I would assume they're coming back already. Not that they're this far committed.
I mean, y'all on the other side of the planet.
Yeah. This is definitely going to burn a lot of time off the clock.
Forces
Let's see if they get two kills at once, though. It is going to be a double donut.
No kit. It's going to have to be fast, and you'd think that Ultimate just sets up JKS.
But JKS, is he covering Ultimate properly?
Ooh, here it comes. Oh, does Ultimate need help? Yes. But with JKS having the element of the surprise, back turn to him, this is a free frag for JKS, barring a mechanical error. Oh, like that!
Oh my god, barring what?
Turned on. JKS turned off.
Oof.
Barring a mechanical error. Error.
You know what? That was Ultimate when he snuck into that spot. They would have... There's no way they think that somebody else is there because they don't trade instantly.
Of course.
So the play actually works out with Ultimate getting one kill.
10-10 off the back of that.
It happens. I was talking about Grimm's 180 sprays. And how good they could be on Inferno. Well, there's a good example.
Yeah, nice to see him turn it around, because on Inferno it wasn't that clean. Nertz, down to 4 HP, and still he's got a little bit of vision. That could set up Twists nicely, but the defense is gone. Back into Donut, all three players. You know, I think we've seen a lot of success coming out of this T approach when it comes to main. And for the moment, they just posture up. How disruptive do Complexity want to get?
This one's everything for Complexity, man.
They're going to go for the push.
They got to take that.
It's Naf holding the angle. JKS in the corner. Distraction served by Ultimate as he comes back. How many are going to swing? Right into Grim they go. JKS and Naf slaughtered. JT turns. Double kill for him. And cold lead 11-10.
Unbelievable. After that one small mistake, Complexity now have the chance to take map point first. It seems impossible. What happened last round is what has been happening to Complexity for the past 2 years, okay? Finally, the Lady Luck swings back into their favor, and they can maybe take that and run with it. The potential to bring this into map 3.
Money's still strong for Liquid. Buys keep coming. Back into mid with numbers. Met by a flash, but no resistance behind that. And a wave of grenades over towards B site that eventually Liquid leak through. Hulzerk finds first blood. That's Twist dead. 60. Again, man, running these risky moves down ramp, but he at least brings Nertz down, confirms 2 others with bomb, and that's going to open up the door for the rotate. However, JKS catching Hulzerk off guard from the top of red, reopens middle.
Again, it's JKS who's actually kept the options open.
But they do go for the A main push all the while. And Grim has been the kingpin.
No smoke here. So
these last 2 rounds, man, Grim's been key, and he's drawn back. JKS looks to get revenge locked on him.
Look at the open retake sites here. They're coming in for main donut as well as CT.
This is going to occupy Naf back towards mid in a moment, but Nyx drops the ball. Tease back in with the edge. Liquid going to fight tooth and nail to keep this close. It's another tied game. JKS gets his.
We see JKS, you know, for the most part this game is like leading the way, having so many big moments, and then one huge miss, and suddenly Complexity are back in the game. But as soon as we switch over to the next round, look what happens. It's JKS taking mid control, keeping the A side as an option in the back pocket for his teammates to rotate over to. That's been the biggest problem for Complexity. That's what's netted Liquid most of their wins. That, I want to say Nap had given away his full shadow playing from that position, and yet somehow still won his duel. That's the NAF classic. So it'll take all the rounds here on Ancient to see if Complexity will give us a third. And they force down on this buy. Sixy has $1,000
again
left over, yeah.
Oh, through and around, and still it's not enough. Grim sent to his death, soaring forward in the mid-hold. At the very least, JT will recover with one frag. But it is control of middle here for Liquid. Nertz has been lights out. 22 kills so far on Ancient. Disengages from the donut contact. And twists. He's going to catch Sixy, trying to push forward, trying to get something done again. Always trying to pick up the mantle, the responsibility of getting info and kills on B. Now this time starting to fall apart. Halzerk on his adventure ended early. 4v2 for Liquid, looks comfortable for 12. And they'll hang on to the cave, allowing Nyx to walk into his death. Liquid look calm as Complexity start to panic.
Yeah, every T cross, every I dotted here for Liquid on this default. And suddenly it feels like there was never any chance. The full investment for Complexity ends with this kill. 4 alive for Liquid as they touch 12 first. And I think I certainly would have felt bad for them if it didn't go this way, considering the types of rounds they won in the second half. Definitely cheering for a third map, and for Complexity, after what they've shown us in a debut, I think they could have earned it for sure. But I feel like this game of CS is just an overall too strong for Liquid, even as compared to Inferno.
This is a Liquid. Go on.
Still a chance, however, obviously on this last round, but it's a total force down with nothing.
Yeah, way less than even the last. Grim gets sent in with an M4. MP9's out there on the field. Really needed to be him, perhaps, but led to his death swiftly. This time, Liquid could take over middle. Complexity won both pistols in this map. They converted fully for 7 rounds between the two halves. Yeah. And that's why I said this should become a tight game. It's all roads leading to something competitive, and Liquid have survived that test.
They've even gotten ecoed once or twice, so not been an easy game.
Now they'll cool off here, surely understanding that they've got Complexity where they want them.
They've taken very measured gunfights versus these MP9s and countered them quite well, actually.
But you say that, suddenly you start approaching Cave, where an MP9 and a Desert Eagle seems like an even fight.
Yeah, we are down to 1 molly on Nafly. That's really important for Cave.
Defense with no utilities.
And he's actually at the bottom of Banana.
No kit.
Can't molly.
It's just not as well equipped as they would hope for. It's a reality of their situation. MP9 in the corner. It's just the one and done. There's the Deeg. There's JT's Deeg. X Factor from Nyx, perhaps. Where is his impact? JT able to press out just along the cave, but this ramp walkout gets caught. A little more damage out of the Deagles, but then they both fall. And so, a massive 1v3 demanded here of Grim. He has tried his damnedest. That denial of JKS is why this could remain close as we go the distance in round 24. But with no kit, he's got to act fast. And it is AKs on him already. Ultimate will be the first challenge, supported by this long support. And so they're going to chase him down. Into the cave he'll run. There is no escape from this. There is no escaping the elimination in Katowice. Complexity fall as Liquid take their first successful step. It is a recovery after that upset against Heroic. Dare I say it, they need this.
It's a great game to watch here from Complexity's perspective as well as Liquid's. I think, as you pointed out, they won this map the hard way without the pistols conversions, and I think even the first rifle in both halves, they had to win so many quality rounds. So credit to Twist for putting together a game plan to pull this off. And I think as much as JKS had that really rough spray that could have resulted in a third map, most of his plays towards mid as sort of a lurk actually netted the opportunity for Liquid to enact what they did on Inferno, which was creating opportunities at the other side. But for now, we'll throw this down one net Trace.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is Heartbreak Hotel for Complexity. We're going to miss them. We're going to miss them, aren't we, Josh?
Yeah, they had a lot of rounds. They had a lot of meaningless rounds. We'll miss them. We're going to miss them.
Oh, we're going to miss them. But yeah, for Liquid, they stay alive. Come on down, Nerds and Ultimate. Come on down, fellas. That's what happens to you in the match. You get to have the microphone at the very end. Gentlemen, congratulations. That is eliminating Complexity and then staying alive here in Katowice. So let's start with this, Nerds. How you feeling after that one, bud?
Feels good. I feel like right now I can breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
After 2 days ago against Heroic, it was a rough game, but today we are showing better CS.
Tell me about your move to Liquid.
About the move on Liquid, so for a long time, Liquid tried to get me, and I was really close a couple of times, and I felt this is the time to join Liquid. It's not. I don't think like people are thinking it's because of Falcons bought the core from Heroic, but I left before, and they decided to sell the team after it.
Well, then that begs the question, and I'm going to take it right out of Josh's mouth because I know he want to say something. So, were there any other teams you could have ended up on, and who were they?
Not really. Not really.
Okay, I like that. That's subtle, a nice end. But meanwhile, we're here over on the very other end here. Ultimate, we've got Roland in Poland, around Poland, and now definitely still alive in Poland. So tell me about it, man. Tell me about playing here and what it's like in home.
I mean, I enjoy every tournament basically the same. I like that it's in Poland, obviously. It's my basically home country. I come from there, so it's like extra boost of motivation to, don't leave the tournament early and enjoy it for a little bit longer. So yeah, I'm happy that we won.
Well, instead of just talking about leaving it early, what about Spodek? Does that mean anything in front of the crowd for you more than any other event?
Yeah, of course. Like having a crowd from my own country is obviously amazing, probably amazing experience. I haven't felt it before, so yeah, I hope I'm gonna enjoy it.
Well, speaking of crowd, or rather crowded, if we go back to just now to Ancient, got a little crowded on the scoreline, so it got a little close. Nerds, in your own words, talk to me about how Ancient unfolded.
They played good CS. We were losing key rounds, I would say. It was a little bit unlucky the clutch from JKS, but we managed to bounce it back.
Yeah, losing all those pistol rounds, I think you lost 3 out of the 4, and the one that you did on Inferno, they beat you with a force by the next round. Is that what Naf was alluding to, like having slow starts? Is that part of the slow starts that you guys were having, and how do you guys try to kind of work around that to make it better?
I think it's like about have set anti-ecos, and we need to be more to have, I would say, better rounds for exactly the same buyer, like against the same buyer. For example, we will not have the best setup, and for the next match we will know what we need to do better. If it was about the anti-eco.
Yeah, Twist, he gave us some words before the match. He was saying there were some changes. We changed a lot from yesterday or from day one into today. Is that how true is that?
Yeah, it is. It is true. Yesterday or 2 days ago after the Roy game, I think everyone, especially Russ and the coach and the staff, stay awake until 4 or 5 a.m. to fix a lot of things in the playbook, and I feel like I hope it will be good.
Yeah, Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, speaking of playbook, is there anything different that you're bringing to the team specifically that maybe Yekender was providing for Russ before, and now it's like, well, you're here, you're in a lot of these kind of aggressive playmaker positions. How much is your stuff, and your influence over, kind of what Twist wants to run?
I mean, I don't think there are a lot of difference between me and Kinder, but the only thing that I feel like that I wanted to add is more settings. If it's starting from the set rounds, like anti-ecos, some plays that instead of like flash me everything on the fly, I prefer to do it like everything, most of the things that I'm doing the plays, I'm doing it set. So for me, this is, I feel like, the difference.
I agree. You missed the first half of that, right?
Yeah.
It was talking about kind of like what he brings to the team that is maybe different from Yakinder because he's in the playmaking positions. And he was saying that you guys he wants more of the set plays instead of, I guess, more loose, open-ended defaulty stuff, especially around things like ecos, anti-ecos, things like that.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, it minimizes mistakes, or at least room for. But it's hard to compare both players because they play at different positions, right?
Yeah.
I moved positions for him where I still had, I guess I realize now it's difficult to call from being the main mid guy, right? But yeah, Guy has been a huge attribute to the team.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say you guys look like you've had a long day. Twist, you want to say like anything or get you guys out of here or what?
What do you mean?
Yeah, you can say the fans anything you want. There's Liquid fans all over the world.
I mean, that is very true. There's a lot of Liquid fans. Thank you for watching the game. We're going to be playing later. I don't know who our opponent is. Did they finish their game?
I think Wildcard and Furia, Wildcard was the first map up. Second map, they were losing. The last time I checked, if they're still there, I'm assuming it went map 3. Okay. But I don't know for sure.
Typical RMR matchup upcoming.
I have a question. I have an important question. Still, is for you. Are you coming back for professional CS or?
It depends. Are you making room for anyone?
So the answer is yes, probably.
Oh man, are you sad by that?
No. I think still is a lot to show, and I will be happy to see you in the server.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we'll wait and see. We'll have to stay tuned to find out.
Yeah, we'll let you guys stay tuned. Thanks for stopping by, Russ, and also thank you to you as well. And Roland from Poland. I'm sure we're going to be seeing him around here. He's the ultimate package. And speaking of which, thank you very much, gentlemen. Liquid over Complexity. Complexity going home after, what was a series. A bit hard fought there in the second map, more so than the first one. 13-8 on Inferno. It's going to kind of give you an indication as how this unfolded, didn't it, Josh?
Yeah, don't cry or feel too down. At least they tried.
Yeah, I think Maynard James Keenan said that, right? That's a quote from Tool, is that?
Yeah, it's from a song called Eulogy, which is quite fitting for kind of how they're going out now.
Yeah, pretty much, which ultimately, no pun intended, leads Liquid to play again. That's right, they were having one of those days, so they had to beat up on Complexity and then wait for that bracket to kind of formulate in a way where they can get their second match. Either way, you'll see that Stage 1 is starting to round out, today being the last day of it. Eternal Fire, 3D Max up on that upper bracket. Josh, let's talk about Stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to say about that? You've got all the big boys coming in. And when I say big, I don't mean Berlin International Gamers, because they are not coming through. We got to see how this wraps up still for like Wildcard Furia, but I'm looking forward to those big boy teams coming in, the G2s, the Vitalities,
Yeah, there are a lot of household names coming in starting tomorrow even.
Starting tomorrow?
Any of them that kind of pique your interest? I mean, I could just jot a list of names here, but ultimately, what do you got?
We have to look at kind of who's been on the up and up. So Team Spirit obviously has been doing really well. They've been performing well. They've been owning everything. Navi came off a long break. They had a really good year last year. So let's see what happens with those guys. We've got the changes to all the big teams, FaZe plus Elige, Vitality plus Rops. Ooh. So a lot of things coming in, and it's going to be either, first or second time debuting, first time on LAN for some. So that's going to be exciting to see how those teams have been shaping up with the new rosters coming out of the break.
Yeah, and you also look at some of the players, like, say, for example, in this instance with Vitality and Rops, what happens to a player like Rops under a new system? Yeah, because he's been over there for a minute, right? So we're basically almost reinventing the wheel or they are rather.
Well, also, it's the role overlap. It's moving Mezzi out of a lot of positions so that Rops can take over, which means Mezzi has to play different positions. Flamesy is playing different positions, so everything's changing for Vitality, and it's going to be interesting to see how they all slot in with Apex's system, or TQC.
XTAS. And we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much, Josh, for the vocabulary lesson there. Yes, we will go to a quick break. We can come back and keep the Counter-Strike rolling here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice, because there is sure much more of it. It's heroic and big on the other side.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Watch fast. I'm gonna play res. Cheetah flank one guy.
Two.
I'm phasing this long smoke.
Kill one.
These guys are short. I'm flanking him. Dead.
Nice. One's good.
Last 2 is Cheetah.
Play long.
Yeah,
it's top line for you guys. No kid.
I'm peeking.
Nice.
Good job.
Good fucking shit. Good comms. Good fucking movement, guys.
Let's go.
Good fucking communication. Let's keep it up.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
Watch out, guys. When you come back, they're gonna be top ramp.
It's okay. I blocked.
I'm making noise like I'm running away.
Oh, no, 3 out. 2, one more out. Nice.
Yeah, rotating.
I killed 2.
Nice, we killed that.
Guys, let's aim in.
Yeah, we're coming city.
Like out A or?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm flashing over.
Tell me temple, boys.
Temple.
Big box sound.
He's still in.
He's still aiming. Big box aiming.
Sign.
Yeah. I'm
We
playing
are
off
blocked in
city.
Dorot, boys. Just saying.
There's smokes everywhere.
You want to swing together?
Morning big box.
What?
After the smoke, we can swing together.
Yeah.
You guys get the brokey kill.
Aim in.
I have aim in now. Don't pick.
Aim in.
I have aim in. Aim in.
I'm behind you, guys.
Nice.
Nice. Let's go, boys.
Is really good. The decisions we're making are really good, but it's also true we need to trust in the decisions that we're taking, and then just go for it.
I don't hear anything. But...
Like 3 or 4 B. Going cave. Wide pillar. More cave. I can't help you. Yeah. I'm picking ramp.
I'm leaving.
Cave and ramp.
Up. Dead cave. Dead ramp.
Cave, last guy. Hold on, you're muted.
I'm CT, guys.
Pick off me. He's looking at you, Mike.
I can't see.
Short smoked. I can't help.
I'm really.
Oh shit, that's not.
Not yet.
That's not. Yeah, it's still like 10 seconds until that.
Cave. Gotta peek.
Nice.
That's kills, Nick. Good job.
Let's fucking go. Good shit, guys.
I'll smoke bomb when we get up. That's right.
Think dead.
We won.
Nice side. It's okay. Nice side, bro.
Are you fucking kidding me?
It's okay.
Nice side, boys.
Oh my fucking god.
It's okay.
I have first contact roll. I'm holding it.
Yes.
Clear.
Nice.
big. Choose a job. Choose a career. Choose the fucking big house. Choose academy players, JDC and Crimbo. Choose good vibes, low pressure and Cologne 2018. Choose friendship. Choose Zerzum playing online. Choose 15-minute commutes. Choose your coach. Choose GOP B and then Kakafu. Choose just about staying in the top 20. Choose the best utility. Choose signing one English speaker at a time. Choose Smuya, Santaris, Mantu and Gabe. Choose Crimbo leading for one tournament. Choose staying in the German scene and don't wonder what could have been. Choose your future. Choose an international team. But why would I want to do a thing like that? I choose to listen to my gut. I choose something good. And the reasons? There are no reasons. Who needs reasons when you've got big clan?
You're always keeping one of your Ents boys with you though, aren't you? You got Sampayas this time. So next roster change, who do you want back?
Probably next time it has to be Snappy then.
Okay, gets to get Marco back. All right. Well, so you ended up getting Sampayas, who's been freed up from Falcons, which must have just been miserable for all the players there. That didn't look like a good time for anybody. Then Tania, who's probably not people at home probably aren't too familiar with, and then the Sangar core, LNZ Sweden, game leading, youngster, a bit more of an up-and-coming talent from Sweden, and then Xfloud, people probably familiar with him with the stint over with the Eternal Fire guys, right? So you look at that as your team. The season started decently. Obviously the land portion, because Tania couldn't get the visa to go to Copenhagen, that's not great. But otherwise, are you happy with how things are starting for the team?
Yeah, I am quite happy, like how things are going. Because talking with the guys first time before anyone was signed and anything, like I got the feeling already they are super like hardworking, energetic young guys who will be able to put in a lot of hard work. And so far, of course, it's early days, but I feel like we have been able to put in a lot already. And it's still nowhere close where you want it to be. But of course it helps to have the core of the Sangal guys, and then it helps to have an experienced player in Sampayas, and then also Tanir as a like insane firepower rifle basically.
He had some big games, didn't he? Yeah, was it the Mirage game that he was popping? I don't remember exactly. There was so many matches going on with Blast. 4 best-of-3s a day, online Counter-Strike, everyone having a great time.
Yeah.
And you got to take down Liquid and talk shit about JKS in the process, so...
It was of course a comment for our players, yes, and not so much for the community, but there was some weaknesses we noticed, and you have to take the advantage if you can.
Yeah. Were you happy when you heard the recording?
No, to be honest, I wasn't happy about it, because like it also puts me in a different light, because it's meant as a comment for your team.
You're saying to relax the atmosphere.
Yeah,
you don't even mean it so much. You just say it to make people laugh, and then it helps
exactly.
Calm down a bit. So.
And because it's basically locker room talk. Like you want to keep it inside the team. And I would assume people understand it, of course, as in what it is.
The reasonable people do. The people looking for the drama don't. But that's just the nature of the beast with the internet for sure.
It is do or die for Heroic. The young upstarts, they got a big scalp versus Team Liquid. Sampayas is feeling good on the server, but will it be enough? And will they be able to parlay it into a spot in Stage 2? Now, another question, it's go big or go home for the German organization. And what is going on? Are they German to English, to German back to English again? Well, we'll find out, because we're talking rather to Coach Kakafu about that topic right now.
Big is heading into a big matchup, and we're joined by Kakafu here, the coach, where we are going to steer the conversation a little bit away from the game coming up, but more so what's been going on within the Big Clan as of late. I know, Kasad, you're very passionate about Big Clan as a whole, and you may be also a little bit confused, so we brought Kakafu to hopefully clear things up a little bit.
First of all, welcome. I appreciate you coming in here and answering all these
kind of dilemmas that we have around your team. You have been back and forth and like everything that's been going on. Happy to see, big playing consecutive big events, and especially now with the world ranking system as it is, right? The question that we have is basically about the identity of the organization as a team. You had like Rigon, and then before that was Manto. It was German. Was it international? Like people are getting confused about the identity and the direction of the organization. Maybe you can tell us something about it.
I also just joined the team, so I was not in Big for the last 3 years. So I had a first stint there, right? But then obviously I came into the team in March last year, where still Gob was the coach, so I was the assistant coach. And so I cannot say too much about what was before, since I didn't have any power or any say in it. But after we decided to pick Rigon, I think the identity is pretty clear for Big. We want to stay German, we want to get the talents in there, and we want the German-speaking fans to be in our court. So this is the direction we want to go, and we have to make it work. I think everybody knows that it's hard to get one very good team from one region, but I think it's very honorable that Big is trying to do it.
So this is definitely German team from right now going into the future. You're going to be focusing only on German lineup. What?
I'm not the owner of the team, so I cannot say it. But
for now, at least.
I would love to be that way, but obviously what happens. So I cannot say for sure.
What about the whole boot camp, living together, playing together situation? What is going on with that one? Is it still like it was before? Because remember, Searson wasn't on the boot camp, then Bantu was living somewhere close, and then I don't even know how the dynamics were, but what is the situation now with the team that you have?
So this bootcamp situation is not there anymore in Big. It was a lot of conversation before when I was even in the team, we lived together and everything. But after that, it kind of went normal. The team went either to bootcamp, but since the bootcamp is in the Big office, since they have their own bootcamp, it's just, it just presents itself that people are there. So there is no rule or force living together. It's just when we make bootcamp, we're there. And obviously if somebody, is, because most of the times the Susan conversation was that he was sick. It was while the Corona times was there, so we couldn't get they couldn't get everybody in there, but I know the story. But to answer your questions, no, there is no rule that we live together or that we all have to be there all the time.
It's a good thing to kind of have people cleared on that question, because I know a lot of people that are supporting Big ever since the day when Legia was there and the early Topson days in the majors and everything. People have been always wondering what the hell is going on, how are they operating, and it's good to have somebody actually clearing everything up for the fans.
Kakafu, I got a question as well, because obviously you said yourself you haven't been part of the team for that long. You're relatively new into it. In terms of the German scene and the German talent pool, do you think there's sufficient enough talent for the future as well to continue that focus, or do you think like we see with most other teams that they're trying to seeking away, they're going international because I feel like the talent pool is limited. We see it with Polish Counter-Strike, we see it with Swedish Counter-Strike. I'd even argue we see it with Danish Counter-Strike now as well, where we're struggling. Do you think there's enough talent within the German scene that you can continue with that focus?
That's the big controversial, right? I think there is always, there is enough talent, but the problem is obviously that the next tournament is next week, right? And if you don't perform next tournament, it could be that you're not invited anymore, and then you fall out of the system.
There's always pressure.
Yeah, so I think that's a conversation for the organization. Is okay? Do we have time? Do we want to give the players time or not? And I think that is the base. That's the decision, right? They tell me, we don't have time, we pick established players, right? Or they say we have time and we are okay with that, with talent development, then you have more time. So I do believe there is talent in Germany, but it's all about, do you go for the chance, or do you need to be ready for, let's say, next tournament in, I don't know, in 2 weeks to be ready to compete and be a playoff team.
It's also about being able to attract that talent. I guess you have a guy like Crimbo on your lineup obviously now, and I think a lot of people, including Kassad, we think he's a great player, and excuse me for saying it, right, but at some point he will also have to make a decision whether or not he believes in the big project, or maybe he should go somewhere else. So do you feel that pressure from within the lineup as well, that players like Tapson, players like Crimbo, they want to perform at the get-go, or do you think they're patient with also giving some of the new guys hyped, time to develop coming into it?
obviously, they also want to have a German lineup, right? Because everybody in the scene knows each other, right? It's like not that hyped is like as a stranger, because it's still a different feeling, I have to say. But obviously, the conversation is always like there, right? If everybody knows that Tabson had like countless offers for like back in the days to join, FaZe or to join G2, but he decided to stay. But I think it's also a good thing, right? But like these questions are like so hard to answer, right? Because everybody knows. I think the future is international, but deep in my heart, I would love to have a German-speaking lineup.
All right, Kakafu, I appreciate you taking the time to explore this conversation a little bit with us, and best of luck with your game tonight against Heroic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, great chat. It's interesting to me, though, that he says, yeah, the future is definitely international, but yet we are German. So do with that what you will. Interesting.
And then he says, like, I have no power, but then the future is international, but we're going to be German, so...
You know what?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a mind games before the actual game.
It is what it is. Are there any mind games in the map, Fido Kassad?
Yeah, that is something that I want to see as well. I am pretty sure we're going to see Ancient in the best of 3. I am relatively confident we're going to see Nuke, and I don't know about the third one. So it's going to be an interesting thing to see.
Wait, but don't we already know?
Do we?
We know already.
You know?
Right? Yes.
Okay.
We're going to start with Nuke.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who picked it?
Heroic. I'm not sure, actually.
All right, maybe we get to find out very soon.
I just heard and I immediately forgot. So.
You did?
But who would you think would pick Nuke?
If there is anybody going to pick Nuke, it's going to be Heroic, right?
See?
Simply because they won the last two, even though it was picked against them, right? We can see Inferno and Anubis going out, and the first pick, from Heroic is going to be Nuke. Like you said, Big is going to start to the CT. Now, this is very interesting, and obviously Ancient Bip picked from Big. What's interesting about Nuke is that, the Liquid picked against them, and they lost, and there was another team that picked against them, and they lost too, so they must be feeling confident, like, okay, maybe we should be the one picking Nuke from now on, simply because we understand the map, the timing is on us, initiative and like momentum is on our side, so maybe we go and pick it as well. The decider is something that I didn't really hope for or kind of expected. It's Train. I was rather looking at Mirage, but it is what it is. So
I mean, I'm never sad about Train. I mean, you know, why?
It's because I don't feel it's ready. I think the lighting is a little bit off, and I think like it's too cramped up for me, but surely there's going to be updates.
No, you're right. I've heard that from a couple of players that they said that, but regardless though, it's back in there. And a good point about Nuke, right? It's kicking off this series, and I think it's one of those things with this young core that needs the reps, and then you're giving them, a couple of teams now, giving them the map that they probably feel most confident on.
Even like the Sangal trio before like they switched to Heroic, the Nuke was one of their best maps. I remember they beating us on the close qualifier for the RMR actually, for Shanghai Major, and one of the maps, I think they picked it and they beat us like 13-10, 13-11, and they always played good on that map as the previous team. We also know that Heroic as an organization in the past and teams in the past, even though they don't relate to that much now, always like Nuke and ENCE. So his team was always good on Nuke, so it makes sense they're kind of connected and they're going to be playing it. Yes.
It is interesting, pressure-wise, of course, for Heroic, because Kakafu was talking about it as well, like you can give him time, but for Heroic, they're already kind of delivering now, and maybe they will versus Big, but we're going to head over to Pimp because he's going to break down something about that Nuke for us.
I think a good point was brought up by the two guys over here. You know, Heroic have lost it twice at this tournament, yet they feel comfortable picking the map. Now, one of the reasons for that, I believe, is that they've localized some of the same mistakes that I'm going to show you right here. From the game against Eternal Fire, I'm going to dive into a round that I think is, if you're the coach of Heroic, this should not happen. So, I just want to set the scene. You're playing against Eternal Fire. The scoreline is 7-6. Heroic have just won the pistol. And look at the buy they're coming in with. An auto shotgun, a scout, and an MP9. Now, the MP9 is all right, but the scout and the auto shotgun will do one thing, and that will make it very, very tough for Heroic to retake a potential bomb site should Eternal Fire get the bomb down. Now, the Eternal Fire buy, as you can see over here, a couple of Mag-10s, a Galil, an AK-47 as well. What does that suggest? That you want to do an inner pop. So, if we fast forward a little bit, I just want to show you something I also very much don't like, and that is Heroic gambling quite a lot. So if we take the liberty of zooming in on the minimap right here, again, you can see it. You have 3 players now situated towards ramp inner buy where you know that it's very likely, and EF have already shown their hand at this point, that they force bought into it. So you're making a massive gamble where you're leaving the inner bomb site completely open. Now you leave the inner bomb site open and you don't have the weaponry to retake the inner bomb site. I think that when you calculate the risk-reward scenario right there, not good enough. Now you see the round play out. And of course, Eternal Fire, smart as they are, what do they want to do in this round? Well, they're going to end up going towards that inner bomb site. If I can allow myself to press play right here, please don't do this to me. There we go. So we're a little bit into the round and we'll just let the run out a little bit. You can already now see Santaris is trying to find info. They're trying to gather information. The ramp push is coming in for Heroic as well. And in around 5 to 10 seconds, you'll see them get the first kill. But my main issue with this entire thing and what's going on right here is the fact that you're leaving the inner bomb site open. Look at that. Free to enter for Eternal Fire. And what I pointed out to begin with, the weaponry they have right now for a retake, no bueno. Even though Tine is getting the first kill right here, it's going to be incredible tough for Heroic to retake this inner bomb site, and guess what? They end up losing the round as well. We don't need to see that. We don't need to dive further into that, but I think that's something Saw would have localized yesterday, that we cannot allow ourselves to make these silly mistakes and invite the opponents back into it. So, Shocks, back to you, and Kasad, I guess, for that matter as well. What's your take on this auto shotgun scout MP9 retaking in a bomb site situation?
You know, I'm glad you asked. It's actually one of my fields of expertise, but I'm still going to kick it over to Kasad.
I mean, how do you even analyze that?
Yeah.
I mean, Pimp said pretty much everything kind of accurate what happened in that situation, but most importantly, he called you a guy at the beginning of the segment. So I don't know if he's assuming your gender or what is the situation there.
It's fine with me either way. It's
all right,
yeah.
Just to clarify when he comes here that you are a girl.
I am, yeah.
All right, let's go then.
Last time I checked.
But
yeah.
definitely there is some interesting things about there is some interesting thing about Nuke being first picked here, and some positions changed, and you know, the fact that, you know, QB didn't play Nuke for a very long time. I think he had like one game in 2024 or maybe 2 games, although he was on the bench for Fnatic, but still you have been out of the map for a very long time, and slotting into this one can be strange. And also the swap in positions between Tapson and JDC. Tapson went back to door, and obviously you see JDC going outside on yard as a primary player. That's a big responsibility for JDC, because that player needs to be stable, needs to be recognizing the rounds, needs to be reading the rounds midway, needs to be rotating properly and dealing with the utility and all kind of stuff throwing at him at the same time. So big responsibility. I really want to know why they swapped up that position, and QB obviously he's going to be on ramp, and it's going to be a new position for him. So I don't know. I think it was the right pick for Heroic for them to actually take Nuke. So it's going to be good to see. It's going to be, I feel like, an interesting game.
Yeah, it should be for QB as well. He did have a great performance in their match yesterday, for instance, but for Big, I think we can all be honest, like Imperial didn't have their IGL. For Big, it was quite comfortable for them to beat them. This is kind of a different caliber, even though these are also some unseasoned players, I want to say, in this atmosphere, Pimp. But I've been very happily surprised by what Youngstar and the likes have been able to show.
I would agree with that sentiment. I think when you look at Heroic so far this tournament, beating Liquid is not an easy task at all.
Yeah.
That's a big matchup for them. Losing to Eternal Fire yesterday, sure, Eternal Fire are playing very good Counter-Strike at the moment, so you can't really fault Heroic for that. The new game I just analyzed up there in the Telestrate as well, that's one that Heroic should have won. I think if you ask Saw, he felt like we should have won that map. We should have at least gotten one against Eternal Fire. So overall, I agree. You know, when you look at how the two teams have performed coming into this game, there's no doubt saying Heroic are the massive favorites, and they should be comfortable in their Nuke pick. They should be comfortable in this matchup, because I haven't seen anything from Big so far that sticks out. I agree with you. It's a tough look.
Do you agree with that,
massive.
I wouldn't say massive favorites, but with the eye tested the last couple of weeks that we saw from both Big and Heroic, I think the favorites are definitely, you know, the Sangal trio and Sam Pias and the company, right, in Heroic. So the thing is, like, we just have to go with logic here right now. Yeah. Even though I think you said it nicely yesterday in the green room, Pimp, you said, like, now Heroic is the first time the team that has more firepower. They were facing on Liquid and all these lineups that has been more like pound for pound, kind of more skilled and sharper players. But right now they're on that side. The only thing that's going to go against them is maybe, you know, kind of playing against the structure of Big that we always kind of know they have. Maybe that can be a severe problem for them because so far they have been playing against the teams that have more loose-ish style, rather individualistic, kind of approach to the game rather than team-wise. Like Liquid, you saw that that game twice kind of repeated, and for me, maybe that can be a challenge. But overall, the eye test says Heroic is definitely the favorite team in this matchup.
We talk about the structure for Big, but I feel like with Big, you're always kind of frustrated watching them because of the revolving door, and especially in 2024. And then I think if that is your identity or what you want to field, it isn't easy to execute that because of that revolving door. And as you just said, the change with the actual door between tabseN and JDC, for instance, the utility, the protocols, I sometimes wonder, how are these players even supposed to adhere to the structure?
That is a good question, and I also think it's a conversation you can have in terms of the talent in the German scene as well. We spoke to Kakafu about it a little bit. I'd also argue, all the respect to tabseN, I think 3, 4, 5 years ago, he was a fantastic Counter-Strike player. tabseN, as of late, is not at the same level, so I'm not even surprised that he's not going to be the main man, in Yard or Nuke, because 2 years ago, 3 years ago, yeah, that would be my guy. I would put him in that position. I don't think tabseN is as good as he used to be anymore. So you're talking about a revolving door, you're talking about them bringing in Hyped again, who's been part of the lineup before, JDC, you're recircling some of the same talent. That could work out, but fact of the matter is the talent that you kept for all these years, tabseN being one of them, they're not necessarily getting better. Maybe even the opposite. Same could be said for certain as well, who came in, came out. So I think Big is just, as much as they change right now, they're just moving in this direction and maybe even a little bit down. So I'm not bought into it at the moment.
For me, the rising star for them and the shining star is Crimbo. I think without this player, this team is barely top 50, barely top 50, and he's the one that's making the difference for them. I think I agree when you say that the tabseN is not as good as he used to be. It's not that he just became bad. It's just the new generation of kids, sharper kids, are actually on the scene right now. Quicker learners, they can shoot better. They're just adapting to situations better because the game has evolved, and now they just need to follow it. And these kids, the new generation, we just have to let them do their thing. You see today's donks and all these players right now. It's just
we even heard it. We even heard it from Woxic yesterday, right? He was like, I'm 26 and all these young guys, sometimes this is difficult. But it's an interesting point, I think, for Crimbo as well, because you're right. He's kind of that flagship German player that is in that roster. And I think if you're a fan of Big, you're always afraid, is he going to go to greener pastures? But he seems very dedicated. He's also said, I've evolved as a player. I take more responsibility and authority. And that is what happens with more experience. And that is also, I think, what this team needs, specifically for the reintegration of Hyped, because they should know what went wrong the last time.
Clearly, yeah, and I think Hype is also a guy who's gaining more experience. We spoke to him in Copenhagen at Blast, and I think he said, did he say he played over 300 official games, in that tier 3, tier 4 scene, where he was just grinding out games almost every day, in that regard, he felt he become a much, much better player and much more matured. So if there's anything you can hang your hat out right now and you look towards Big, tabseN is not all of a sudden going to come back to the old tabseN. Crimbo is a great player. He's definitely the spearhead. That's a guy you can count on. If there's one question mark within this lineup, one guy that can elevate Big to a point where they maybe can take down Heroic, it is Hyped. It is that guy coming in with perhaps a bit of an X factor. But without Hype playing well, without him coming into a new level, then Big is just going to be the same old Big. They can occasionally, pull off an upset, but to make big waves in today's Counter-Strike scene, that needs more. You need more talent.
Mad. It's mad when you think about it, right, Kassad? Because for all your worth, when you look at Heroic and you think, well, okay, they're together, they have a lot to work on, how are they going to manage? And now we're in a position where they're even favored, highly favored, according to my analysts, versus a team like Big, who has more experience, more structure.
They showed us they're good. That's right, because we saw them play already, and we haven't seen anything close from Big in the last since Major, right? And that changed the players. So that's why we don't really have trust in Big right now. That's why I'm putting trust in Heroic, just because we saw what they can do. I mean, when the game is on, all bets are off, right? Like, the thing is, like, it's an elimination game. We can just talk about it for how long we want, but at the end of the game, you just need to show up and play.
Yeah, let's see if Big can deserve the trust back from my analysts, or if it's Heroic that's going to come out swinging.
Earning the trust of Kassad and Pimp, I mean, that seems like
for that.
Yeah, it's a daunting task. So we'll see who can play Counter-Strike better, and then we'll go from there. How about that, Lunders?
I'm down. LNZ on your screen, man. Crazy the responsibility he has as the IGL of this team, but obviously none of this is possible without Saw. We have to just call a spade right now. Saw behind them has clearly worked some magic and put together a roster that I don't think could have worked without him. Scouted the players to near fantastic entry into Heroic, and yeah, they've done pretty much the impossible with the players that were been sold off and somehow have come up again.
It's kind of nice watching, obviously, you know, this established world-class level of coach, guys like Blade, and then obviously Hallie has ascended in the last year, and now we get to talk about guys like Ash, guys like Saw.
Yeah.
We've given them flowers in the past, but it feels like the conversation is becoming all the more frequent, and that just goes to show that the talent of Counter-Strike runs deep beyond just those standing in the server.
Yeah, they're sort of at the point of like doing a lot with a little, but now the stakes are higher. We're here at Kato.
How about a rush into the A bomb site? How about that? QB, double kill. Able to hold on to the back site. Crimbo dual Berettas on the flank. JDC's nearly dead at this point, and so the easy stuff of the first layer of this flank is good for Heroic, but there's a second layer in Hyped, and he is going to find at the very least one. 2v2, Tabson, basically all the HP that's left for this big retake. And JDC may still be on site, but there is no kit for this defuse to happen. They would have heard that drop onto top hut. Ooh, still Tabson gets the kill.
They don't know he's here, though.
Nah, they give up their back.
Oh,
JDC right between the eyes with time. Big take pistol.
Super solid. That was a ferocious attack on the A site, and yet they still stood up to this. And it's actually pretty incredible to even consider Heroic should be a favorite in this game, considering the players they have, the inexperience that's with them. But if you have been watching Heroic play,
yes, sir,
you know exactly how strong they are and seemingly consistent at the same time. As for Big, started out this tournament getting 12-0'd in the first half by wildcard into playing Imperial FE, and this will be the hardest test so far. We know that day one can be sort of a write-off. Everyone's going to improve as the days go on, but the same will be said for Heroic, so I definitely mirror the sentiment that they're the favorites, but it's still just surprising to think that that should be the case.
You thought really with the way that the roster transfers ended in the off-season that Heroic were going to be down bad, and yet here they are again. Challenge down into Secret. The fact JDC kills Youngstar bodes well for the defense. Looking to convert it, but now you've offered an M4 over to xFloud. Linus has got his Galil, and they're just going to disengage back from Secret. For all they know, they could be down in that B site. For all Big know, that is. Obviously still sat back on ramp, anticipating like what could just be a full-blown rotation needed. Interesting move here from Heroic. Can they pull it off?
Yeah, really important to keep these rounds confusing, being low numbers, getting one trade, and getting such advanced map control and then coming back. So at this point, at least, we know that Big have to respect the fact that they could have rotated lower. But for the time being, there's still significant presence upstairs. Late squeaky walkouts around the 30-second mark are always powerful. Tabson will be first contact.
Strong deep angle from Tabson here. Making the most of this M4's advantage and winning the duel. Takes 0 damage in the process, even nabs a second. Top hut player dead. Tanir gonna have to go scoop up bomb if he wants more of this clutch with his name on it. Dives down vent, of course, being held this B site by Crimbo. So when that door swings, he's doomed. Bomb in hand, hoping he had caught them all off, but Crimbo plays the insurance policy, so Big convert with 3 still alive.
Yes. Again, another solid round out of Big. Looking for the response now, the buy-up. Actually, no buy-up this round. It's just going to be a few Deagles changing hands for Heroic.
Clean shooting there from Tabson?
It was, yes.
And ideally just the positioning.
Yeah, it was brought up by Pimp. Is it the same player that he used to be? It makes sense. Like, we talk about some players sort of getting old or getting in younger players, and Tabson is such a prime example of like surrounding himself with new talents.
Yeah.
It only makes sense.
Still hurts to hear the way Jacob is kind of forced to present it. 3...
That was Jacob at his nicest, actually.
4, 5 years ago. Kind of him to include 3. You know, it is just this eventual taper off.
That's the most charitable Jacob take.
Ooh, Tanir with the scout kill from the back line and a tag on hype. Scout battle, queued up outer. Crimbo here to pick up some slack. And his son Pius
one in the back.
This scout is starting to rip apart all sorts of bodies on both ends. Hyped here to close it. That's like 4 scout kills across the board this round.
Yeah, I was like, okay, no one used nades this round. Let's just scrim it out. And it works out in favor of Big.
Polka dot. Sorry. Sometimes the
they're
voices...
actually another DAO like Nouns.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they voted
cool.
on
Cool
funding Heroic.
Sometimes the voices win. AKs from Heroic, first gun round, back to outer they'll go. Bit of utility pressure for JDC to handle. Not too much, because it's not an immediate follow-through, no real threat that he knows about. Crimbo, I like this, you know, early pressure from ramp, set the tone in the first gun round of the map.
No doubt. Hyped is going to be a key to victory in this game, 100%. A little inconsistent yesterday, or sorry, way better yesterday, a little inconsistent on day one. Huge to get to near here on round 4.
LNC plays the close walk up. Crimbo tucked in. It's going to compromise Heaven in a moment, but we did just get that hut boost as well, so Big are trying to play the rafters to go take Heaven control themselves.
Nice one, Tapson.
And Tapson's got the fadeaway with that kill, just right back through the smoke. If anybody's allowed to take the risk, it's the in-game leader, and it's wonderful when it pays off, but JDC, you've got the right idea, and you win the duel, so better mechanically and positionally. Tapson hanging on, looking for another, and he's going to clean up. Nice shots on Sunpius there, just over the top of the staircase. We'll see what Young Star can offer with a quick sprint towards single door from the double. He's got the bomb, he's got the exit route, and he tries to sell it with the audio fake.
Can at least elicit a peek, but it's very safe peek.
Yeah. He's thinking maybe flying up this ladder could help, but opts to go for the single door fight, and that is a very comfortable round for Big in the first gun round. That's 4 standing. Good duels, great rotations.
Great use of the op. The tactics are solid. Tabson's aim straight up looks fantastic. I think Big have shown us a lot of the keys to victory at this point already. So not really seeing too many holes in their game right now. And if the aim is also going to be good, then I think we're feeling, you know, Big from the bounty. I think that's what we're seeing. That could actually be a real problem for Heroic. Big win a game like this, man, their stock goes way up, right? They subvert expectations entirely, especially on Nuke.
It's like you said, you know, even having Heroics as the favorites before the game starts just doesn't feel right, doesn't quite roll off the tongue. And Sangel's promise, you know, the first person I remember really hyping Sangel up would have been Dust Moret back at the Shanghai RMR. He had Sangel maybe making it to the Shanghai Major itself. Then, unfortunately, they just kind of blew out. You know, it was like a real disappointing result, and then they returned to the online realm. They find more footing in that type of play. Enough so to earn them this signing, where things have gone well so far. But Big love to be a, you know, kind of a gatekeeper at this tier of Counter-Strike.
And I think they're trying to go a bit beyond that story now with this lineup. And I honestly might be convinced, especially if they could do it in a game like this.
Crimbo again, just playing it cool back here on B site. Tech9's going to test him and win, but teammate tethering nicely. Hype's got pressure from above. They're going to jump down. No. They actually wrap around into Heaven.
It's the right play.
And they will find that A site evacuated. By the time CTs come flying up this ladder, there's already an M4 honed in on them. So what's the play? Send a flash, keep them occupied, sprint secret instead. This will end up shaving critical seconds off of the retake, but it's still not impossible.
And they did fake it, so it does actually buy time. They can come in through mini. They're, you know, they might think 2 are coming for sure. They won't know necessarily about 3.
It's a late burn from Hyped. That third piece with the op in the back line sends out a smoke grenade. That's going to block doors so that they can really come through. Sunpius is going to go test that. This is really banking on Youngstar at the moment in Heaven, and him dying puts tons of pressure back on Sunpius.
Sure,
indicative with the smoke, they already anticipate this exact position. Sunpius is going to be forced forward into trying to stop this. You'd think.
It's backside though, right?
Yeah, he has no chance at winning this, so he'll just hope to hang on. A reposition that's going to cost them once the Heaven player dies.
Oof, okay. Yeah, Big 5 straight, 3-player retake. None dead on that retake. And it was actually a good mid-round call to get up into Heaven on that timing. They read the map very well, and yet still, big win.
Nicely done by Hype to get this trade frag in the B site. Other things could have gotten weird. Also, shout out Heroic. That decision to go Heaven into A was excellent.
Yeah, called them out. And they're ready to move fast. I think that's an excellent sign for Heroic. And again, they've got some pre-existing chemistry, of course. LNZ has mentioned making it a a mashup of styles with his old lineup and the new, and then saw it wouldn't ever make sense. You never hear like a great leader say like, yeah, we're just going to do the system we did before with new players.
Right.
It always makes sense to make a mosaic of it.
That's it, dude. Word of the year.
Word of the year. 2025 is the year of mosaics.
You're welcome. Ooh, immense damage.
Oh, it's perfect setup here for
Love
Big,
the
right?
positioning. As long as they hit the shots, right? Flashbang on Hype was pressure. That's fine. Hype loves those kinds of moments. And now with Linus just stuck up here, JDC reveals himself. They thought they were finding good work outside, but in reality, it's all the trap for Big to thrive within. A site though taken. That much for Damn. Sure.
Yeah, they got to go get that back.
Young Star creeping out. Does he split them down the middle?
It's all about good routing.
Yeah,
and he has made some
clean.
Interesting moves. This might be hard to read, right? Oh, literally on the moment, JDC. Perfect timing by him. Amazing start to this game out of Big Clan. And I don't know, man. Even Heroic are starting out with high tempo. They're trying to. It looks like a lot of nades are going in the right place. Not too many huge mistakes, but like all the counter setups plus a retake in there. Like it's just not that many gaps for Big. They actually have so many hype players.
Yeah. Hyped
energy
hype is very good.
It's actually such a far cry from their last lineup in that sense.
Yeah, suddenly like Crimbo's the calmest guy in the room. He's the only quiet one.
He's the last question for me because he, as Effia said, the flagship German player on this roster, and the one that people are worried about leaving the lineup. But you know, we saw moments where his aim is actually just the thing that's the difference maker. For such a smart player to lose duels on aim is very hard to watch, and he can still very much be the player set up to win the start clutches and everything like that, but has to be sharp.
Really keeping that vision open. CT's chuck a smoke of their own into the doorway. JDC, ooh, turns at the wrong time. QB, that's one. The back exposed to main, shooting at nothing. Luckily, Hype to keep it even from the heaven. And Tabson through smoke. Now, this is definitely going to be unexpected. You've got all of Heroic stuck inside this bomb site. LNZ, they might be thinking about a ramp flank, but they're not thinking about Tabson. He drops the ball. What could have been a great moment to keep this flawless CT side going in that state will now have to come off the back of a 2v3 instead. And Hype took a route towards main.
This is kind of interesting.
Why is that?
Because you've got the op line on Squeaky. There's no overextension just yet, but it allows Crimbo to get out of heaven.
Time though, ticks fast. Oh, and LNZ finds two good peeks. Crimbo looking to make him sweat ever so slightly. He's out of there, and Big have bent for the first time in this map of Nuke. It is Heroic on the scoreboard.
Took a couple bullets missed. There was a rough flash into Mini that was supposed to guarantee their opening duel, but they still won it because it got confusing upstairs. And I think it was brought up that QB's playing ramp, but here he's supplanting upper on this round, so not sure if that was just a matter of the starting tactic that they wanted to try to use, but he got caught off guard on Tetris. I don't think Big need to be too upset about that. Tabson obviously is like, okay, I have that every day of the week, so he's not going to feel great, but still a 6-1 start.
Ooh, JDC though, first to die, and then up the ladder goes Tanir. See ya. He gone.
Man, that last kill from Hyped was huge. Like in heaven, he had to worry about someone running out of hut, and you can't see the entrance from the side of default, so he had to take a risk, and it was a really good risk to take. And now again, another opener. Double lower setup, man.
Crimbo, I love that. Just perfect pincer move between the two CTs. Hype's gonna find another op kill. This guy's just collecting heads.
Oh, Tanir made noise.
Yeah. Ooh, and QB's gonna win the duel. So this one unfortunately starts to fall flat from Heroic despite what looked like a good opening bout. Can Young Star shine in the moment? No sir, Hyped has got him locked in, and we're getting the greatest version of Hyped.
Hyped is thinking fast, fluidly. He's not doubting himself at all. He's running into every swing. And we oftentimes see that, but he's a firecracker, man. Sometimes he goes into fights, takes a flick and ends up being too wide of a flick to handle, and the round can be lost on it. But on a day he's feeling it, he can take over totally.
It's one of those things where, like, I'm not bringing it up to put down the player he replaced, but Searson, I think, had a certain explosiveness when players came to him. What Hype brings to this table for Big is just this energy where he will hunt you down.
Yes.
And he will run risks, and it's not like he's waiting for permission all of the time from Tabson.
Another opener.
Just straight back to it. This op is dominating Heroic at the moment, looking for the 8-1 lead, are Big. And every time you get that outer kill, suddenly the guys inside can breathe a little easier. Tabson knows his back is properly covered, top hut controlled. LNZ, couple flashbangs to try to offset these angles. QB falling down with the headshot, doubles up, and then Tanier is about to step forth with an AK picked up from the ground. He scrounged it, but LNZ never threw the flashbangs in. So maybe deciding we can try this over towards ramp instead. If they do that, they'll find Hyped sitting on this angle.
Anywhere and everywhere here, Hyped. Oh,
nice shots.
My God, that bullet right to the dome. Beautiful shot out of Tanier. And that will bring some people downstairs. The commitment isn't quite there just yet. Be careful.
Boys. Tanier picks up that AK from inside of the hut. LNC's now got his hands on an op, but
then you open the door with that, no? We'll see.
Even. Waiting for Crimbo to come in position. Rafters clear.
Oh, yeah.
All's good. All's good.
Wow.
Das good, yeah.
Oh, man. German celebration noises.
Even if the op starts there, we can obviously cover him.
They are flowing.
Yeah, love this. Not looking like the team that got 12-0'd by Wildcard to start their Katowice.
It's a great wake-up call. It is a great wake-up call.
Thank you, Stanislaw, says Tabson.
My goat.
As the fire beneath Big has been clearly lit, and they stoked the flames with an easy victory over Imperial Valkyries yesterday. So they step forth into this matchup and ask, sorry, who do you call the favorites?
Yeah. Hype
Hell of a CT half so far. But it's Big, so they can't get ahead of themselves, and almost a little bit of like...
Oh, look at this. They've already got the ramp rotate. They've got a perfect read of the map.
You like that, Launders? Already supported. Hyped. Back in. Kills Youngstar. Crimbo's dead, though. Hype doesn't give a damn. Right back in with a second peek. If you want to challenge him, he welcomes it. But they will avoid him like the plague.
And this time he locks out downstairs. This. They're coming back to it, but he gets up against the wall. Let's see how he plays this.
Good timing, man.
Shh.
Huh? Who?
Oh, and this kill as well. Oh no, that's a 1 for xCloud. Should be guaranteed.
That at least helps.
Hype goes slightly unnoticed. They drop the bomb down for a second. Heroic like to keep it interesting in moments like this, but it is a lower commitment. They don't have control side, however. That molly's going to go past.
Too fast. Yep. LNC slides up, doesn't actually capitalize. And remember, Sunpius has grabbed the op off Hype. You've put him on his better gun. QB down to 17 health as the double door duel doesn't go the way he wants. Sunpius waiting on the deeper angle. If only the nade gets around the corner, but too shallow of an angle. LNC is going to try to follow this up, and the player holding's the low health of QB. Double up from Heroic in control.
He's kind of an off angle here.
Barrel's going to get spotted first, so QB should be on high alert. JDC's going to have to snap around. He will trade that one at least. 15 to the clock, and Sunpius denied by John.
Just beautiful, man. The setup is just beautiful. Like off angle, playing off each other, reactive, but also proactive at the same time. And yeah, that's how it goes. If you're early enough, the molly goes down to the steps. No one can take control side. You can stand behind the molly and then start to have these advantageous positions pushing down the steps. But instead, JDC's there first. Hype's there first on Turnpike. Tabson's aware of a back mini lurk. Like, they have perfect awareness. I mean, it's the aim is great. The awareness is great.
Ooh, fast play, quick pop, changing the pace up. Will it work? Tabson, QB, 2 kills first. Up from the heaven. Easy.
Here he is again.
4v2 established in the opening 10 seconds. Sunpius on the recovery. There's another player on that smoke. Certainly still room for this round to get weird.
Man, the propensity for Hype to lurk allows him to get into these positions.
Man, he climbs up and Hype keeps his head down, which is perfect right now. He will get found out. JDC, though, comes out better.
Where did he even come from?
He's been sitting behind the vent the whole time.
He was all opposite vent the entire time.
In the smoke for a little while. Sunpius makes a move, and going up top ends up costing Sunpius 10 1 CT side here for Big.
And we always say this. There are close 10-1s. Okay, this is not one of them.
Yeah, good.
This is full control. This is hyped at the call of action exactly when they need them. Every single round are they starting off with a kill or instantly getting refrags on upper, outside, ramp, wherever you need him.
Man, this is one of the most hyped up versions of Big. Gobby's influence can be felt. It lives on in this roster as Big are in the flow state at the moment. JDC challenged outer. He will easily clean up X-Flout. I mean, that is sharp shooting from JDC, who's got a player up top that should catch him off. What kind of reaction you got? Spam down through stairs. Next player's surely got him here. He'll be caught in the reload. LNZ is able to slide out into all of that, but so be it. That one death on JDC is moot. It is an ace demanded of LNZ. 15 health to get the last 3 kills. Hype's on the angle, and he's not missing. Big are not missing. Heroic smothered in the first half of this map. This is the Big you love to see.
Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I don't want anybody else but you. 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 I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you.
"12 rounds of Counter-Strike where Big Clan could do no wrong. It felt like they were untouchable and hyped up by hype. I mean, well, hyped up by hype.
Hyped up by hype, man. What a half. What a performance from every perspective. This is him at his best. This is why he should have been cut from the roster in the first place. Even if he was going to go through a growing period, he could imagine how good he'd be right now if he had played this entire time. This is proving his abilities. And Tabson mentioned it, talking to, I think, Banks on the couches. He's grown as a person, he's matured as a player, and Tabson said, and so have I. And so maybe it's just right time, right place here with this lineup. But everything is looking so smooth.
Better late than never.
Not another one.
Nice to have him back, especially in this form. It's a treat for Big to have this on their roster.
LNZ did not see Crimbo get this close to heaven.
Correct.
And he's actually gone out of heaven. Ooh, are they going to go ramp, really? I feel like they should go back upper with this.
It's a fake. Yeah. They're just trying to sell the audio for anybody in A. Look at that. A doozy. Some trickery here from Big. And now it's all on Sunpius. Clean double kill. Demanded of him, but he's then exposed to the two remaining players here for Big. Crimbo still sits in heaven.
Another fake.
Tanir wrapping around. But JDC could go for the back plant. It would be safe. No one can stop you. Get that post plant established. Crimbo's still worried about the ladder. Now thinking of both directions. Spots the legs. Linus connects to the head. Tanir back out from the doorway. JDC into the clutch. This is where he can thrive. And just like Hyped, he's been great so far on Nuke. But they're on top of that bomb with no kit at the moment, so he's going to have to get out there. He has to run this down. Needs to peek. And that is where Tanir will find him. Heroic to double their rounds with a pistol win.
Yeah, actually, the plant in that, I guess the plant in that spot is very safe to anyone walking out of hut. But for Crimbo up in heaven, that would have been one of the hardest places to defend from. Either way, these two kills from Sunpius are everything.
Yeah, that turns it back around.
Also, Crimbo up in heaven, he's holding for LNZ, but smartly LNZ does not come up the ladder. Safer route, better fight, and it only takes 1 or 2 missed shots for Heroic to keep this game alive.
You said it to me before that pistol started and we were off air. You said, Connor, this is not the kind of game where Big win the second pistol.
Yeah. I feel like Heroic really stuck to their guns throughout that half, even when things consistently went wrong. And they pushed Big for sure, but it's just unbelievable how much control Big had in all those chaotic situations. xCloud freaking out. Those silence them 4 bullets. They come at a cost.
Gets onto the staircase, though. It's one of those ones where, like, he wants to reload, but at a moment's notice, 4 Tech 9s could fly down on you. So he will reload. Whoa, unnecessary jump there, bud. Settle down, bucko.
All right, Tanir, man.
Easy. Second one, not so much. QB's Tech 9 finds the response back.
Oh, now they know there's 2 downstairs. Oh, but still coming.
All's good. LNZ locks this one in. You've got the bomb here upstairs still. What's the plan, Big? What's the recovery in a 2 versus 4? If you can just get the best of this backside player, then bomb goes down and that's money made.
Starts really thinking about it being hot, but not checking on this. Oh my goodness.
Hyped, able to connect it. Runs on over. Got to be cautious of vent. You know there's players downstairs. He's going to try to take a post plant up in main. Bomb planted forward for main.
It's kind of a cool move from Hyped. He can actually wrap heaven if QB takes his time, but really going slow with it.
Ooh, he's got to be careful with the running.
A fast step outside is crazy.
He runs the risk of it. We'll see if QB can serve up enough of a distraction. xCloud's already out on the rafters. There are backs turned. Slowly, Hype is getting into position. Oh, they turn to check it still. He strikes out from hut, goes down QB. Frag for the diffuser. Oh, 7 health, but it's a long diffuse. All he's got to do is run him down. Not today. Hype from heaven delivers.
Oh my God, it's Hype taking a fast step outside, but after that, they just believed there's going to be one fake tap when they don't see anybody in that 2-on-3, and they are right about it. The perfect risk to take in that post plant.
My man,
after losing the pistol.
He is in the flow state.
Seriously.
And scrappy fight here versus LNZ. Oh. Love that. Ooh, unless you're xCloud.
Yeah.
I heard myself. Damn.
Dude, that's a lot of X Factor, Big.
Damn right, Hype's the round 15 impact player. 320 damage. 1v3. Took his sweet time with that flank. And it's sick, too, because he planted for himself.
This is becoming Hype's best game in a big jersey.
perfect time to deliver. What is the limit? I mean, we are playing 15 rounds of Counter-Strike, and he could be finishing on 28 kills. Insane output from the German Opper. And it doesn't look like there's anything Heroic can do about this. Not at all. Map pick of Heroic. And suddenly, oh, Tanir, you got an opponent behind you. Can they really try this? They have to. Lobby wraparound. Tanir with the 5-7s getting the job done. Sunpius is not going to be shy about the approach, but QB's going to put him down. Tanir would need the ace just to keep them in this. Really can't be overstated how great Big have been, how aggressive they've been, and convincing in their moments. Tanir, hell of an attempt. Gotta give it to him, and hopefully for Heroic, a sign of what he can offer us on Ancient. Nuke was never Heroic's. Not at the start, middle, nor finish. Easy as they go. Big own on Nuke.
Sons of Gaben. I am Chad Birchall.
Chad Birchall is 30k elo.
Yes, I've heard. Frags by the hundreds, and if he were here, he'd consume these cunts with mollies from spawn and spray downs from his ass. I am Chad Birchall, and I see a whole squad of my countrymen here, in defiance. You've come to frag as legit men, and free men you are. Will you let these cheaters take that from you, or will you frag?
Frag? Against that? How?
No, we will surrender and go next.
Aye, stay and you may tilt. Give up and re-queue in a while. Dying to the next cheaters a few games from now, would you be willing to trade all those rounds, from this game to that, for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell these cheating fucks that they may take our reload, but they'll never take our freedom?
Yeah! Let's go!
Yeah, go next.
Well, according to us here, Heroic were the favorites, but as Kassad said, hey, it depends on the day, on any given Sunday, and Big said, not today. They made sauerkraut out of Heroic, and I was definitely taken aback by the might in which they started this map, specifically the Nuke that Heroic had been showing good things on, I want to say, but that CT side was near perfect.
Yeah, I mean, at paper, no doubt that Heroic so far during this tournament and during the season in 25 have looked like the better team. No doubt that when you then came into this game and you saw what transpired on Nuke, that Big were miles ahead. And there was one question mark. You know, we raised the question of Hype coming into this game. He was the one, I guess, unknown factor. Maybe he could elevate Big a little bit. I thought to myself, maybe he can make the game competitive for Big, let alone the fact that he went in here and just straight up owned every single player for Heroic. That was a massive performance from Hyped, a massive performance from Big, and yeah, it was never close, never nice. There was never any nerve to the game.
So it's just one-way traffic, the way I see it, you know, and I don't think... I mean, obviously, Big played well. We're gonna, you know, they had the perfect reads outside. Everybody was individually on the right spot. You know, the nice shots from Hype to left and right. But I do have to say that I put a little bit of a blame on Heroic's leadership in this map, because they seem to be very outside oriented throughout the whole half. There was no plan B, there was no reactions. The first reactions that I saw was on round 10 when they tried to go ramp, and that was kind of expected at that moment, and Big was already with 2 players there. For me, I mean, we praise Saw, yes we do, because we respect all of his accomplishments and what he did with different lineups, but sometimes we have to critique him as well, because I think that in a 1-4, 1-5, you go for a timeout, you see what's going on. Okay, they keep stacking outside, they keep playing outside aggressively, they use a lot of utility early on. We have to change to plan B. Some sort of event dive, upper execute, fake outside, whatever it is that you have in your arsenal, you use it to kind of disturb their game plan and make them think if you're going to go left or right or somewhere else. They keep going outside, they keep getting slaughtered. And right now, I can't really blame the heroic players, I blame the leadership for this kind of a defeat on their own map pick, but the game is not over. I think they're going to reset. Obviously, Ancient coming up is not going to be the most pleasant for them. Big is in the driver's seat right now, and they don't look to stop.
Yeah, we actually have dynamic duos standing by from Big. Well, standing by, they did it earlier, and they're going to talk us through Ancient.
Back in the Mouse days, I was the A anchor, but I transitioned in 0-0 Nation to the mid player, the fighter. We had a bad period on Ancient where we kind of lost like 1 or 2 games. We thought maybe a switch of positions could fix that. After it didn't, we switched back again, and now I think we're the best team on the world on that map, so it worked out.
Biggest challenges?
Yes, I don't feel like there is any. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. I don't think there are that many for us at the moment. I mean, I can say biggest challenges is if you play around where you leave A open potentially, they get out A and you are not there and you have to kind of retake. That's very tough.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
A execute is like really strong strategy. Teams mostly focus on mid and there's most of the time only one on A. I think it's most important that either me or him has the gap towards window. In Donut, for example, and it's like kind of jiggling, has the information. I think that's what one key part. The other part is kind of understanding if like what's happening around, if they will come A, if I will gonna fight all in, is he gonna help me, where am I gonna play, maybe we fight even together or something.
Just being synchronized, but we have a very good non-communication. Like we flow very well and we adapt to each other pretty good, so.
Yeah. As an A-side player, you need to know the elbow smoke in mid, because you or the AWP are most of the time the guy who's gonna smoke it. I think there's not so much utility you need to know like as lineup kind of thing, but you have to learn it probably from all 5 spawns. The elbow smoke.
Sometimes can be a challenge. You have to learn that.
It can be a challenge sometimes. Most of the teams, they peek out of A main, they don't see anyone big box, they're never checking top right. Like even if they do it, I think it's such a cool position where you can move yourself so fast. Even if they want to peek me, I have a really good chance that I will kill him anyways.
I think very important angles for me is playing in window, like on the left side, and right eye peeking from there is very strong. The one you have to master, which I don't like actually, is the in front of Donut towards mid. You're aiming down middle from Donut angle and people are swinging at you. I think it's a tough angle to play. I don't play it much because I think it's a disadvantage, but you need to master that angle if you want to be really, really good.
I had one scenario like a few days ago, but I just told him.
Yeah.
But it's not like something special. I mean, we both have the ambition to win.
Yeah.
And if there is something that we can do better, I don't think any one of us would be mad on each other that the other one criticize it. I liked how Na'Vi approaches Ancient and generally. They always have an idea and they always have plans even if they kind of miss out on the first contact on A. Every team right now plays also kind of similar. There's not so much variations right now, so it's hard to pick one who is like doing something extra right now.
Well, it will be up to Heroic to do something extra and show that maybe they have something up their sleeves. Did we hear it correctly? Did JDC say that they're the best Ancient team in the world? Or was he joking?
That's what I heard. I don't know if he meant it. I don't know if I misheard it.
His tone was a bit jokey.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
what do you think?
They are good on Ancient. I think it's one of those maps that if you look through the track record of Big as well, it's a staple for them. I think it's a map that plays into their strengths as well. We always praise Big for being well orchestrated, well organized, and I think you can do a lot of different set executes from the T side, etc., etc. Are they the best team in the world on Ancient? Nope. Are they a good team on Ancient, and can they win this series 2-0 with the way they played so far? Sure.
That's a big difference. Best and good, there's a C between that, Pimp.
There's also
can
a great.
you narrow it down?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
I think.
No.
I think Heroic are in for a tough one. I think Big are comfortable in their own Ancient. Are they the best? No.
I don't know what was he smoking to say that before the actual interview, but they're definitely not the best.
We'll ask him later.
Right? There must be something really good. But the thing is, like, are they good enough to beat Heroic? Obviously, today, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think Heroic is in a good spot right now, especially on a map like Ancient. There have been some role swaps as well on Big, like we saw, and then they talked about the middle and A. It's not like as they say as it is, but I think they are generally on point, and also the fact that the new player QB is changing his positions. He's playing towards B, and he's a B anchor. Can be a little bit tough, but overall they seem confident, especially now that we look at them, because they're sitting like kind of across from us. They seem to be very happy, in a good spirits, and the body language shows that they are ready to take this 2-0. But there is another team that's kind of have something to say as well.
Yeah.
I just want to give the viewers a quick thing to look out for before we head into the game as well. Sunpei is obviously a player that we constantly mention for Heroic. He's been described as a player that sometimes lacks a bit of initiative, and he cannot lack that on a map like Ancient. We need to see him go out there, especially on the CT side, to be all over the map, play a little bit in Cave, play a little bit in Donut, try to disrupt the way the Big want to play. As we said, the Big strength is when they are allowed map space and then go into an execute. There's not a lot of teams who does it better or more strategically, sound than Big does. So you need to disrupt them before they get to that point, and Sunpayers is going to be vital playing that role.
Yeah, they have to do something. I like that. You're giving us a specific directive to look at Ancient through, and we'll see that map right after this.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate. Nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away.
Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
How are things going, Mr. Saranthus?
Things could be better, Hugo. Things could be a whole lot better.
I sure hope it's nothing serious.
No, nothing serious. Just a little problem with the old keyboard upstairs. Nothing that I can't handle though, Hugo. Thanks for asking.
Snaptap. Can't live with it? Can't live without it.
Words of wisdom, Hugo. Words of wisdom. I didn't enable it. God damn it. I didn't. I wouldn't use it on official servers. I wouldn't risk my face-it ranking. I'd do anything for Elo, Hugo. Any fucking thing for it. That damn bitch. As long as I live, she'll never let me forget what happened. I did use it once, okay? It was an accident. Completely unintentional. It could have happened to anybody. And it was on the day of the Valve ruling. This little fucker was taunting me, making fun of my entries. All I tried to do was help the team. A momentary loss of muscular coordination. I mean, just a little help from the keyboard, Hughes. Just a little help.
Trace! Trace! Thank God you're here. Tessus used SnapTap at Pro League. ESL overturned their map win.
Tessus used SnapTap at ESL Pro League? The fuck was he thinking?
Actually, I'm very impressed by him. I think, I was capable, I was believing he's very good, but he surprised me positively in many aspects. His strongest attribute right now is probably his individual form. I mean, he showed a great showing in Blast, he played very well, he's hitting insane.
Doesn't care if he's overrated, underrated, or what people think about him. He just wants to show that he's capable of it, because I mean, we can talk a lot, but in the end everyone has to show that he's worth it, and he really believes in it.
Welcome back to map 2, big and heroic, and gotta praise it, a lot of great content in this in-between period.
Here's Johnny.
Yeah, well, not just Stunna, who deserves an Oscar, and Hugo, give him one too. But I'm talking about this content coming out of big, right? Like, I would love to know if the interviews were before they got smoked by Wildcard 12-0 when they say that they're the best ancient team in the world. But I just like the dynamic that they were able to discuss between one another when it comes to this Crimbo and JDC combo on the CT side. I think, okay, best team in the world? Probably not. You got to believe it to make it happen, and that's what they said about Hype, that his best attribute at the moment is individual form. And that interview is so well placed because we are coming off of the back of a what impact rating?
I think it was a 3 point. The number was so high, I've never seen it before.
Never seen numbers that big.
I am going to pull that up right now.
The biggest numbers. 3.11?
3.16 rating, impact rating, and a 2.59 rating. Almost 140 ADR on that map. You saw the impact every round. At the beginning of the rounds, at the end of the rounds, all with the op. Unbelievable.
Let's see if he can do it twice. It's to the T side that Big begin the map 2 endeavor. And LNZ, free haircut for QB. But it's all good. It's all about wrapping around into the A site as well. So Youngstar concerned about the mid split. It ain't coming, Chief. That is a 4v5 post plant for Big to hang on to. CTs with a kit. Could be critical here. So LNZ will be tasked with the defuse. We've got X-Floud with a smoke grenade that could block off something, but the reality is these positions are still inside of the site. And another smoke to come down on Donut right now here from Tabson. Get that in. And as that goes down, now they're desperate. No frag grenade to pop it open. They're going to try to flash. Their best bet to get out. Right into Hype they'll go. Third CT in sight, destroyed. As Hyped just nails the triple kill.
He can do it again.
Two more players up inside Temple. Tanir gunned down. It's a quad from Hyped in map 2.
Oh my God, no way. Back to back. I can totally see him pulling that momentum out. That's unreal, bro. Those numbers, saying it felt like the best game in a big jersey. By the numbers, it absolutely was. Visually, statistically, incredible. And now, another 4 kills on the pistol. He's set up as a star in this position. They re-smoke Donut, and they know that everyone has to come through, and they can play A main, they can play Tuck Temple, but they use him just as the extra piece because they know he's going to get at least 2. And he comes up with all 4.
Above and beyond, and fully invested here is Heroic. Tanir not going to shy away from letting him know what's coming. QB can't hold that back. JDC double kill out mid. Nice scout shot and damage from Sunpius.
That was a collab.
With the headshot on Crimbo.
X-Floud down low. 14 health for him. And now the round is a live wire here, but P-bars are just not a great place. Hype cuts him off at the pass. Is that just another 2? Yes, for Hype. 6-0 start. Unreal.
100% multi-frag success rate at the moment for Hyped here on Ancient. That is 2 for 2.
Always wondered what Donk would look like with an op.
God damn. 5-7, couple deagles. Heroic freed up for a little bit of a purchase, but that A site's got its targets set on it again. Youngstar, down for the count. That's the 5-7 to hit the floor. Now Hype's freed up to go farming. Mac 10 in hand. He will get bested. That's fine. Fine by Big's standards. 3-0 start. Tanir showing promise, I think. A couple nice ones. We saw that very valiant effort to finish off Nuke, the 4K 5-7 from heaven that was really just the most desperate state Heroic were in to try and extend play on Nuke.
He's got some aura right now. Like when he's flying out of heaven, I was like, he might hit that shot.
Yeah, I thought while falling to the ground, he might still hit it.
Yeah. So, but man, today feels like it's all about Big. It's the most fun version of Big. The Opera star player potential of Hyped is there. This lineup is definitely calling better than they ever have. And the X factor is something Big we're always missing. We're going to find out in the coming days if they've solved that puzzle.
Out goes the Donut and CT lane
Another
smoke.
Perfect call, vacant, A site entirely. Game plan not there.
And it's Sunpius' op, so I mean, spamming through the smoke made difficult. Incendiary onto the planter, but he's going to get out in time. JDC puts it down with 40 health still to try to work this 5v5.
No temple control here, no Donut, so the CTs definitely want to get involved in this.
Yeesh, another smoke. They'll smoke off A main. That's going to take one player out of the equation for Big's post plant, but you've got JDC boosted green.
One kid on Tanir.
LNZ, there goes the flash to send in Youngstar. Back turn to him. Crimbo dead with nothing. Hyped able to respond with the op from box. LNZ, oh, there's pressure on the diffuser. Someone's got to kill X-Cloud. They will. They cause a little franticness to come out from Big, but still within it, they'll thrive.
So ready to attack. Oh my God. Look at that energy, man. They are crushing today.
This is a Big, oh, yeah.
Windshield wipers.
Yeah, dude. Casters know that all too well. Monitors covered in spittle. And Heroic riddled with bullets in this retake attempt. I mean,
I said it last week, man.
Yeah?
This is the best Big. This is the best Big that we've seen. Right off the debut, you could tell. And the crazy part is last week it was because of QB.
Yeah, right.
Now he's just like a good player on the team.
Just a guy.
Yeah, and he still is going to show us some great rounds as well. When's this going to end? The spotlight was literally taken off Heroic and put onto Big within one map.
Riding high with that momentum. 4-round T-side start. This is the very same T-side that was completely stopped by Wildcard 12-0 only 2 days ago. And you're going to have JDC fighting for middle. Both halves all have long. There was a point where his ancient stats... Oh, Tapson, you are just... You're disgusting in all the right ways.
Yeah.
When JDC first joined Ancient, joined Big and established himself on this roster, if you were to filter his map stats, Ancient was like 0.20 rating higher than any other one of his maps. And it's one of these funny things where he just loves it. He thrives within this environment. He's got a position that he loves to play. That's mid on both ends. We've seen him be more kind of cave-centric at times, but now he's really freed up into this new meta of running out Red Room as a duo.
You can argue it's the most important map to be good at because it's the most highly played map in Tier 1.
He'll be a critical piece of it moving forward. There goes that one M4. If anything was to happen, it should have been Youngstar. Now he's dead.
Big can say they're the best team in the world on Ancient in practice. But the resume isn't there yet. And
true.
So they just have not taken out like any of the elite teams. Besides G2. I guess they have Complexity and G2 are the two best teams by pretty wide margin here in terms of their wins so far. And they've even lost to teams such as Arrow.
Who?
And 12-0'd in the first half of the game versus Wildcard. So they might be building in the right direction, and they're definitely one of the best teams for sure. But matches like this will help prove that further for everybody.
It's just awesome that we can talk about a Big in 2025 right now, like you said. QB last week, hyped at the moment. JDC on Ancient. Tabson's calling has been very clean in this series, specifically so far.
And the op diff is insane.
Jumping through that Molotov goes Youngstar dead. This is a gun round coming out for Heroic. Oh, backs turned all too easy for this duo that is QB. right there to assist with a double kill to his name this round into the A play. They'll go. Tanir, though, if anybody's going to stop a big playing this well, it could be him. And I love the position. He's gone unnoticed. Back turn. Now he's spotted another dink. You see it? You can see it.
Yeah, so he did most of the damage right there.
But just too much asked of him, and another 6-0 start for Big. Same as back on Nuke. They have started both maps by hitting the ground running.
Man. Like it's plays like this that are going to make Big the best team. We see everyone struggle in this position. It'll also be on Heroic to be able to counter that properly. But as Crimbo said in that pregame content, there isn't a lot of variety in terms of the way people are playing Ancient, and we have been noticing so many of these mid duels going down similarly. But right now, Heroic have tried that mid play once. It didn't work. And if they don't try it again, how are they going to win this map without mid control? We see, look at this. They've vacated mid entirely. It is an eco round or a force down, but...
There we go. There's something to stand on with that 5-7 frag. More pressure for tabseN. He's covered off by QB.
Covering each other perfectly.
Great team play. Making sure that things don't get too far gone with a clean 5-7 headshot. Tanir kicked off that aggressive stance into Big to try to deny the 7-0. Thomas on this back line. Youngstar, other half of the map. But the Thomas is going to hold that line for the time being, and tabseN's already almost dead. I like the reposition here from xFloud.
It's expensive, though.
Yeah, and he also gets caught out by this corner from Crimbo.
1 tick of damage? I wonder if he's there. 3 ticks?
Hey, I think I hear something. But obviously in a desperate state, and I would say a desperate state established not only by this now 7-round streak, but you're coming off of the back of Nuke, where your hands probably felt cuffed the whole time as you're just taking gut punch after gut punch.
Yeah. Yeah, there was no recourse at all.
No, this is
I think we just need to change this into Cologne really quick.
Oh, okay,
Let's
yeah,
just
sure.
Start up Cologne from here. It's just the stage 1.
Right. Quick, everybody get on the plane.
This might be a tournament where Big can crack playoffs like they can at tournaments, but then one that they could actually make a deep run in the playoffs if they really keep on this form. That's, I mean...
Terrorists win. Oops.
Maybe not, maybe not. Mistakes like that, man. Can't do that.
Yeah? What are you going to do about it? Huh? You're going to tell tabseN he can't do what he wants right now? Did you not see what he just... Did you not see the way he looked at them?
Yeah, true. He's got the iron whip. Couldn't really make iron into a whip, though, would you?
I mean, somebody out there probably can.
Yeah.
Just be very difficult to actually whip.
It would hurt. So this is just like Nuke, except a worse map for Heroic.
Yeah. And I think if there was an asterisk, it's just because of that really embarrassing wildcard half. But, you know, we're not there anymore.
They went with the fight? Yeah, of course, brother. It's only been 2 buy runs so far, boys. So don't overthink it. We can easily win
take
this.
it easy. Oh, good.
But exactly like yesterday, we can come back. And this time when we come back, we will win.
I think the 2 buy rounds thing is a really important comp, because you look at a scoreline like this and you go, yeah, like, where we just can't stop losing. But as an IGL, you're like, I've only called 2 real rounds for us to just both didn't work out. And the flash helps, the nade helps, soften up Hype, but look, they're running in.
Ace man, JDC in with an opening kill, great trade potential. So tabseN to get the second B defender down, plant that bomb before rotates come over, but they're not far off. Hype has allowed that cross back. There's quite a low amount of HP here for the Opper. xFloud just eats that nade though, dropped to 22, so tabseN cleans him up. Now man advantage for Big in the post plant, and still Heroic will take their chances. You've got to, at this point. Your gun rounds far and few between. This third one goes as poorly as the last. There was an attempt to hold this site. Sampaya's still flirting with it, but then he just gives up the op for the 8-round streak.
You can tell they don't actually believe you can see xFloud's frustrations. He was running through that molly in the previous round. This round, he's swinging into 2 nades and then continuously trying to fight. They are extremely desperate. Like, LMZ does his best to get 2 kills to stop these entries, but the first one from JDC is everything. That's what already puts him on the back foot, allows the scaling to get out of hand, and kill at the end's a nice parting gift, but that's all they'll grab. Bai comes back. Senpai's on the op again. It's definitely a round they could have saved it. But he said he's got the money. Mid control. Again, you cannot play mid, but what are your odds if you don't? That's been the big question. That's what the tier 1 teams, they're not letting go of it, no matter how ugly it gets. So let's see if big control is why that is.
We're gonna get a new look. Something different here in round 9. A lot of mid presence by Big. This 2-player ace setup on the back wall. Yeah, they're gonna go red room. They're gonna try to test this. Heroic not only having to hang on for dear life, but adapt.
Big sometimes do this and like really actually struggle to turn this into the A split. That smoke, if they take too much time, it ends up coming up. It can also be naded open. The Big turning back to Donut. Oh, Senpai's goes down. He was going to be watching Donut.
Uh-oh. Youngstar, critical that he wins that kill and only loses a quarter health. He'll take over control inside A main. They know they've got Donut in their back pocket. Wide swing from tabseN, one and done. Youngstar comes back, won't be able to hold it. And now Tanir off from the CT lane. It's 2v2. And because of Tanir, there is still this chance. But LNZ needs to get into the action, and he's got to do it fast. But he's also got to do this quietly. Coverage offered to QB. Hyped reacts. Down goes LNZ. Tanir, it's all you. It's all you right here. Right here, right now. As he tries to pressure with a bomb tap, Hype faces. And Hype's going to survive that first spray. Pistol chase is on. And he's running for the hills. It's desperation. No. Big. It's brutality.
He actually got away. He read the perfect time. It's the conviction that Hype has been moving with. And the spray had to be perfect. And Hype even lives. It literally comes down to that USP bullet. Just one. Any jiggle, any change of heart, and he dies.
tabseN. That's the opening shot. I mean, you see that from tabseN's POV. Let me just remind everybody.
Yeah.
Senpai's is scoped in with an op on that angle.
Yes, it was actually a solid setup for the A split that was coming in. And that was even before they threw the mid smoke. So I think Heroic are saying here, okay, if they take mid control for free, they're going to likely go into the A split. They see the smoke come down. They're smiling. Senpai's is like, perfect. I've got Youngstar watching A main. I'm going to be holding Donut. And then, boom, plan gets totally ruined with the first bullet. 9-0?
9-0.
Oh my God. Nuke was 5 minutes ago, and Nuke was 5 minutes.
I mean, this is just, I'm in shock. I'm in awe. And I'm loving it.
I'm happy. Seeing Big play this well is pretty amazing.
A main aggression here. Heroic trying to change it up. Just do something, right? Keep wiggling. Squirm your way out of this streak of big rounds. But Crimbo, now it's his chance to try to thrive. QB, again on lane, has been such a nuisance. And this angle from Crimbo.
What is that?
He just waits for it. On shot. Big can do no wrong.
No way.
2 maps of this now.
It was 11-1 on Nuke to kick it off. This is like the most dominant game Big have ever played. I've never seen numbers that Hype put up on map 1.
I'm sorry.
He's 12-4 again.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Heroic have to be the victims of this.
They were literally written in as the favorites in this matchup.
Yep. Pimp and Katowice.
I was with that, honestly.
They said we have to use our eyes. And that's why it's so hard to believe what I'm seeing. Crimbo back in with another 5v4. Heroic forced to fight this, but it feels like it just can't be stopped. Big are doing what they want, when they want, where they want, and still Tanir trying his absolute damnedest to pick up his team by their bootstraps and to keep it competitive. Hyped, just right back at it. Throw in the towel.
Wait, they haven't lost. It's even better than Nuke. How is that possible?
Throw in the towel, man. 11-0. He's on the, I feel like he's on the brink of tears. He can't believe it. Have you ever?
Can you please smoke elbow this turn?
Please, I think maybe we can win one.
To flash and swing and start mid.
Meanwhile, tabseN's just
it's only
red in the face.
4 rifle rounds now.
Guys, like yesterday, we can make the comeback happen. If you just believe.
Oh my god. You gotta say something.
Please. One round at best for Heroic. What a treat it is to see Big play like this. Wide-eyed opposition. Heroic don't know what just hit them. Is it the 12-0? Hype's gonna jump on the next shot he gets.
Oh, they flush him too, but that would have been hard to see.
Third player falls back, and if he falls back behind the smoke here, Sunpius isn't holding on to any actual real estate.
CTs are kind of confused about what's happening here somehow. They're putting himself into a spot to retake, but they don't really have the resources to do it. So an early first kill at least. JDC, will he watch it? Yes, he will. Wow, to the dome.
Double headshot from JDC for... Oh!
Into the wall. 12-0 oncoming.
John dominates Cave. And Hyped able to help him out. Young Star, hate to be you. 1v3 attempt. Valiant as he wants. This is a big I could watch all day. But with 12-0, the runway short as ever.
Defuse! Bomba!
Defuse them!
Down! Temple! Temple!
Nein!
Ja, Arsch, Alter!
Big Box! AWP Big Box! AWP Big Box! AWP Big Box!
Green, hey! Sehr gut, Leute, Mann.
Green, auf geht's. Schön, Boys.
I don't know what that was, but I'll take more of that. More of that all day long.
Don't even need a translation. I don't even need it. That's
48 hours of Berlin International Gaming from getting 12-0'd after the CT side of Wildcard on Ancient to posting a 12-0 on the T side of Ancient. They have broken through.
The key is Berlin Gaming.
Yes.
That's what it is now. This team, it might be the right lineup.
Let's see if they can close this with the 13-0. The swagger is clearly theirs already. Doors being held back. QB, 99 damage. 99 damage.
Still standing.
Hype moves over. 13-0 on the cards for Big, but Heroic looking to fight back. Nicely done from Youngstar. Hangs on. Oh, beauty of a Glock buff. 4 frags on the deep peaks. And Youngstar slays them where they stand.
Okay, hell yeah. Respect. They staved off the egg. Switch to the new page.
All right, what do we do once we win one round?
Into the prep now. The comeback has begun. Linus said, see, guys, I promised you.
They get their one. I'm of two minds. You know, Hyped is coming off of a 2.59 rating back on Nuke. And God knows whatever his rating is now, at this moment, sitting 18-6 after second pistol. I kind of want him to keep playing more so he can get more frags, but I also just want this to end so we can see what he finishes with.
I know. Those numbers, they're going to be, I mean, in terms of, let's say, German players and their maps in history, it's going to be up there. There might be, honestly, nearing some record. The impact rating, I don't even know, like, that's above and beyond even like top level donk impact rating maps that we saw on Nuke. And again, it wasn't the eco kills. It was opening kills, off kills, rifle rounds, everything.
And versus a Heroic that aren't just some
look at the stacks.
Set of chumps. What, this 5 USP round?
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't work at all, obviously.
Wonders, this would never work. Right?
Yeah. All good. WW.
Let's do an A-rush.
Man said it.
Man.
Got to be careful, though. There's some trimmings on this round. This isn't big, full investing.
More Academy. Yeah, that's true.
So what are
they
they
try
up
to do
to?
something fast.
What are they up to?
We saw the stack. Let's see if Big want to try to... They're going to start off with some utility and spread out. As a vacant A site, LNZ, clean call.
A-rush, he says. Oh. Who threw that? Already taking total B control. They're going to try to swarm. I mean, the thing is, you'll find the site for free.
But they don't have Temple.
Beyond that,
they don't have Donut.
Serve up an issue, but Crimbo dying. That's the first player in Temple dead. Still, all 4 avenues of a retake held on to. Because they still kept half their money, I mean, no real need to save, you'd think.
They're just trying to, like you said, they're just trying to predict where the exits are going to be. And how'd that flash not do anything? What? That's kind of surprising. Smartly, they stay in there, exit the other way.
Yeah, that'll flush them over towards QB instead. Spawn very open, vacant space. And that bomb radius is big. All this damage might... Yeah, this could get costly. Oh,
so
no!
expensive.
X-Cloud 11 health plus the free AK. And he lived for the record.
Wow. Okay.
One player on Heroic stands after those exits.
They're just on their heels every step of the way. Doesn't even matter how unwinnable the position is. It is a good call here to take the A site, but they just had to run away from MP9s and still lost 4 players. All these AKs down. They're lucky to be on T side, man. They're really getting terrorized right now.
Tapson hangs on to the Galil. We've got Hype back in on the op. First gun round here for Big. Will they close here and now?
And so this round, we don't start off with the mid control in response from Big. So nice win for Heroic as they start to lean quickly into the B site setup, but we already see 3 CTs here waiting. But with no fake coming in on the A site, like this could just be a free kill.
Oh, 2 kills. Hype's going to get caught, drawn forward by the ramp play. So
all
it's
3 down.
A good attack from Heroic. It targets the right side. even with the bodies in position, it's just two players empty-handed. That's not what we had seen from Big throughout the first half.
Yeah. I mean,
everybody was always getting one.
I think this is already around. Big, like, this is a great call from Heroic, followed up with a really nice, punch, but at the same time, Big had the Opera in place for the exec on the timing. They had two other players there that could have gotten kills in good positions. So I don't think if you're Big, you're like, oh no. Like, so far, they made every round a little bit scary. Still, Heroic survive. I can't remember a single, like, Sunpia's op kill in this series so far. It's just been hyped. Crushing every single... I can remember a single Sunpia's op kill.
I remember Sunpia's holding an op and Tabson blowing his brains out.
Yeah.
I remember Sunpia's scoped on Tabson's peak.
Yeah.
But no, Mohan, I don't think I do remember Sunpia's collecting many op kills.
I'd have to see it again, yeah.
It's 4 rounds straight out of Heroic. First timeout used by Big. And it's one where the money's not that bad. You've got 6.6 on Tabson, so surely they're just going to see what they can...
At the end of the day, 1 or 2 MP9s is just not even a big deal.
He goes op. He prioritizes op for hyped.
Yeah, so QB's anchoring B. The MP9 can be obviously great for pushing elbow if someone tries to fight for it. Last round we saw that from Heroic. This time, let's see if Big want to try to fight them there, or if they want to read where they're going to go, because they actually did read where they wanted to go after they took mid control, just like Heroic tried to do to them.
Here we go. Good boost. JDC posted for this. Oh, it's a slaughter out elbow.
Instantly.
Now here's the answer back from Youngstar. No, he's not able to double down. JDC bested with the second volley of attack out from elbow, but still defenders close enough to just collapse in on this. Tanir thinking he could get sneaky. It is already close proximity on Donut. And so Sunpias, it's a 1v3 between him and Big, making it stage 2 of Katowice. Not just earned, but dominated. 2 total blowouts and a phenomenal 12-0 on a map where they were certainly caught off by how Wildcard made them feel foolish. But to bounce back 48 hours later with a 12-0 T-side, that is a Big that looks good enough to compete as they move forward in Kato.
This is amazing to watch. Like, I hope everyone was here, anyone who was a fan of Big over the years, to be able to see this lineup play at this level with the dominant score lines, the scoreboard, the X factor, the teamwork, and even Tabson's aim as an individual. It just feels like this is a brand new team. We're going to throw this one down to Shocks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, me I've been living in Berlin for 10 years now, so this is very important to me as well. I'm the closest on this couch to someone that could be called, a German native, right? In that regard, so we're really happy. I think either way, that Big was able to be, I want to say, so convincing, because you don't want them to limp into the next stage. This is what you want to see.
Are you a fan of G2 or Big? I'm confused now.
Whoever does the best.
Okay. I understand.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was a stomp. Sometimes you're the bug and sometimes you're the windshield.
True.
Right now we saw who is who in this game, and Tabson is going to join us together with Krimbo.
Next to Cassandra,
anywhere you want.
Okay, I see.
Okay. Sit with us. Let's have a conversation about what just happened. If you know yourself.
Yeah, of course I know myself.
Krimbo is there. Hello, congratulations.
Boss. How's it going? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tell us, what the hell happened?
I don't know. I don't remember when we won a 2-0 so convincingly, to be honest, especially in a qualification game. Yeah. I feel like we always played dramas, overtimes. We probably would have lost the second map 13-1 and then win on the third map. Last year it was like this. We played, I think we played Heroic last year, and it was we threw second map and then we lost on the third map and then we didn't qualify. Always shit like this is happening, so kind of cool.
Question now. First of all, the Nuke pick from Heroic, did you expect that or was it like a surprise for you? Because you seemed prepared.
No, we were not prepared for them especially, but we were kind of prepared for ourselves. I had in mind that they might pick Nuke. They always pick kind of the weakest map from the enemy. But we expected Mirage, to be honest. So we were still kind of oh shit, they picked Nuke. Okay, just prepare ourselves. What do we have? We were very ready for them, and we were also ready in our head, in our play style. Everything just worked out. We hit very good individual shots, and that's how it looks sometimes.
Yeah.
It shows. Sorry, Shucks. It shows that like on the second map you picked Ancient yourself after the defeat against Wildcard, and that devastating defeat that it was, and
What
you
do you
still
mean?
like kept. You know, I mean, we all watched it. But the thing is, like, you kept your composure. You picked Ancient again, 12-0 this time for you. You remember that one? Okay.
I remember that one.
Okay, and then tell us more about those things.
To be fair, against Wildcard, we were not really ourselves. We just tried to play a lot of, like, against them. We didn't play our strength at all. And then after we watched it, like, it was pretty clear. I immediately said, hey, guys, it's okay, we lost the game. We were not ourselves. Let's look back at our 2 previous games against SAW, against G2, how we performed. And this is what we did. We played against Imperial Female, also very good, solid Counter-Strike. I also told ourselves that doesn't matter against who we would have played in this time, we would have crushed everyone on Ancient especially. We were ready, we had our answers, everything felt smooth, everyone's like talking to each other very well in a nice manners, very good vibes, and again, like yesterday, we played individually wise very good.
It looks smooth, yeah.
Let me ask you about that, because we saw a content piece that was Crimbo and JDC in Dynamic Duos about Ancient, and JDC said, we're the best Ancient team in the world. So we were a little bit puzzled, because there's of course a lot of teams that are really good in Ancient, but do you share that, and why is that?
I share that, but yeah, I mean, talking is always, but you have to show it.
Talk is cheap, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, we beat G2 convincingly on that map, but there are still teams out there like Spirit or whatever. So I would say our Ancient is pretty insane right now, but it's not like Battlefield proven at all.
Okay, but it could be.
You feel it like it's a whole map for you, yes.
Of course.
Yeah.
It could be. Tapson, how is the reintegration of Hyped going? Because I feel like it's not always that you get the chance to do something better that you've gotten a shot at before. And I feel like it's very precarious because he's such a talent. I mean, we saw it on Nuke, right? In this one specifically. So is there anything that you are doing differently, very consciously, to make sure that this time around it goes smooth?
100%. Where do I start? I start directly from positive vibes.
Yeah.
Like, I've personally took the challenge for myself that I needed to be there for good vibes. Doesn't matter how we perform, good vibes needs to be there. Of course, sometimes you are mad if we take a bad round or whatever. But in overall, like how the atmosphere of the vibe is, I think everyone just try to learn from the past, especially myself. You know, I try to really work on that I'm positive. Doesn't matter how the score works. And for me, it works right now. And everyone is also pushing me in that sense that I can be myself, but I also be harsh in a sense. But I'm also positive that everyone can take criticism in the way where we perform and where we also improve. That way, I also think he also, at the moment, enjoys also the environment. I think he really enjoys to play with Karim, with QB. There's people who he knows for a long time already, and for me it's just a joy that we have one guy again who really enjoys the journey. He loves the game and he loves also the vibe in the team, and it makes everything easy if everyone has the same path and the same goal.
Yeah.
We never really mentioned QB at all. I feel like he deserves a little bit of a praise from our side too. Maybe you can tell us, because when I spoke to him, he seemed very well behaved, very polite and everything. And I don't know if it's for camera or not, but maybe you can tell. But the kid is like nice, and we didn't really spend enough time talking about him at all. He switched up total of 5 positions from what I saw on different maps. And how is he getting along with the new system, because he played in Sangal and he was benched in Fnatic. Now he's with you guys. How does he, integrate in the team, and how does he get along with everyone?
Yeah, for me personally, it's really important that he's our pillar. Like he's the guy who can rely the most. He plays the positions like Karim. He's like the most solo guy on the server, and he knows people are coming to me, and he knows he needs to handle these situations. And on top, he's also really demanding. He tells us, hey, this is not working out. We need something to do. And this is a really good feedback. And you can also say something about QB
I'm
for
also
sure.
here.
There's yapping over there. You're just sitting.
No, it's okay. I also enjoy it to just listen to you guys.
You still enjoy listening to that guy?
Of course, always.
He has to say it. He's the captain.
No, always. No, it's like a guy who is like also fitting in the team. And what I can add to your question is that I believe when Hype was, for example, joining a year ago or 2, I don't know how long it was.
2 years.
The environment at all was not good. We had like I myself was a really young and unexperienced player. I didn't have experience at all. We didn't have a guy like JDC in the team. We were playing with like many unexperienced players and Prosus, for example, like so many young players, and the environment and all wasn't good. That like, for example, me, JDC, and Tabson are now a good core. I'm more like the older brother now for QB in Hyped. I have some experience. I try to show them like what I did wrong, my mistakes, so they don't have to do it and they can develop faster. And but to QB, he's like I see him as like as me 2 years ago or 3 years ago. He's like a really like he's calm. He is. He's playing, let's say, the more shitty roles, but he also enjoys it and like embraces it. And I think that's really important because in the past, like, people didn't really want to play these roles or were not happy and stuff. But in the end, it's a team game. At Spirit, you also have a guy like Magix who's doing the
dirty
other
work,
roles,
yeah.
like, and the dirty work. And but it's a team. Like in the end, you need to get 13 rounds. Doesn't matter if he has 30 kills or I don't know. But yeah, I think it's really important that you have to embrace it.
From what I'm getting here, it's pretty simple. The environment is much healthier. I don't
even know what was going on back then.
The practice room is on my floor.
Oh,
and they're
okay.
very loud, and I can say Scheiße something. And I was like, guys, I need to sleep, but tonight it's going to be even worse.
Yeah, about that. There was one time, one of the first rounds, I think, in this game, you were going off. I see it sometimes. Can you say what was said? Or
yeah, of course. I love it when the plan goes on, you know, like everything works perfectly. And I had like from the start already, from the ancient we have played, I said to myself and also to Alex, to our coach, hey, we cannot play the same round. We need to rush A the first round. And it just worked perfectly. They used everything for JDC in the middle. They wanted him to come out. They wanted him to kill him. And I avoided that. And I'm really proud that it worked out. And I knew from the start, like when we come out to the side, the game's over. And like after that, when this worked, I know I have my plan in the head, and yeah. It's
like the meme that I love it when a plan comes together.
Yes.
It was that. Okay, I want to follow up with you. We'll let you go soon. Don't worry. But you said that you were completely different 2 years ago. I find, you know, for people in general, but I think specifically for pro players, it's sometimes hard when you're working this hard and you have all these tournaments and you have all these responsibilities to realize that there's something wrong, that you have to change about yourself. I'm wondering if you discovered that yourself or if someone helped you with that or how that came about that you are such a different player now.
Like about myself or about the team
yourself,
in general?
About yourself.
What do you exactly mean with like...
Because you said that you're different, you're a different player now. There were things that you were doing wrong.
Like in general, it was like, first of all, it's experience. If you don't play so many tier 1 events, like of course, you don't know really how to... You can't help up a player like you would wish to.
Yeah.
Because you're young, you're coming into the team. I maybe relied more on him, that he helps me a bit more when I came to the team. But now, since I also played 2 years, I kind of have to take the responsibility to go in that role that, for example, Tizian was for me back in the days.
Yeah.
And because we don't really have that right now, because I'm getting older, I'm playing longer, and someone has to be there for the younger generation.
I see. So I think that's about it, unless you have another thing.
we can let them know, but he's not getting older. He's just a baby. I mean, look at him. He's just a baby still. He thinks he's getting older.
No, but yeah, of course.
You know what he means.
But I have one question. Where's the ketchup and mayo?
That's for you guys because you qualified. That's your trophy.
Do you want
right
it?
There.
No.
Basically, do you like mayo?
Yeah.
So basically, I dipped some pizza in mayo and ketchup yesterday.
Okay, ketchup is fine, but mayo is crazy.
You also dip pizza in ketchup?
In ketchup.
There you go. How about you?
But not mayo.
No sauce at all.
No sauce at all?
right. No.
See, listen, the topic continues to be a topic. So there you go. We're going to let you go. Thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll see you in stage 2, of course. And we do have Pimp standing by because he is talking to the unfortunate souls of Heroic who are out of Katowice.
I'm standing here with Saw after what was a very difficult game for you guys and arguably not the way you would have liked to exit the tournament. Now you're fresh off the loss right here. What are your initial feeling of the performance today?
Well, obviously not our day at all. I mean, I think they played well in terms of like how they called their rounds, like came in with a good game plan and we didn't get anything. Like game plan didn't work out exactly and then weren't able to get any clutches going to get us back into the game, and just a rough match, to be honest.
Yeah, a rough match, and a stark contrast to how you played yesterday and how it's been going for you in 25 so far. Were you surprised that you felt so flat today without even putting up a fight?
Yeah, I mean, of course, a bit surprised because you always want to do better, and this is not good at all, of course. I think we are, of course, still a young team, and we have a lot to learn, and we need to create the fundamentals for the team to find our level. And today, well, I would think this is our bottom level, basically. But hopefully we can improve a lot and raise the floor as well, so we're not gonna have showings like this because it was just too bad.
Naturally, not a great feeling to exit Katowice with a game like this, but as you said, there's future tournaments coming ahead of you. Are you satisfied with the beginning to 25 for your team so far?
Yeah, I think overall, we have been able to show some good CS against good teams, and that's a positive sign. Of course, like I said, we need to find that base level, we need to find that consistency, and it's still a bit all over the place. But that's also normal when you have a young team like this, so it's gonna take time. It's early in the season, it's early with this team, so time will tell how we can improve and what kind of level we can find.
Yeah, best of luck with the future.
Thank you.
Well, usually, I know there's a whole meme in the community about time, about time and players, but in this case, I do think he's completely correct, because this is a team that we had no expectations for, I want to say, and to beat Liquid and to show good CS overall and to have these lessons that you can take with you specifically for this configuration and with Saw behind them. Yeah. That's all right.
We shouldn't be really too disappointed.
We shouldn't be happy that they're out. But
yeah, we shouldn't be really too disappointed too as well. It's just, what can Saw say? It's basically how it is. It's the start of the season, ups and downs. They have to find their base level, like he said himself. And I think that's very accurate. Nothing really they can be said about this game for the next couple of days. But we know the calendar. We know what's coming. That cannot be too much time spent on dealing with oh my God, we lost. Be sad, depressed about it. You need to look at the game, see what went wrong, go through the comms, see what went wrong there, and then move on. And that's it.
Wow. Okay. You are a coach, aren't you? Look at the game. Look at what went wrong. Look at
one day maybe.
One day maybe. Okay, we're gonna take a bit of a break, but we of course have a very important match coming up still here on the A stream, because Team Liquid and Wildcard are fighting for that spot in stage 2, because the loser goes home. We'll be back in a bit.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
I want to open this up. I'm going to go way back. You guys, the earliest we could find when you guys played each other was 2011.
11?
Do you remember this at all?
In Source.
In Source, yeah. It was Copenhagen Games 2011.
Damn.
You were on Target Down.
Okay.
Now, do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you were on Copenhagen Wolves, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you guys won. I didn't actually see a score. You just went further in the tournament.
I think he won. Probably, yeah. But you didn't play Source that long in that time. No, right? Not much, yeah.
What was the motivation of playing Source? Was it you were in the Americas scene and 1.6 pretty much died off over there. Was that kind of the basis of it, or was it just...
Yeah, there was some point in my career where I just wanted to play any competitive game.
Yeah.
So started with 1.5, played 1.6, jumped into Source a little bit, played Crossfire, Assault Fire, every game you can imagine. I wanted to compete in something, and there were some times where in Brazil, competition was lacking.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say we jumped into Source because there was a couple international tournaments, and there was a guy who was sponsoring Source teams.
Oh,
He was an entrepreneur in Brazil.
Yeah.
He loved Source, and he sponsored some teams, so he was taking out for tournaments and stuff like that. Shout out to Lippy. Yeah, thanks for all the help.
If he's still around.
Shout out. He is.
He is?
Yeah.
Good. Did you guys even know about each other at the time? Like, you guys obviously weren't big names. Maybe you a little bit at the time?
I knew Device, yeah.
I'm
honestly,
so ignorant of the Source era that
when I play Source, I quit like in the summer every year to just go out and have fun.
A Danish summer.
Yeah, it's a good Danish summer.
Yeah.
But we knew about the Brazilians, and about like 1.6. I followed 1.6 a lot when I played Source. I always wanted to play 1.6, but it's not easy to get into that scene in Denmark. They had MTW and they didn't recruit like anyone they didn't know. So I followed like FNX and Koku.
The old guys before myself. Yeah.
Good. Okay. Cool. I guess if we transition to early CS:GO, just touch on some of the early dominant oppers that you guys had to play off against. Like, who were the big names at the time?
Kenny
S, Guardian, JW.
Yeah.
There's got to be one more around there.
Guardian.
There's got to be one more. I feel like there had to have been one more. But yeah, those were kind of the big guys. I mean,
we're forgetting someone. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like we are.
Yeah.
It feels like we are. Smiths?
No.
Yeah, at some point he was playing for the French.
When he had the CZ, remember when the CZ?
Fifth Laren.
Fifth
Laren.
That's
before.
the one we were missing out. Fiffy. Pasha might have been one we were missing. He was
Pasha.
pretty solid at the time.
Yeah, solid. Yeah.
What was like it opping early on in CS:GO for I guess you were still rifle. When did you switch to opping?
I switched in 16. So
16, so pretty late.
But I played AWP on some maps. Like we didn't have a set AWPer, so I played on Dust 2. I always AWPed and stuff like that. So but I remember everyone remembers Kenyas, and Guardian was maybe a little bit more not so flashy, but Kenyas was like
the highlight machine.
Yeah. He would destroy anyone.
Yeah,
I remember every time we played.
He had to change the AWP.
You got nerfed by the
because of the guy. Yeah.
What was it? Is it more fun for you? Did you miss like being kind of like a part-time opper at all? You've obviously taken to it very well.
Now in CS2, actually, I don't think that many oppers are like so dedicated on it. You need to be able to play with the rifle.
Sure.
You see Saiwu, it doesn't really play it too often. If he feels like rifling, he'll rifle. And there's a few maps. Obviously now with Train, you have to play the AWP a little bit more, in my opinion. And I mean, do I miss it? I think in the team we are now, you have the freedom to do whatever you want, if you want to play it or not. So rifling is obviously really good in CS2. So I get my needs fulfilled.
I get nostalgic for your rifling as well, if it makes you feel any better.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
For you now, you have to be happy Train's back. Since we brought up Train, I just know you're a hardcore Train lover through every single version of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I love that map. I think it's great for the oppers. And CS2, in my opinion, a little bit of a nerf on the oppers. I think the movement, the way it works, like it's just so much better for the rifles than it was before. So it's been a little bit harder to play with the op than it was before. And that's why you see a lot of guys that can play the rifle so well, like sometimes not even picking up the op. Not for my case, you know. I'm like JGM. I'm looking for the op. Just kidding. Or the Gallium sometimes. But yeah, so I'm loving the map, but still to play it competitively. And I think the meta is going to be transitioning very fast.
How do you guys
early days.
You think the meta is going to be very fast?
On Train is going to be changing very fast, I think.
Oh, changing very fast. Okay, cool. How do you guys like Trains so far? Just early days.
I think it's good. They just did something with the spawns a few days ago. Like, I don't know if they even posted it like a week or two ago, where beforehand you could strafe like Electric Box ST really fast. Now I think the map is a little bit more controlled pace, like it used to be with the inner control. You need to be focusing a little bit on that because the CTs can push lower fast. And
stuff. The ladder control now has some
weird,
connection with the B control as well. It's kind of a key area of the map now. Beforehand it was easy, right? You had ladder control all the time.
Does it play out pretty fun in like practices and games?
I would say it's much better than a Vertigo for sure. And it's more interesting. I think it's going to be...
If we're going to set the bar that low, boys.
It doesn't get much worse than that.
No, but it's a cool map, and obviously two oppers, in-game leader and historically very good on Train. Obviously did some in-game leading at the time, and the way you think about it, do you think this Train is... Where are the adaptations going to come in the map? Because we know it's going to change a little bit. Do you feel there are spots on the map already where it's like, this could get tweaked, we could add this, we could move this?
I personally feel like, the six train outside on A, I think it should have still some sight on long. I think there's no sight on there anymore.
Gotcha.
So you can't be over the six train and see things. So I kind of think that ruined a little bit the position a little bit.
Sure.
And I think the meta is coming to a point where the cities are stuffing out positions a lot with smokes and all these things. But after 45 seconds mark, you don't have much to do anymore. And then where are we going to stay? You know, people have a team Molotov that spreads everywhere.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's lack of positions on outside yard, in my opinion.
The bomb site itself outside seems like a trap. Like late round, like if you have two people at that bomb site, it's like, where am I playing? I don't actually know.
Exactly. Where are we going to play? Yeah, it's kind of complicated to play the late rounds there.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to change a little bit because of those things, but we'll see.
Okay, so cool. Let's go back to you guys and just kind of go through the career, because we're just going to start with 2015. We skipped 2014. Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that cool?
Okay.
2015, you guys come in. This is kind of, I guess, we touched on some of the early Oppers. This is kind of like the era of Oppers, it feels. You're still rifling at this time. You get third best player in the world. But then
third best player?
Yeah, number 3 that year.
Damn.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we're missing something here.
I remember now. That's when he transitioned. It was like such a hot topic, right?
Yeah, because it was like,
actually,
why? He was just the third best player. Why would we do that?
I remember that year. It was also the one thing I remember was we lost to NIP in Cluj.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we were like favorites going into that major.
Yeah.
And then we face NIP, who is like, they are now like washed up.
Yeah, they're past their prime.
Yeah.
They're on the decline.
We play on the weird monitors, the ISO monitors for that tournament with really bad FPS.
Yeah.
But it was also, for me, one thing I remember about the tournament, I think was one of the first time Colt was playing. Like, Colt Zero. Yeah. And he was just destroying everyone in the group stage matches. We were staying behind you. I think maybe you played Dust 2 for sure, and he destroyed someone. So like, and it was the first time I saw him playing.
For time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, he was a beast. Yeah, that was the first year you guys had him. He came out because he was at Cologne that year as well.
Yeah, I think the first tournament he played was
Cologne.
I think yeah.
Yeah, that was beast mode. Yeah, you guys played NIP ironically on train.
Yeah, we got destroyed.
I think Freiburg had a big game against you.
He destroyed us completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurts. I didn't mean to go down
Good
that
memory.
level of
Good memory.
Yeah.
I guess first question on 2015 would be 2014. I said it was a boring year. You were the 20th best player. So what was the big jump for you, do you think?
I think I didn't even play most of 14. I quit when Freeze joined our team. I quit playing. It was like I didn't source. I didn't want to play all the time. It just then in 15 it got more serious, and like the connection between the guys in the team were better. I think it was also the year when Kerrigan joined us.
Sure.
We were still going to school, me and Sip. So
right.
in 15, so we had all of our exams like in the summer, and
It's such a crazy concept to think about, that in the early days of CSGO, we had so many players still in school, still taking exams, and that never happens nowadays.
Yeah, because now I think the young guys, they already take it as a job if they make it, right?
Yeah.
Like even the parents are like, this is going to be the athlete career, you know, like they're jumping to it and avoid school and stuff like that. So yeah, now back on our time, you always need a plan B.
Yeah, 10 years ago, it's like, I might have to be an accountant, so I can't really...
It was, Kerrigan was finishing his master's as well when he joined us, But I think 15 was the first full-time year after the summer.
Cool.
And of course, we also had some good results, like we were winning some tournaments that year for the first time in my career.
Yeah.
Some of the international tournaments, and I mean, it was also when things started to get fun. We had TSM that year, and that was a big thing as well. They were really big in league, and they picked us up. So
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I remember it was a good year.
Probably Astralis conversations are starting to peak up barely behind the scenes as well around 2015.
Yeah, end of 15, we were like talking with some organizations, and then we were team question mark for one tournament.
TQM,
yeah, that's true. But I think 15 was a fun year. But I also remember, like, start of Astralis, if we have to go into 16, I think we played you guys in Leipzig, and you destroyed us as well. Yeah. That's also one thing.
We'll bring
no worries.
But I mean, 2015 was a cool. I mean, it's kind of funny that you say that. Like 2015 was sort of the year where you got to take it more seriously and really committed to it, and it was getting bigger because it was the same for you guys. Like 2015, I don't know if it's exactly when you guys moved to the States, but it's certainly when your team started to get some momentum going on.
Yeah, it was when we moved to United States. I think we went to play on 2014 Emoji Aspen.
Yeah.
That was very big.
You guys played
for
each
us.
other there. That was my next.
Yeah, because Aspen tournament was like double CG for us in the past on 1.6 days because we had our accommodation and travel paid. And for us to go out of Brazil at that time, with the money that was going on, the organization stuff was like impossible. So to have a qualification process to go was huge. And then after we played there, we played 2 more tournaments in the US. And then we got invited to play the first major in Poland. That's when things started really going. And then when we got back to Brazil after playing the major, ESA hits up with a North American league. And they were like, Dan, we got to go there and play it. So we start complaining, oh, there's no SA spots, all those things. And they're like, okay, if you can come to the US, you can play it.
Yeah.
And then we moved to the US in 15. And the first lineup had ZKK and Steel, me,
Bolts,
Fur.
I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, me, Bolts, Fur, ZKK, and Steel at first, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
I remember those days like they were yesterday. Yeah, you guys, I mean, you mentioned already, you guys played at the X Games in Aspen, and it was an ass-kicking. It was a 16-4 win for...
Against Cloud9 for us.
Yeah, it was Dignitas versus Kaboom was the game between you two.
We lost for them?
Yeah.
Damn. They're too good.
It's all right. You're going to get some back as we go through this process.
Right.
You have some time in the sun. This is also, 2015, I think. This is where also you had like the legendary Brazilian lineup came together at the end of the year because you guys would go on to play later on at the Face It League Stage 3. This is when you're in TSM still. You're Luminosity now.
In London.
Yep. And this is right when you brought over Taco, Zeus, and FNX.
Yeah. Gonna get good now.
You put the boys together. Put the band together. You beat them 2-1 in a series there.
In London?
Yeah. Remember anything about that?
Maybe if we lost Nuke. I think maybe we lost Nuke like 16-14.
Do you remember anything about
I have no memory of that.
I remember we lost at least once in those days on Nuke. Where we were like, how did we just lose on that? And our Nuke was our best map back then,
Even back then it was?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this had to have been, it's kind of a, I wonder if it was, I guess it'd be a weird event for you because that was the event, you put this brand new lineup together, your first map, you go out, you get 0-16.
Oh, that's the tournament?
Yeah,
So
and then
I
you
remember
ran
it.
from there all the way to the grand final.
Yeah, so that tournament was like a great learning experience because the way I thought about CS at the time maybe was a little bit too strategical at that point because once we changed the lineups, because we didn't have time to go over what we're going to do on all the maps and all the stuff, it forced me to play in a different way. So after getting 16-0, the talks were about, we were already losing before, so don't worry, 16-0 or 16-13, like we guys came to the team so we can get things done, and we're not getting things done with the last team, so don't worry about it. But we went to the room on the hotel right after, and they already start setting up like a couple defaults here and there, and just basic stuff on every map. And then we started playing that tournament off that, like only off the defaults and just communicating well together, putting things like on the fly. And that's when we left the tournament with a good result. We're like, okay, maybe we're all the time thinking about how to play the game.
Yeah.
Way too strategized, you know? So that's when we kind of create a new concept on how we could approach the game. So it was a very important tournament, but I think it's just because the way the players thought about the game and they completed each other made it possible, because normally you don't get a team from nowhere and just play defaults and you go super well, but in that case,
this particular case, it just happened.
Yeah.
And this is kind of how I thought about it this morning, and I apologize for this. It's kind of funny that they go out of that event with that kind of a run, and even though you don't win the event, everyone's like, holy shit, that's a super impressive run. At this time for you guys in TSM, you're having similar runs. You've won a couple events, but you're more known for getting to the final and not being able to win it. So you don't even get like that feel-good story of like, oh, we've seen TSM, we've seen the Danes make it to another final.
I think it was like the start of like the choking era, or what you would call it. We would beat Fnatic, which was one of the teams nobody could beat.
Yeah.
But we would beat them sometimes, and then we would lose to some teams that we were like...
You had that triangle, I think, where you could beat Fnatic, Fnatic would beat the French team.
Yeah, and the Frenchies would beat us, And I mean, at the time, I didn't think too much about it. Of course, going into the early Astralis era, I think it was more of a prophecy than it was in the TSM era. It was just our first year competing, and we lost some finals, but we also won tournaments without losing a map, and we were like, we had no clue what we were doing, and we just went to tournaments. There were no practice rooms, so we would just like walk around in a random city and play some games, and it was for us not that serious at that time, to be honest.
Yeah,
we were still kind of young and just playing CS.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't serious for anyone back then. When I look back at those events, everyone was having a good time with it. I think everyone collectively started taking it more seriously, probably around 28. Well, you guys kind of forced the issue back then, but let's go to 2016, because this is still Luminosity. You guys obviously have that good run at the end of the year. And then coming into the new year, tough loss in the Katowice finals, but you win your first major. And for you, this is the year that you switch into opping, 2016. Yeah. Do you remember exactly why within the team you decided to do it? Was it literally we don't have a dedicated opper at this point?
So what happened was also like our start of 2016, we started Astralis and we thought that we were going to continue on a high note from like last year when we were considered top 3 at least throughout the year. But we lost in Leipzig against you guys pretty early. We lost at Malmö pretty early.
Yeah.
And we were not having like the results we wanted. And then Sonic was kind of like forcing it onto the team. He was like,
someone needs to be an opper.
To op, and you should probably do it. And when he spoke, everyone listened. at least back then. But now he always had a big voice, and we just tried it out.
Yeah.
But we had some difficulties doing like this stuff with the guys, which is also why we changed Kerrigan and Cajun as well throughout that year.
Yeah.
So for us, it was also one of the years where, yes, I started opping. We changed in-game leader. We had Kirby joining the team as well. We had stand-ins for the second major, I think it was.
Yep.
And it was kind of like a bumpy year.
That is when Zonic stood in.
Yeah, exactly. So 16 was kind of like
weird one.
A building year for us in Australia as well. We had no sponsors in the beginning and stuff like that. So but I remember a lot of good times in Atlanta at least.
Yeah,
I still think
we
back
were in Atlanta
to
a lot 2016.
Nice.
We
I miss it a lot.
Yeah, Ely was there for like 12 weeks. We had the major there.
Yeah,
it was wild. For you, it's the different story. You win the major.
Best year ever.
Yeah, that was a great year.
Yeah.
I don't know, 2017 was pretty good for you too, but 2016, 2 majors.
It's the majors, right?
Yeah, I think you won. You got second best player of the year, third?
Second best player of the year.
What do you think you were doing at the time with the op that made you so strong compared to other oppers?
That's a very good question. I would say that it felt to me that to get to that point when I was competing outside Brazil, I had to study the game so much when I was teaching other players in Brazil. So it felt like it was the accumulated work of years watching demos and trying to learn how people play. And then 14, 15 was more like, okay, now I get to practice and test what I learned from all those years. And it felt like we understood the game. At some point, we were able to capture the ideas from different teams. Like you had Fnatic, you had all the Na'Vi, all those good teams, and they all had something specific and special on their team. And they were able to understand what they thought about the game and create our own version of it.
Yeah.
And I think we had Fur and Codzera on their top of their careers time, very good players.
Yeah.
We had FNX, was very good clutcher at the time and very important piece of the team. Taco, very selfless, doing everything it takes, creating the role of the anchor, like being a very considerate, one of the best players at the world at the time. So I think all those things together, they made us a strong team. And because we're a strong team, I could conceptually play the game slower. At the time, the game was much slower as well. People were not really contesting areas so much like they do today. They're not really hungry for information all the time. So as an operator in IGL, you could really understand where you could position yourself.
You could breathe.
Yeah, you could breathe, you could think, and there isn't so much randomness in the game happening. So I think all those combinations, and I think I was at the peak of my form and really have good understanding of the game. But if I had the answer, I would just apply it now. It works again, right? It's not that easy.
Right. It never is.
Yeah.
standing out like a sore thumb. He goes down. You'd expect the trade to be inevitable, but because of the angle management, they're safe, or the poor angle choice of VP after this triple kill in cave. Freebie. Okay. Oh, mate.
Ooh, it gives you a bit of a Listerine face if you're electronic. You've just done... I got 3, boys. What more do I need to do?
Yeah. Well, that's all the good times from map number 1 going straight down the gurgler.
Yeah, a little more quiet in the Hall of Heroes right now.
And that's Australian for Drain as...
An anti-tilt timeout.
Well, add another one of those man disadvantage situations to MIBR's tally. This map is already looking significantly better, but that's going to help. As VP get past Shanoj on the mic and bring themselves in with 1 M4 and what was 4 MP9s. Icy goes back down to the pistol. The loss bonus is built right up. They will be able to buy into the next. This is just a half investment. All 5 of MIBR over towards B. Now, we don't love the blind executes from the Brazilians.
As of yet to see that pay dividends. We haven't, however, seen Virtus.pro's, the same kind of informed gambles that they were getting away with on Anubis. This time they are successful in their opening endeavor. Hard fight for the MP9, but Flamus is there to provide at least the trade. A second is crazy. The flashes are brilliant. Icy sets him up for success. It's Flamus with the triple.
Oh, okay. That's frustrating because he was trying to pick up the AWP and walked away from the round with nothing. He didn't get himself an AK, he didn't get himself an M4 that Flit had, and he definitely didn't get the AWP. So there was more than enough money to get those investments, but that's why he said the Russian classic. But there you go. VP with the 3-man stack towards B, get it done and break the finances of MIBR. If the rounds are close, like they have been, MIBR have no bank to work with. This is a chance for VP to really work their way back into this first half of play. 5 on the board for the Brazilians. They'll already be quite content with that. But they've invested fully to try and snatch one back. Plenty of util. We're talking 4 smokes, a boatload of flashes. And that is just to feign the fact that they're taking A main control. So now, when Exit throws out the fake, VP will be thinking that they've actually investigated deep within A main, and they know that nobody's home. MIBR are making an assumption. Now, will this force a rotation? Will Icy be screaming? Will Fame over rotate? And then what pressure will that put on the B defense? Electronic, Flit, and Flamus starting to push down B ramp. This timing could work out as long as they don't just bite on this.
Oh, that's a horrible one.
No head armor.
Yeah, it just gets melted by the Mac. They're accelerating. The block smoke's good, but they will likely push through this. Running out of bullets. It doesn't matter. Flamus still sweeps 2 under the rug. He could do more. It's Flit that goes down. Bomb spotted. The rotation comes through. Exit late to the party. His teammates have got maybe 10 more seconds before that smoke starts to fade. Smoke on cave. Lakowski has an option. Did he push through this? Flash from his teammate. Now he will. Fame. Flamus comfortable, and they know where that nade came from. Exit's position noted. The defuse is going to come through, and it's VP. Taken.
Oh!
Close to being something through the wall bang.
You'll take it for sure. Fame also didn't have any head armor there, so you wonder if they didn't quite understand exactly. Farming? Do you think that is just him using an English word?
Yeah.
Because he has an MP9?
I think that's exactly what that means.
Our translators will get to us in about 30 to 45 seconds time. All right, well, a force buy into a partial. The plant definitely helps MIBR keep something somewhat threatening. Taking cave with pace, drop, naded and melted, still gets in.
Okay, there's grounds to this if Icy messes up.
He's blind. They're in.
They're in. They are certainly looking good for a moment. Electronics done well to isolate the ramp players. Insani has the bomb, so priority pulls him back to the site. The Flamus is looking like this is just another day on that B office. Exit, last man standing for a VP gap closer, continuing. Still reign of terror they've had. Yeah, nice try from Exit. Crosshair just a little shy. VP 4 to MIBR's 5. They have managed to kind of rectify their shortcomings at the start of this one. It was, what was it, 1.5 to 1? So 3 consecutive now from VP.
It feels like this could have really gone wrong, right? With the timing, the flash comes in, the long smoke, Icy can't see anything. Lucky Electronic gets that double and then gets away and just mauls them with the MP9. So farming indeed from Papatronic.
It's a roll swap, got Nerds, got NAF, and I'm making these gamer boys do some hard manual labor. What have you done before? You done anything? Like outside of gaming? Like real, you know, hard work?
I've worked for 1 year as a barista in a coffee shop, and I was the guy in the water park that pushing the kids.
That's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah,
that is a lot of responsibility. You can't deny that.
Yeah.
Naf, you do stuff with cars, right? You like fix people's windshields in your spare time?
Yeah, I usually pay people to do that for me, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're doing it yourself.
Mr. CEO.
So as you can see, we're. Can you guess? You can't guess. Okay, we're actually going to be hanging out here at Pimpness Car Detailing. They've kindly let us use their area to clean a car. You up for cleaning the car?
Yeah,
I got gear, I got a clock in my pocket, 12:01. We've got a whole hour. We're going to be completely refreshing a car if the customer shows up. And, wait there, you'll be protected. I know you were worried. All right, let's get the show on the road. Time starts now.
I will be Jesse for today from Breaking Bad, okay?
I'm Walter White or what?
You will be Walter White.
Perfect.
Surely you do the legs first, guy. You got to do the legs first.
Okay.
Why did I put the gloves on before I did this?
Yeah, that's a good question too. Wait, at the top. Push! Push!
Baby out.
Oh, it's a boy. All right, boys, your challenge has arrived.
Oh my.
She's a beauty. She's a beauty.
Space.
Wow.
Hear that? B12. Hello there. How's it going? Thank you. We'll make sure to bring this back in a pristine condition. In an hour. In an hour.
Okay, we've got some work to do here, fellas. Oh my God, I broke the car.
Wait.
Well, the handle's a little out, but I think we can wedge that back.
I don't want to force it.
Okay.
So we're just gonna.
We'll just leave it.
Mark-through handles are known for this.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
Oh my God, the professionals on. We already broke the car.
Hey, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh,
it's
you're
fine.
professional.
Car's
Thank
fixed.
you. Thank
Car's
you.
fixed. Don't worry. But we're supposed to clean the interior of the car, no?
Yes.
So she could have left some valuables in here.
Ooh.
These might just be your size.
How much it cost?
Should we keep these?
I think so.
I think we should keep these. Put that on the storage bin over there.
Okay.
Naf, what about this back section here where it looks like
I think it.
a 16-year-old's desk?
I think massive wank from kids.
Massive wank from me.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Oh,
Wait,
what the hell?
This is not like when you are.
Are we supposed to be?
You know, when you're jumping. When you're
Oh, it's a
jumping.
pogo stick. Yes, yes. No, it's not that.
I will remind you, boys, we have 45 minutes left.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And we've got to do the
we need to
outside
send it.
as
We need
well.
to send it. Okay, kid, come on.
Let's go. Let's go.
Come on.
So what's?
Oh, there we are.
Yeah, Naf, are you experienced?
Let's keep it about this far from the paint and you will be golden.
I'm pushing flex on me!
Alright, I think you got it.
Yep, I think it's good, man.
It's good.
Okay.
Perfect.
Actually, it still looks sturdy.
Let's get a close-up of this. He said it was done. Said it was spotless. Can we take a close-up?
Okay,
He said that.
He said that. He said that.
Who
He
was
said
the
that.
responsible for this area?
I believe it was. It was.
Yeah, you need
Yeah,
soap
good.
or something. We need a soap. We need a scrub.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Is there a scrubbing option?
I know.
Oh.
All right, I think we're good.
Okay, perfect.
We need detachment replacement.
You can have a soap here and a clean
hold
water
on.
here. After washing one panel, you need to clean up your mitt.
Not the way it looks, sir.
Okay.
Again, it's been.
I have a question.
Yeah?
You're also cleaning the wheel?
We should start with the wheels.
Oh, we started
Hey,
the
kid.
wheels. Dude,
Kid.
you should have known that.
Again,
You should have known that,
Guys,
man.
we're doing everything backwards.
Hey, there again.
This isn't what you expected when you signed up for.
okay,
Counter-Strike
kid, I
tournament,
think
huh?
we are good.
I hate to be that guy.
Oh, but we get to go back to power washing?
We got half an hour. We haven't even started the interior.
Fuck, he's going to send
Okay,
it.
I'm actually gonna grab a sponge. We gotta get going. We gotta get going.
Just shoot it. Let's see what
Okay.
happens.
Oh! Okay.
No!
Say hello to my little friend. Maybe you
Poland
can.
driver's license.
Maybe you can swing it round.
Yeah.
Without scratching the car.
No, the car.
Fucking clown. Let's get
Let's
trying.
get this. Let's end it. Let's end it.
Okay, efficiency. I want time.
Let's do it, boys.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. It's done. It's done. Actually looking pretty sparkly over here, boys. You've done a good job. What side do they drive on in Poland? The right.
Right side, yeah.
Yeah. 12. Oh, okay, we have got 20 minutes.
Yeah, we are good. We are good. We are good.
Oh, it's looking good, boys. It's looking good.
Pretty good.
All right, we're moving.
Damn, we got this car.
Oh, damn.
Ready.
Come on in, come on in. Let's
Go.
go.
Okay, this is fancy.
I will first start with vacuuming. We got 2 vacuums. Let's knock it off.
Take out the leaves.
Oh, I gotta take all the leaves?
Yes, bro.
My job? Do you have like a bag for them?
I would vacuum out the leaves if I were you.
Yeah, you can just
No,
vacuum.
that's what I said, but this guy doesn't know how vacuums work. He's like, you gotta take it out by hand. Is the door open here? Oh, perfect. Dude, someone was like eating some like hot Cheetos or something back here.
So, Camille, real talk for a second.
Yeah.
Let's say these human beings showed up for a job, and this was their application. What's your, like, let's pretend they're not Counter-Strike video game nerds, and they're just coming here for a job. What's your review?
It looks quite good, I must say, yeah?
They're motivated. Their attitude
Definitely,
is good.
definitely, yeah? Definitely. For being out of the water, let's say, they're doing pretty good.
Okay,
They're doing pretty
solid
good,
review. Would you give this to a customer, or would you need to do some extra work?
Maybe here and there, some touch-ups, but it looks good.
I think so. I'm quite proud of them. I'm going to go and review their work. Let's go see it. How are you doing? You doing good?
Bro, I'm sending it right now. Keith.
What?
I'm sending it.
Yeah, me too, man.
We've run out of time, guys.
No, Keith is the opposite, bro.
Is the opposite?
Yes, it's the opposite. Take this one, yes.
What?
Got 50% chance to get it right, yeah?
But you
Good
don't
odds.
No, because look, this, yes, this one is mine. This yours.
What?
So, guys, let me take a quick look over and judge your work.
Oh, shit.
Yeah?
Wait.
You're not done?
Wait, 1 second.
It's been 1 hour. Come on.
Wait, 1
Come on,
second.
man.
Wait. 1 second, bro.
I mean, the dog is kind of flipped over, but.
She won't know. She won't know this.
Yeah, okay.
Let's leave it at that.
Hello.
Hello.
Dzień dobry.
This is yours.
Yeah.
No problem. We worked really
Tell me
hard
if
on
it's
it.
good.
Hey, door's open.
Fine.
Door's about to pop open. You broke the door. This is so much better than playing Counter-Strike.
What do you reckon? Manual labor. How does it compare, you know? Like, there's a lot of stress in Counter-Strike, but I was pretty stressed when we were running low on time.
Huge shout out to IEM, Katowice, ESL for flying us out here to do manual labor.
Yeah.
I hopefully don't get last place in the tournament, but overall, yeah, I had a good time.
Good. And you know, you've kind of grounded yourself. You know?
Do we get salary?
Yeah, do we get paid is the real question. Is there like
Yeah, there's it comes out of your tournament winnings for the damage that we've done to the car.
I didn't really, you broke the door?
Yeah, I broke the door. It
So
comes
that
out
comes
of
out of
my,
your
my
paycheck.
day rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
Oh, well.
50 euro
Where
dogs.
is the bag?
We put it all back in the car.
Oh, we forgot it.
Oh, her belongings are still here.
Yeah, we may have
man.
forgot to put that back in the car.
Excuse me, sorry, wait!
So, Twist, another IEM Katowice for you and for Team Liquid. Now, I think Katowice is like a great point. Obviously, it's the first big tournament of the beginning of the year, but to take stock of players' points in their careers almost. I wonder if you feel a similar point because you've been in different phases, I want to say, in your career. And now the next chapter is running, and Katowice is always like, I feel like a very important benchmark.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, it's always a bit curious, like for it being an event, the biggest event, and rosters usually have new lineups going into it. I'm very excited with the change we made. Nurses being an outstanding player and teammate and friend, to be honest. So yeah, I think it's a good benchmark for where we're at as a team, and it's our first real test, to be honest.
Now, the news did come out that you were not going to go to Cluj, basically, in terms of the tournament. And a lot of people were speculating about, is that putting all the pressure on this one particularly? Now, I don't know how much you can say about the decision, but it is something that, in my mind, does up the ante for this tournament.
I mean, unfortunately, it is not a decision that us, the players, make. So we kind of we have to do our best with the circumstances we're given. And that's it. There's not really any excuses. If something bad were to happen, then, I mean, you have to talk about it when it's there. But for me, it's not even in my mind that can happen.
It is what it is. You just have to play the matches in front of you. You said, Nerds, the edition, it's super cool. I saw in a quote on HLTV that you said it's kind of like a Christmas present that I always wanted, and I reached out, but I never got. Is that how special he is to you?
I mean, yeah. I mean, we tried to make this move in the summer of 2023 as well. And I felt like we were really close, and something just happened at the end of the transfer. So yeah, I mean, it is kind of like a Christmas present now. It was a good timing for it. I think he's happy to be here as well. And yeah, definitely he's a very talented player.
It hasn't been that long, but sometimes when you envision a present you want, the thought of it is better than actually opening it. So, okay, I'm going somewhere, I swear. In terms of, we know what kind of player Nerds is and the qualities he has that probably attracted him to the team. How different is it now that you have him in the team? Maybe even better, things that surprised you that he is able to contribute maybe also in the environment when you're not necessarily in a game?
I mean, it's tough to say. From the systems that he's been in, it sounds like a lot of things were a lot more structured, and so on. I mean, that's just how some orgs operate, right? You kind of let the analyst and coach do a lot of the work. And I feel like in this team, he really gets to let his mind kind of roam a bit. And I hope that this is the place where he really grows into the player that he hopes to be. He's already very good. I feel like he still has big aspirations though. And so far, yeah, I mean, he's able to kind of let his mind flourish and make plays and stuff and kind of be the aggressive player that he always wants to be. So, yeah, I mean, I would say it is a better present after the box has been opened,
That's the best case scenario for sure. He has a bright future in front of him as well. And I think people sometimes forget that you're also very young because you got, I think, so much success at this stage in your career, but there's still a lot to come. This chapter has only just begun. And that's where we need to talk a little bit about roles. I know it's not everyone's favorite topic out there in the community, but it's super important, specifically with the addition of Nerds. There is theorizing about how you would even have to be more sacrificial, even in order to make it work. What's your vision on all that?
I mean, honestly, I think I've been kind of too passive a player for too long. I mean, I've always enjoyed entering bomb sites. The system in FaZe was like, if it's your extremity, your lurk, then you entry that side. And I had multiple extremities where I entered and I enjoyed it. It's obviously, as a perspective, there's always comes some stigma around like what IGL should do. And there's two different types of IGLs, right? One that wants to have the overview and be alive in the mid round, and there's one that wants to lead the forefront of whatever map control and space is being taken. And I've had time to kind of dabble in both and kind of see how, which map needs what role and what is best for the team really. So yeah, I think we're close to figuring it out on all maps.
Does your gut tell you maybe because of Nerds it has to be more of two because you will need someone to take that role where you just have to entry to the bomb side? Because I think a lot of people are thinking about the T sides for Liquid specifically that I want to say need the most work. Is that how you see it as well?
I mean, always when you make a change, I mean, people can say a lot about Yekender, but he had a vision for the game too, and me and him connected as well. Just how we thought about everything. So I think that's why you saw such an uprise in our T-sides at the major. But I also put a lot of work in that event and sacrificed my performance as kind of as a part of it. I feel like I can always be that player when I need to be. And it's kind of just me recognizing it one moment. Do I need to step up and lead by going first and opening up the site? Or do people want my flashes and my supporting abilities? And it's kind of just for me to recognize in the moment which team I'm getting in the map.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. When it comes to being off the server, you mentioned that major, but there was a lot of talk of you were doing a lot, together with the coaching staff. You were staying up watching demos as you do naturally, but maybe even too much because your own personal kind of mental health as a player is also important. Like to IGL a game, you need to be in the primary position. Is that something that you're thinking about as a team? I think more and more tactically almost to make sure that, yes, you have that huge burden of responsibility, but you also have to be in the right mindset to play these games and IGL them?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the mental aspect is always big. I mean, I could easily go and say CS is like 80% mental once you already have the foundation of skill, right? And work cut out. Yeah, I mean, it's more about having the same vision for what identity we want to have. And with Guy, it changes a bit because, you know, people had this stigma that he's some passive player. When I watched his demos, I never got that feeling one time. It always feels like he's itching kind of to move forward or be able to make a play. And still kind of figuring out, is it good that I'm in the same zone of the map as him? Or do I need to be on the extremity to initiate what else I would need for the round to work? But yeah, I mean, there's been, of course, a lot of talk tactically and what we envision for the team, kind of testing out new things. You know, can we get more output from our analysts? You know, should the coach kind of alleviate some workload for me? And we've kind of just been testing new things. I will say my player breaks haven't been most productive for relaxing, as you know, the previous one in the summer of last year, making the big changes and transitioning to captain, and now kind of having to help close a deal and getting the player that I really want. And it comes at a cost. But when I'm in the event, I'm in the matches. It's all that matters is winning.
Let's finish there then. What is success at Katowice 25 for Liquid?
I would be very happy with playoffs. I think for every team, that's the benchmark, just getting there. And then once you're in playoffs, anything can happen.
We've seen that before. Thank you very much.
Well, Twist's got to make it to stage 2 first. That's going to be going head-to-head versus the likes of Wildcard with 2 North American brains at the helm. Side note, I absolutely love it when we get to hear long-form conversations coming out of Twist. He's so insightful. But we want to recap a little bit of history in this matchup, right? I touched upon the 2 NA minds. That's because Stanislaw is over on the other side of the server at the helm of Wildcard. But it's an interesting kind of looking back in the pages of history at these 2 players, because it's almost a slight full circle moment. I don't want to say a circle because it hasn't been totally smooth all the way through. But Jacob, should we start at the bottom? This is kind of the beginning of when both these players were put on our radar for these 2 teams respectively, right?
Yeah, I mean, Stanislaw, as you said, in Optic, where he found quite a lot of success back in the days, playing with some very cool player, Maxwell. You may remember him, you know, the Optic lineup that actually did a good job and had some cool results. Twist in Misfits, a team that we didn't know that much about. People may remember Sean Garris, you know, that was the first he got to play with, so maybe Twist learned a thing or 2 from him. And then, as you can see, they crossed path in Team Liquid, and a fun little story about that for you.
Yeah, we don't bring it up enough on the broadcast that you used to play for Team Liquid, but there is actually a reason we're bringing it up right now. What happened at this kind of crossroads for both Stanislaw and Twist?
Well, I remember we were in Team Liquid at the time, and Hiko was a player that we wanted to kick, which meant that we got to kick him, and we needed a new player instead of Hiko, and we brought in Stanislaw. We brought in what we thought was a big brain, a guy that could in-game lead. I stayed with him for 3 months until Twist replaced me in Liquid, so it all comes full circle in a sense. Then obviously they were together for some time in Team Liquid. Now that's where it gets a little bit screwed right here, because we know what Twist went on to do with Team Liquid, and we know Stanislaw didn't stay in Liquid for long, but Twist went to win on pretty much everything you could win with Liquid, and Stanislaw ever since, well, he had some cool tenures in online Counter-Strike, but apart from that, not really racking up a lot.
Just to throw it back to 2017 for a second, why was it that Stanislaw was particularly on your radar? What had he done at the time to be appealing?
I don't want to be disrespectful to Stanislaw, but I think we desperately needed an in-game leader. Like, we'd had a year where Hiko was in-game leading, then Elise, then Nitro, then Hiko again, then Nitro again, then Elise. So we needed an in-game leader, and we thought Stanislaw could be that guy. It wasn't necessarily that we thought he was going to come in and be the greatest signing of all time, but we needed desperately an in-game leader, and ever since he's been a smart guy, and now he gets to, I guess, do it one more time in Wildcard.
Obviously, there's quite a big gap between Liquid here and Twist's training phase up here. That's because he was on Liquid for what, 4.5 years, I think,
something
at that
like
point.
That, yeah.
It was a crazy tenure, whereas on the side of Stanislaw, I'm still taking up the mantle of in-game leader. He went through to back to Optic rather, then Complexity, NRG, then into EG, where if you look on their HLTV profile, there's a fair amount of trophies, but I'm going to put an asterisk to that because it was the online era and it was kind of North America separated from Europe. But But they still did get a couple of titles under their belt.
I mean, they count. You know, you can only win what's in front of you. And obviously, you had to deal with the whole Corona situation like everyone else did. And they had a time where I think they were ranked #1 in the world during that time as well, because the rankings were split up in regions. So, yeah, he found a decent amount of success. Ever since then, we haven't seen much of Stanislaw. And I think that's the cool story about him. You know, whereas for Twist, you said to yourself, 4.5 years in Team Liquid, went into FaZe, you know, double Intel Grand Slam winner. He's won a major. He's won it all. Whereas for Stanislaw, he really had to fight his way back into the competitive environment in Counter-Strike. And that's where it comes full circle now for you, because they go up against each other in the same role. You know, Stanislaw always been a big brain. Twist recently turned into an in-game leader. And to me, that's the interesting topic.
Do you foresee Twist staying with this role? I know this is opening a can of worms a little bit, but he obviously took up the mantle when the whole Kaden situation didn't work out. He's been under some of the greatest in-game leaders, right? I'm thinking Karrigan just jumps off the page immediately, Nitro as well. Do you think it's a long-term move for him to stick with this?
Let me say it shortly like this. I don't hope he will stay as an in-game leader, because I think you can get more out of Twist not being an in-game leader. Can he do it? Does he have the attributes to do it? Does he have the intellectual, I guess, understanding of the game to do it? For sure. But I hope Twist will go back to being a fragger and someone else could come in and help Team Liquid for the future.
Well, question is Liquid going to be taking down Wildcard today? I don't know about you, but I want to hear what Shox and Kassad are thinking about this one.
Thank you. Thank you for that breakdown as well, and the focus going into this game on the IGLs. But a big focus is, of course, the Valve regional standings, the VRS, specifically in terms of Team Liquid, of course, also for Wildcard. But I think the big talking point now is that they're not going to Cluj, right? And it has come out that it is definitely an organizational discussion. I asked Twist, and he just said, yeah, it's out of our hands. Unfortunately, it's a whole thing, but it does mean, Kassad, it's one of those things where the pressure is so much on this team now, also because of these outside factors that don't necessarily have anything to do with the game you're about to play, but they still do.
It does look like that, doesn't it, right? But I don't think it really is, for them at least. I mean, yes, this game carries a lot of weight in a sense of those points, right? Especially because Wildcard, if they beat them, they're going to get some additional points coming into the stage 2. Liquid going to eliminate it, not playing Cluj. But there is also a topic that we didn't really discuss, and that's the regional kind of thing they have there, because they have like 2 Asian region players, right? The JKS in Nerds, they have 2 Europeans. Actually, they're 2 Europeans and 1 North American, right? Or 2 North Americans and 1 European. So if they drop out the race from North America, if Pain and, you know, Wildcard, Furia gets those invites for, let's say, Melbourne, are they going to get and switch to the Asian region, or is that Valve's decision? Is a lot of uncertainty.
It is Valve's decision. Yeah. As far as I know, I listened to HLTV confirmed, and that's what they said.
Yes, that's what we think, but it's not 100% confirmed because I don't know. So there's a lot of discussions there to be, you know, had, and a lot of decisions. Obviously, deciding to not go for Cluj is something that was for the org side. We already talked about it. It can backfire a little bit, but I don't think it will right now. And I think Liquid is on a kind of good trajectory, not really what they want to be as an organization, because they're a championship culture kind of organization. I really love that. I think that's one of my favorite organizations right now, because they're really healthy in that sense, and they have always been really good to like players and people who are working there. So I'm a little bit biased when it comes to Liquid, because I really kind of respect what they're doing. So I think this decision to miss Cluj can be a good thing, but can also backfire heavily and just put them in a world of pain.
Yeah, so you took a long time, but you said what I set you up for, right? Because I wanted to infer that having this around you and this pressure makes it so much harder in this moment, because you're up against elimination and you know that those dominoes could fall and you don't have a tournament to attend, perhaps. But luckily, our investigative reporter, Jacob, he went to ask Joker Steve what is up with that decision.
I'm standing here with Joker Steve, the general manager of Team Liquid, before the very deciding game versus Wildcard. Steve, we have the ranking next to us right here. We can see you guys are very close in the Valve regional standings. It's a domestic matchup as well. 2 teams that are trying to build up something great. Do you feel the pressure in the Liquid camp?
Nah, we good.
No pressure whatsoever?
No, we're just here for a good time.
Yeah, but if you lose, you're eliminated.
Yeah, we're just here for a good time.
Wouldn't that be a disappointment?
Yeah, but it's a good time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, our investigative reporter didn't have a willing subject. Now, I can understand not wanting to give information, but
Yeah.
There are questions, so maybe just answer them.
Yeah, let me be completely honest. Liquid are in a world of trouble if they were to lose this game for many, many reasons. One thing is, being in this position where you can potentially be eliminated and not coming into the next stage. That would be disappointing for Liquid. You said it yourself, a championship culture, a big budget as well, something I don't think we talk about often enough when you look at some of these teams struggling. Astralis, great example. Liquid, great example. They have big budgets. They pay their players an awful lot of money, and by then you can also expect them to deliver. Now, Steve didn't want to tell us, anything or give us any sort of imagination of what the pressure is good or bad.
This guy right there.
This guy right here, that's the subject. But let me be completely honest, there's certain things that doesn't involve the players. There's certain things that goes on, at a top level in the management. You would know that about all people. But for the players right now, it doesn't matter. The VRS points doesn't matter. They want to win this game. They want to make sure to stay alive in the tournament. For us, though, telling the story, for us, trying to paint the picture of what could happen with Team Liquid for the future, this is a very deciding game for them. If they lose today, I'm already now starting to question, okay, Nerds coming in, that wasn't enough. So what's the next move you're going to do?
Jacob, if you're a player and maybe you're not, of course you're thinking about the game, obviously, right? But the sentiment's there. We heard it. Unfortunately, it was an organizational decision. If you find yourself on a match point against a match point or something, you're telling me that doesn't play in your mind that, oh no, if I lose this round, we are not playing I don't know how many tournaments we are dropping so much, and our year looks completely different.
I get what you're saying. It doesn't, and I get what you're saying.
Okay, that's good.
It probably, it's good, but it probably should. The thing is, right now, the Valve rankings, they're so abstract. No one really understands what's going on. No one really can figure out what are the consequences, what are the exact consequences. So we lose this game, X amount of prize money, X amount of points. It's all a bit of guesswork right now. So I think until it becomes more... I guess to a point where the players understand the format completely, then they shouldn't and probably wouldn't worry about it.
Okay, fair enough.
You were a competitor, well, at some point, right? Were you competing? I can't remember.
Yeah, in Unreal tournaments, but this was like 20 years ago.
But you were a competitor on a professional level, Jackie. You know when these games come up, all you think about is the game itself. You don't think about the rankings. You don't think about
you can't
interviews or anything besides what you do in the pistol, what kind of T-hop you're gonna have, to fix your utility and everything else, and then you need to just go and win.
Fair enough. So Kassad, let's talk about then about the map pool. It'll come up. Interestingly, it's always like a tease, like they come up one per one, but I'm going to tell you Inferno is in there. And it's interesting because Wildcard and Team Liquid have some history on Inferno, but more specifically, they've played 2 games today, right? A match already, rather. And Wildcard was up against Furia, and they went up 11-1 on their T side on Inferno. And Furia came back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So,
they came back in the other map, but the thing is,
the other map, they weren't able to win that series. Yeah.
Sorry, they had a good Inferno, and also Liquid had a good Inferno in their first game. They won 9-3. So overall, both teams were very happy with that map. You said it yourself; they have history on it. They played it twice. We saw that Liquid went for an Anubis pick, which is kind of obvious because they seem to be very comfortable on that on that map, and then what decided should be Dust 2. That's kind of I guess expected in a sense in the North American matchup. We said that they met each other 2 times so far. I think it was 2 best of ones, and I think we're gonna see the graphics very soon where they actually went 2 times Inferno in a best of ones. It went 1-1 in the close qualifier and in the actual first stage of the Shanghai Major. So overall, I think both teams are happy with what maps they got, and we're gonna have a brawl, I think.
We didn't say a lot about Wildcard yet, actually. Would you like to?
Yeah, I would love to just give them a bit of credit, because I do think it's a team that, with what they're given to work with, they're doing a good job. They find themselves in a position now where we're realistically speaking about this matchup being a close one, being a matchup where we can imagine Wildcard winning. No doubt Liquid's are the favorite, and Liquid probably should win this game, but just the fact of the matter that Wildcard is at the tournament in itself is a pretty good thing for them. The fact that we can talk up this matchup being competitive is also a testament to how good they're playing. I would argue like this, Twist's salary is probably the entire salary of the entirety of Wildcard, so of course Liquid should win, but Wildcard are in the game and they could definitely cause an upset here.
Yes, they are Wildcard for a reason. It's all in the name, but we'll see if Team Liquid can make it to stage 2 or if it's Wildcard after all. Let's kick it over to our casters.
Yeah, clash of Team Liquid and Wildcard. A series that every time we've seen them go head-to-head has only ever been those BO1s. So nice to see it take flight in a long stretch here in an all-or-nothing game. BO3 away from the group stage or flying home 1 match short. and exiting Katowice in the play-in.
Yeah, it would definitely be more devastating for Team Liquid, right, with the expectations on this roster. But at the same time, it's sad for Wildcard, because I feel like we've seen enough from this squad to know that they are good enough to compete amongst the very best in the world. They can take maps off, they can surprise, they can upset. Maybe today they will as well. Inferno is our first. The third time it's been played between these two squads. But Liquid have nerds. Let's see if this new Liquid squad can do the bare minimum. Get to that second stage
anymore.
Yeah, he is gone.
Dead first in the pistol. Oh my God, Susp full blind. Gets out with another, and now they're going to start steamrolling over this B site unless Twists can put a stop to them. Just a one and done. And so already a wild card come out the gate swinging with that double opener from Susp.
Yeah, no, it's 4v5ing Liquid at Banana. I thought Yakinda was gone, but apparently not. It's only one round, we'll give it time. Oof, looking crisp.
They are looking pretty sharp, aren't they?
Both these teams having played games earlier today as well. I think that's often a factor that we talk about when you have to play 2 BO3s in a day. Liquid made fairly quick work of Complexity, 2-0 with a close map
cannot be said for Wildcard, though.
They had to really grind, didn't they? And they lost out to Furia in an overtime on the third map. So it was a long day for Wildcard. They come in looking sharp in that pistol round. A good sign, a good start.
Yeah, Wildcard had to pull that game back. That one versus Furia in map number 3, trailing by 2 rounds. Furia with 2 chances to get it over the line. And Wildcard got it to overtime, but past that point, really struggled to find anything. Just one round in that whole OT. So, you know, to feel like you were just a matter of rounds away. But now have to battle through a whole BO3 to try and make up for it. It's a bit rough for Wildcard. Nice to see they're not looking too perturbed. It feels like they've been warming up, hitting the DMs in the downtime.
Yeah, every team takes it differently. Some like to walk away from the PC, get off it completely, go outside. Bit of a kickabout. Others like to stay in the server, try and stay sharp. Got a bit of an A execute here coming in, but it's all a fake as the bomb goes back up Banana. Stannis has got a lot of space. That kill would have been massive to keep the stack here, but now as it goes quiet, maybe Liquid will start to realize what's going on.
Still 3 strong. Oh, Ultimate Steagle was in a position to do some damage there. Gets out with a one and done. Still, there's room for this round to get weird. JKS smoked off over his short. Doesn't have vision over middle. Playing up close, hoping that they come right through. Wildcard have pumped the brakes, and they get rewarded for it. Nerds walking that smoke over on the long side. That is a big price to pay for the info that Wildcard are hanging around here. And now it all falls onto Twists. Naf is a very long way away, but the bomb was in the site alone there. That's now an AK retrieve. The other two both clearing pit. You don't get to make these sorts of mistakes up against Twists. He punishes Wildcard early. Team Liquid, that one was a 1v3 essentially from their captain.
They really thought the site was clear, how they really thought they called it, but it's because Liquid started with that quad A stack. They didn't move. Twist stays in the site the entire time, even with that banana take. And you see the value of being able to cycle smokes on a map like Inferno, right? Just getting them down and B time after time. Sending Wildcard into the stack, into Twists. So Liquid winning a force immediately flips the script in this game.
And if one thing's been clear from the first few rounds, it's that Nertz is wanting to be at the forefront of the action here.
It's going pretty well. Aggressive banana play coming up for Liquid. As Wildcard, I mean, they're very optimistic in taking that spam fight against an AK when they have Deagles, but it's not a lot of options for picks in this T side right now. Liquid cycling smokes on both sides of the map, wasting as much time as possible. Got a flash and a nade left up as Wildcards start to move towards B. It's going to be the MAC-10. No, the 5-7 for Nap. Stuck on Nertz now. Got to get them all, and he does. There was no one in sight. But Liquid will not allow Wildcard to get that bomb planted. It's down to 2K. It should be a 3-1. Oh, the routing is nice. JKS didn't see him, I don't think. Not the sheer amount of players, at least. Gonna smoke off abs, but they don't care. They're gonna run right through it. Crossing the boiler. Wildcard have one flash to try and get weird here. Stan lines it up in middle.
Not blind, ultimate. Then teed up, flashes back from Twist. Second flash, maybe a little too good.
He was too keen. He wanted to fight. He didn't wait for the flash. You know, Twist is just being that supportive leader. You got to be patient. Nice anti-eco setup though for Liquid, right? Just playing range and not giving the pistols too much space. Reflashing twice. Just trying to contain that round from the get-go. 3-1. Game begins now, albeit a little later than anticipated for Wildcard after a pistol win.
I think it's going to be very important early on to try and humble Nertz a little bit, right? Because you've seen kind of two sides to Nertz in the tournament so far in the two BO3s that Liquid have played. It was in his opening match versus Heroic, it was pretty middle of the pack from Nertz, far from his best game, far from his most memorable, but Complexity got a taste of that today. He went on a tear against these guys, and so it feels like he's brought that energy with him into this game now, especially with how these first few rounds have gone.
Oh, okay. Traded out, and Twist tries to reposition in the site. Sonic trades him. It's Nap on long, the third piece on this position. They're not ready for. Still Wildcard trade efficiently in this round. 2v2, and it's down to JKS in pit. He's got nothing but his weapon, and Fuzi's taken the headshot despite a dink. That's an awkward one for Liquid, as it's left Nertz looking to finish what his team started.
So this is a Nertz that relishes these chances, an opportunity to clutch in this 1v2, especially with the dinked up Fuzi. Takes a bit of extra time grabbing this kit over at long. The reposition from Wildcard is nice. They're staying grouped. And they're not giving him the pick to send him back in here. Caught out in the open with nades pulled is Nertz. And so much time having ticked off this bomb, this 1v2 won't get attempted. It's an all-in save. And Nertz at least gets out with this AK, but great stuff for Fuzi. Feel good moment there as he taps out JKS down in the pit. You're muted.
Toxic.
There's always that one guy who, you know, 5 rounds in goes, how long have I been muted for, man? I've been talking all game.
That was me. That was me.
That was you.
Orbs out for ultimate. So even though Liquid lose the round, they get out pretty well, weaponry-wise. Banana take for Liquid. 3 players starting here. Nertz gets his nades in and gets out. Ultimate poised with the orb. Not looking to force a pick.
He
doesn't want to give it away. He doesn't want to reveal the weaponry, Harry.
But this is Roland.
It's a surprise. They got to find out the hard way. Or if he's going to throw a nade in, could get a lot of damage here. Susp on 5 health in a very dangerous position. Liquid active on the CT side. Twist playing with fire there on short, but he gets out in time. Oh, nuts. Low as well. Wildcard getting that bomb very late. Let's slow down this pop, but they're waiting the smoke out. Re-smoke at long, middle getting taken, and this is done pretty well. They force Liquid into a super passive setup where they're conceding the long side. 2 in pit, 1 in the site. Liquid don't know this is a B hit right now. And there's even the option to lurk on long. I wonder if Wildcard take it first.
Naf's going there to try and watch it, but that only weakens this B side further. Ultimate here on the AWP.
Full nades.
Something's going to have to connect for Ultimate. He's got to have a bit of a moment here as Naf has been timed. They've slipped past him. He hears this, but he's not able to get his bearings on it. So Ultimate really has his work cut out for him now. First kill connects. Nade will follow up. Naf on that backstab removes 1 more. Might get caught here as Stanislaw, that second player, has him in the open, but it's far from dead to rights. Ultimate and Nafly, all 5 between the 2 of them. Ultimate with some lovely AWPing over towards B. He was the guy under the spotlight. He was the one under the scrutiny there of Wildcard as they are wrapping him through the spawn. 3 players coming in Banana and he barely breaks a sweat. So that's finally found by that nade, right? But it felt like he kept putting himself in very out there positions as the guy on 5 HP.
Hey, you like your odds against an AWP when you're low? That's your best bet. Again, a really weak eco here for Wildcard. They lost 4 or 3 players in the round they won, so nothing to show on this T side. Dead men walking, running even out middle. Oh, Deagle's out. It's getting a little claustrophobic here. Ultimate has to let them through. What a shot for JBA. That was the only pistol upgrade in this round, and it's got on an AWP and a powerful, potent position. Got to get that bomb back. I feel like Naf doesn't want to let it happen. He's going to peek on a timing. Stan able to just grab it, plus a gun, and get long. Liquid playing to contain. Not trying to force the kills. Wildcard edge closer and closer around this A site. JKS, they might expect him in the pit here, but he's hiding on default. This is scary.
Yeah, weird wall of smokes. They try to walk around it. JKS could stop this plant right now, but he thinks Stanislaw 6-1. This guy just 5'11", so creeping over the smoke, he's been allowed to duck under the shots. They don't know where Stan's gotten to. Oh, there's JKS hunting him down, and so he will eventually get delivered that final kill.
That's so funny that he's just shooting right above him, but I guess he doesn't want to mag dump and then just get faked and Stan jump up on the box. It's JKS who puts distance between himself and the smoke and finds him from above. Liquid going very well right now. 5-2, not panicking in any of these rounds, even though Wildcard are getting in decent mid-round positions. Liquid's anchors are doing pretty well.
I mean, Ultimate's been very active on this AWP, always trying to keep them guessing. It's fired off early in this round, so at least Wildcard have that to go off of. They've learned where the AWP is without having to pay the price for it. He's also like not really in a position to rotate his ultimate, but maybe that changes. You can see him shuffling around now with that AWP. Wildcard just fanning out, looking for this this map control over Banana.
This is so dangerous. They're both players committed here. They need these kills or the round just dies on this fight.
All in scrap for top banana. Nerds, though, he's got his work cut out for him here.
No.
Smoke deployed, but he's not going to escape.
So I feel like those setups are rarely that good. Like, maybe you'll go 2 for 2, but look at the gap it's given over to this B side. Somehow Twist almost takes 2 players down. Had no business there. Boost up, perfect time for it. They're a man up. They've got the power to do it. Over the top, bomb dropped, and Stannis thrust into another clutch.
1v3, but at least this time he's got room to move.
It's a good position, but they should be able to trade him. Oh, they've just walked away.
Yeah, they want a group. They want to go together, but Stanislaw hears this. He knows where everyone's coming from now. The nades are good. They bring him down low. Stan gets it close. In the end, the captains clash, and Twist is the one to win that out, so the rounds keep racking up for Liquid. Clutch is getting closer for Stanislaw, but still unable to get it over the line.
Jump shot for Twist to finish that. That is a little bit of luck going a long way there to stop a sick clutch from Stan. Yeah, these setups, you know, sure, if it's a lurker coming up, you're guaranteed to get the kill clean, but if it's an actual pack, you could see even after they go 2 for 2, or 2 for 1 rather, Nerds can't even get away. He knows he's dead. He was already low from the nades. Liquid at least trying to keep it fresh, trying to keep Wildcard guessing. They've done that plenty of times on this A site. And this might actually be an eco where Wildcard have a little bit more to say about it. Pistol armor, some nades as well, as the loss bonus maxes out. Oh my god, Liquid. Just go for the throat. Right down middle, 2 entries for Twist, ultimate supporting, and JKS has ult mid. It's only a frag for Sonic on the way out, but he's got no bomb control, and Liquid is set up to trade. Disaster for Wildcard, completely caught off guard. We're seeing a very confident Team Liquid playing right now, playing like the favorite. And there's something to be said for that, because I don't think, even though, you know, Liquid on paper should be great. They should be one of the best teams in the world with some of the firepower, some of the pieces they have, even if Twist's leadership has been put under the microscope. I think it would be easy to be a bit nervous in this game because Wildcard are on the up and up. They're provably improving in the last 6 months. Their Shanghai run was immaculate. Nobody expected it. Seeing some great form out of Jaber. He's gotten a lot more comfortable in these LAN matches. High stakes on the stage as well. So it could have been easy for Liquid to come in shaky today, but they're playing to win right now. Throwing themselves down mid on an anti-eco is indicative of that. 7-2 now. And this round is going to be a kicker. If Wildcard can't break in now, we're looking at a very dominant CT side rather.
I mean, this is already running the risk of hitting a point of no return for Wildcard, and on your map pick, that's a stressful prospect. Looking like they want to try to scale out middle. I mean, the rounds have at least been getting closer, it feels like, for Wildcard, but they're still looking for that way in. They think it's going to be found over here in the A site. To do that, they've got to get past Nerds, Twists, and JKS down in, well, down up on the balcony, rather. Smoke down over a long. Nerds spams.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's unlucky for Stanislaw.
Hate that for him.
Smoke spammed out of the round. Nap in position to try and cut this down. 2 kills in tandem there for Wildcard. This has got to be the moment. This has got to be the round where you break through and start finding some success on this T side.
I don't know.
Once again, though, it's that ultimate AWP. Fire breathing at this B site. He's trying to lay down the Dragon Lore. Second comes back from ultimate. Why not make it a third? It's only Jaber left standing. 1v3, but this guy's meant to be the real deal. Not cut out for it. Twist best him in that head-to-head, and Team Liquid keep stacking them up. as their AWPer ultimate, Roland from Poland, is coming alive for Katowice.
Very aggressive AWP, and we know that many teams countered him in after a few events in Liquid, but he sees that Molotov come at him. He sees an opportunity to mash that W key over the smoke. Ultimate flexing, and even Nerd's impressed by that one. Keeps Liquid in full control of this game. There's an argument to be made with Wildcard breaking back in off of that buy round, but now it's slipping through their fingers, looking at 4 at a maximum, and no reason to really believe in it. Liquid had a variety of setups. They've gotten away with banana control. They've played inside of the site. They've left the AWP alone on B. It's hard to read right now for Stan. There's no guarantees in this game, but this might be an early kill. Nerds walking through the smoke, gives it up. Oh my god. It's a massacre. Twist full blind. They just go back to B, another desperate play, but with a player in CT, he's going to get flashed in. Nav goes through with the utility. It does feed a kill over. Wildcard with a chance now in another post plant.
I mean, he's going to have to replicate it all over again. But Ultimate doesn't have it in him to do it once more. JKS just left too far away, and finally, Wildcard break on through. A big sigh of relief, right? When they're checking the scoreboard, they see that Ultimate, the guy that's robbed 2 of those B rounds off of them, is still alive. The moment they get past him, it's safe for Wildcard. Problem now is they're shooting for 4 rounds on the half on this T side. That's their best case scenario. And it's not like they've got a freebie coming up next. Because this has been so dominant from Liquid, they're going to have to grind out these final 2 rounds in a row for a 4-round T half on their map pick. Timeout called in for Liquid as well. They haven't had to burn a single one of these yet. The last thing they want to do is let Wildcard back into this map.
Yeah, it's awkward because I feel like if NAF doesn't go through that smoke with a flash, Liquid just set up for a 4v3 retake and they are favored, but it's a sign of how Liquid are feeling, right? They want to go for that play. They play very aggressive on this CT side. They've taken every fight, every challenge that Wildcard will match them at. And so it's hindsight talking, really. I still think it's a good play for NAF. It's just being held by Wildcard at the back of Banana. And Liquid can simply find 9 to avert all worries in this game. It's a map where we even see T-sides win out, you know, plenty of times. 50-50 map right now, if not statistically edged to the T's a little bit. Oh,
okay, well that's nice.
He was boosting as well. He's just crouching for Ultimate to jump up. It's really awkward timing. But with the game Stan's been having, with how unlucky he's been, some of these late rounds, good to see him starting something off for Wildcard, putting his best foot forward for this last of the half.
NAF over at B with the AWP. When you hear that AWP fire off at B, it's you're thinking it's Ultimate, so they change their mind. They try to go fast out into the top of middle. Nerds has already made it interesting with that double up right there. JKS, one of his own. And they still believe the Ultimate's AWP is B side. They learn about it now, and Liquid will manage that 9-round half after all. A runaway CT side sees Liquid teed up to steal Wildcard's map.
Anybody else? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? I don't want anybody else but you. Anybody else but you? Anybody else? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you? But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you.
Liquid have a point to prove. They mean business here, opening up with one hell of a CT side. Wildcard's pick of Inferno lies in jeopardy. If they don't turn this one around straight away, they can say goodbye to their map pick. They would have to turn this around over the rest of the series. They've already played a lengthy old game today. That BO3 versus Furia go in the distance and then some, and so having to rest this, stake this on coming back across the rest of the series is not what Wildcard want. They want to start this off with a knockout blow in this all-or-nothing matchup for the Katowice group stage, and this pistol round has not gotten off to a good start.
Yeah.
Nafly gets rid of Jaber on his push through the apartments. Fuzi, that's going to go a long way to help. Say hello to his little friends as he peeks down mid. Dual Berettas destroy Team Liquid. It's only Twists left. Will he succeed where everyone else has failed? Picks up these dualies now. Gonna try and use them against Wildcard, but not today.
Stan, the Flashman, sends it over middle, and Liquid just get turned into mulch by Fuzi's dualies. They're everywhere. Twist wanting to give the illusion that they're force buying. How are you going to manage that? He's got full nades with nothing else.
I don't know how you give the illusion you force buy.
that doesn't last long because they're going to see your Glocks.
Guys, I want the essence of a full buy mixed with the tenacity of an eco, if that makes sense.
And a flavor of a half buy. But as soon as you hit those Glocks, you know you're going to come running, you're going to come gunning with those MP9s, and this B-hold is simple as that.
Okay.
There's an illusion right now, Harry.
It's, yeah.
There's a bit of a trick going on. Oh, he didn't wait for the smoke. He's going to pay the price.
Well, look, Wildcard get given that one. Hesitant to say for free. They fell for the illusion. They fell for the magician's trick. So they did sacrifice two. It's not as clean as you would have liked as far as those second rounds go. Because Liquid now come through with AKs. And a chance to break the back of Wildcard early on in this second half. Aggression for Fuzi as he plays ahead of the smoke here.
Cheeky.
Tries his hand at a little gimmick to open up.
I like it. You don't feel like you're going to get that push if you're Liquid, and they can only see on the short side of the smoke until they move up the ramp. Could definitely see how you can grab a kill in front of that one and duck back. But it's still a high-risk play that Wildcard won't commit to. They play a very passive round. Jaber has been iced out in this game. He's really had trouble getting going. So we're going to need someone to step up in his instead.
Yeah.
Steed. We're going back to the horse talk.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's not do that. But Liquid, they won't look a gift horse in the mouth. With these double long smokes down, they start to take the space.
Oh, Naf. Wild opening. Fuzi was the only guy containing long as well. That's a big problem. Losing Fuzi to a man working his way out through the apartments. Now leaves the long wrap open. Stanislaw closes the door on it, but is the only one left fighting in the site. Susp out on an island, leaves it all on Sonic. Gotta be real quick here, 1v2. Bomb planted, tries his hand at the spam, but it won't connect. Ultimate doesn't have to face this. And they know they've got Sonic trapped in. Tries to make a play now that smoke's faded. AK retrieved, this will help him, but they're going to double swing and it's not even needed. Ultimate takes that first contact. Even if he fell, Naf was ready to swing it wide and get that trade. It was a good setup for Liquid. There was no room for Sonic. And as a result of that second round, like suddenly this does have implications, right? If that was a bonus round for Wildcard and we're sitting here going, yeah, they lost it, but they did a lot of damage, and then they come through with rifles, it's a whole different story. Instead, they lost 2 players over at Top Banana. That means that this return to the buy is that much weaker. It's just 2 M4s and an MP9.
I really like what Liquid did there as well, right? They used the long smokes, but they didn't push long when they had Arch and Library smoked off. They know that that's going to force a response for either a player on CT side to come through or a site player to go peek long. That's a setup for Naf in the apartments on that tight angle. So Liquid let Naf work on his luck and find an entry, and they explode off the back of it. 4v4 now. There's a bit of damage traded out. Liquid worse for wear, but better armed. Moving up in the apartment again is Naf. There's 2 below him. Right below him. Hugging for warmth. Trying to cover each other's back in the same sleeping bag. It's a bit claustrophobic. Naf falls in. They didn't clear second player. They have no idea. They have no idea.
This was all teed up for Jaber. Down in the pit, an unknown.
He can wait. He can tell his team to hold off.
Oh, took that shot. He was worried. Twist saw him.
Oh, it's
still
perfect.
Sonic comes through Moto, and that MP9 continues doing damage. Best thing for Naf to do is get the hell out of there.
Yep.
Not clearing Jaber down in the pit. Set Liquid up for disaster. Very nice bait and switch for Wildcard. Finally something going their way. Stan, cost to himself trying to set up the young star of Wildcard. Because as you said, it's been a quiet start to the game for this guy.
Yeah, and that's despite a really good match earlier on, right? It was him and Sonic leading the fray. Sonic, we haven't even really talked about him. There hasn't been some huge individual standout for Wildcard. They've only just started to get back on the board. But yeah, if you want this team to do well, you are relying on Jaber a lot. He can be such a integral piece of this team, such a great multi-kill player. We saw that as well in Wildcard's opening game here in Katowice. Over big, he had multiple aces in this exact position as well, on top of the balcony. So can Jaber pull it back on this CT side? 5-13, remember the score. As Wildcard try to mount a comeback. A lot of early damage done.
boost is nice, just to try and give them the info as to whether or not anyone's made it out middle. Naf is trying to keep them wasting time over here on A. And that re-smoke with the boost getting disassembled means that info's been cut off. And so there won't be any early rotates here for Wildcard. Just these two players in B having to hold on. Susp, there's the opening. Naf, in the meantime, takes space over towards Arch side. This could be a real big problem. Naf can cut down the rotates. These B players have got to operate on their own. Naf is closing the net, lending a helping hand here in this B offensive. Susp, that's a big kill through the smoke. Bomb gets picked up, but Susp goes looking for even more. Naf with the covering fire. And it's the two Canadians left up in this for Team Liquid. Fuzi and Stanislaw grouping for this retake. Twists bested. And so it's going to fall to Nafly. Bale twists out once, saving his life as he went for that bomb plant. Now is to clutch up for Liquid's lifeline on this T side. One kill short. Fuzi puts a stop to Naf's reign of terror there, all the way from long to Moto to B to the grave.
Yeah, he's so far away that Naf doesn't even predict he can come from coffins there. He's so concerned about CT because Stam was playing entirely on his own. So it's a little awkward for Wildcard, but bailed out by Fuzi. Poor Susp as well. That wallbang would have killed Twist. He was on the money for the the second bomb denial and his fourth kill, but Naf provides so much cover. Just can't clutch it up today. 10-7, Wildcard, bit by bit, are pulling themselves back in this game. Completely ready to write them off after the first half. And now they're playing with bravado.
Oh, Jaybird turns into mush as they try to come through the apartments. Here's Stanislaw on that rotate in, saving the day. Gauntlet throwing down. It's the Famous to repel that fast A hit from Liquid. And now Liquid starting to burn these timeouts. That gap has well and truly closed. There's one rifle round in this game before it's a tie scoreline. So a bit of time for Mytha to try and weigh in. Hopefully he's got the solutions here, because this was a game that Liquid felt like they had in the bag. Didn't think we'd even have to talk about it yet, but there's been a lot of eyeballs on this Liquid squad. Feels like they have all the right pieces, right? You bring Nertz into this team, someone who can single-handedly win you games, has always been someone who puts up phenomenal numbers, is one of these players who, much like Yakindar, the man he came in to replace, you've always been left saying this guy could join any team and suddenly make them a title contender. And so this was meant to be the Liquid that shoots for those trophies, that goes for championships.
Yeah.
And so this would be massively disappointing. It's been great seeing Twists play so well. He's someone who has hoisted a trophy here. And since his playing career started, has always had runs at Katowice. This would be his worst ever placing if they don't make it out of the play-in. And considering this is, his trial as the IGL, him stepping into that new role, the leadership of this Liquid squad, it's not a good time to have that mark next to your name.
Fast move up short here. They're going for an A execute, and Liquid got the nades down. They just can't find that AWP inside of the site. Jaber gets a lot of value out of the pit, spamming smokes and taking folks with him. 2 kills, even with the missed shots for Fuzi. It matters not, as Nertz is left alone on long, and they're going to come for the kill. Wildcard, 4 alive round. Jaber, from bottom of the board, is slowly but surely rising back up. And this is where Wildcard get really dangerous. 1 round behind the Team Liquid, who found a 9-round first half. And I'm with you. I don't want to spell disaster of Liquid just yet, but one thing that does worry me in this series is the 3rd map of Dust 2. Liquid, again, they leave it in. They allow it to be floated. They've done this many, many times. They've lost it many, many times. Liquid are on an 8-map loss streak on Dust 2. The caveat is this is mostly to top teams, some of the best teams in the world, but it's still not a good sign. Even with a recent loss here to Heroic on that map, it has not proven to be a good map for Liquid.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, Sonic's on 9 health. He actually has to give up this B bomb site.
With the nades at the start, and now the opening kill for Nerds, it's made this interesting.
Huge.
Oh, that would have been a massive pickup for Stan.
Does he realize bomb's stuck? If he does, he may as well keep fighting. Oh, he goes back. He goes quiet. That at least allows Wildcard to get situated back in this bomb site. Sonic, he definitely can wield this AWP to a good degree. So this bog down works fine for Wildcard. It's meant Liquid have to regroup in the mid round.
You almost did if you're
solo AK Lurk. Are we sure? Yeah, go back, regroup. At least have this AK retrievable by your team.
If you're Wildcard, I'm starting to get worried that they're going to feel an urge to gamble here, right? Like with Sonic low, it's not like they can really re-aggress over towards B. So they are splitting 2-2 on this defense.
It's a good molly, and he gets tick damage, they get noise, so more info for Wildcard. The AK lost wide as well. Oh, this, I don't think Liquid could even look at getting that AK right now. They need to get past this AWP line. Flash will start it off as they go sending into the site. 2 kills, make it a third. This is a shutdown right now, unless Twist can put his team on his back in a 1v4 clutch. He's got a bomb plant, he's got guns available. Twist is on.
20 kills deep is the captain of Team Liquid.
He's not gone for the gun, though. It's not going to happen. He went straight for the control of Banana. But of course, Wildcard are already here. They had their info from the molly. A surprise to not see Twist go for a weapon in that position. I feel like his best odds, he was on 20 health. He has to just nail 2 more Tech 9 one-taps.
Yeah. And, you know, I know that's versus this partial buy out of Liquid, but that's a real sigh of relief moment for Wildcard and what feels like a big missed opportunity for the Liquid squad. At the start of that round, they'd done like 195 damage to the 2 players B. You had Sonic barely surviving, hoping that his teammates got there in time. And so, yeah, for Liquid, you couldn't have asked for a better start to that type of round. Any type of round, really. But especially when you feel like you have so much less to lose, only running the Tech 9s. Instead, they run it into Banana again. It's Nerds to fall first. Susp, finally the luck's going the other way. Wildcard, the one coming up with the smoke spams. Ultimate tries his hand at the wall bang. That's going to be the cue for them to get the hell away from the half wall.
It's desperate right now, though. This is Wildcard pulling this game all the way back. This is them about to take the lead and break Liquid's money to give them map point. Oh, missed shot for Fuzi. Can the nade finish the job? Not quite. Left on a single point of health. Liquid can't get any luck in this round.
1 HP. 1 health on Fuzi.
And look at the setup as well. Oh, that's some control. Okay. Can they wait for JKS to reset? Another repeat, another mistake. Another site for Liquid to take. They've got a 3v2 now. Wildcard throw in the towel. Blink of an eye, and that triple hold crumbles.
That 3v5 from nowhere after it looked like Fuzi was going to get out with the luckiest odds of surviving there. 5v3, Wildcard feeling very comfortable. They're set up over towards A. They lose JKS, JKS opens rather over towards long. And suddenly it feels like the whole site starts to shrink down. Fuzi is in no state to make a play. When his teammate swings, he can't go out and try and trade him. He's 1 health on that AWP.
Yeah, I feel like maybe part of it is them feeling uncomfortable with all being site-centered and not having a crossfire on short or anything, but I would have just loved to see Jaber just bait his team there and hide back site. Fuzi play for 1 on the AWP, then get traded. Then you're scared of Pit. You're not thinking Jaber's in sight. I don't think Stan called swing short. He was fighting it long. That just feels like a desperate play coming from fear from Wildcard. And they use their final, or Liquid use their final timeout here to make sure they can finish the job. Mithrin, Twist talking on. Intimate conversation, because this is the timeout to rule them all. This is the round that will win Liquid the game if they find it. A 3v5. You want to talk about Polish representation in Katowice. It's not just Ultimate, it's Vins on the other side. Wildcard coach. been a part of many Polish teams, many Polish legends. But now behind this ragtag North American squad and facing elimination in the play-in.
Wildcard had to embark on a crazy comeback to even get to this point, but might all be for naught.
Why would he jump? Why would he jump around the corner, Harry?
That 3v5. Now teeing up this round that could break Wildcard. An early overstep from Susp, overzealous as he leapt into Banana. A 4v4. Wildcard falls short here. They have nothing left to put a stop to Liquid. And this comeback from 9-3 down, this 5-round streak they're on, it might all be for naught. The defense is split. There's no info gathering here for Wildcard.
And Jamie just cleared apps with a flash.
A bit of a gamble.
Yeah.
Sonic making his way over, but he's still a ways away. Liquid slowing down here is at least giving Sonic more time to get to position. And so a third man will appear. They flashed him in long side, he cleared it, and now he's going straight back. They're going to start to hear more util popping over at long. But Wildcard don't bite down on this. They think this is a fake here. They keep the 2-2 split, and so right now in this A site for the entire game, Liquid have a 4v2.
Still got to nail it with 20 seconds. It's not a guarantee. If this first shot comes for Fuzi, it could be the House of Cards tumbling down. He dodges the flash. He hits JKS. The nade brings him low, but is that going to stop him? The wallbang orb for Ultimate. 10 seconds. They needed that clean. There might still be time. Ultimate with a stick. Stan going to run him down right now. Keep the pressure on for Ultimate in the clutch. A missed shot, a rarity, and you don't get another chance as Wildcard pick up a post plant and put us even keel.
That is wild. I mean, Ultimate has had some insane moments throughout this game. He stopped 2 B plays solo in that first half, but there, when it really matters, when the pressure's dialed to 11, misses that one opportunity he's given, and that's enough for it to get away from them. And that's after the wild wallbang onto Fuzi to kickstart this. Stam, great awareness, knew his teammate was nearby, knew he had Sonic backing him up. They never wanted to let Ultimate get comfortable. Don't let him play that post plant. And so Wildcard are right back in this. That round that could have broke them, they survive, but they're battling for survival throughout the entirety of this. Now the same can be said for Liquid. Both teams bottoming out the money with this bye round. Whoever loses this is broke, giving their opponent the best chance to close out this map. No one wants to be the first to die. Even Nerds, who has been wild with the aggression, but he's not given a choice. That nade will find him. Hell of a trade back from Twists. Fuzi never even saw the guy.
No,
and now they go deeper. Caught over a top Banana. Oh dear. Twist has opened up Liquid's route to win the game. B's site has crumbled. Wildcard are going to have to start weighing up if they want to go for this. Bomb dropped over at the stairs. If they aggro in through middle, they could stop this round before that bomb ever gets planted. JKS aware of this, dropping in that smoke, going to give him free passage. And so now Wildcard are faced with a choice. Do they risk all their money? Do they risk everything attempting this retake 3v4? Or do they play for the overtime? Sonic, that kill might have made them interested. They don't know this, but Naf is not even in the site yet. He is a long way away.
Still got pretty good timing. I think Naf's not going to be too late to play into this because they got to cross past CT. And Naf is the guy to stop him here. Sonic might even be the first to fall to this backstab. There it is from Naf. Follow up on the captain. He should save, but Jaber wants to play this game, and he realizes now on 12 health, it is a done deal. There is nothing worse than losing a game by the skin of your teeth and feeling like you're responsible and feeling like your mistake or your decision in 1 or 2 rounds made the difference. And unfortunately, if Liquid win this next round, that's exactly how Susp is going to feel. 2 rounds on that B-bomb site, thinking that Liquid are going to respect the utility. First time it's Nerds throwing a deep Molotov up car and peeking behind it. Okay, that's pretty, you know, forgivable. Going around the corner, you know, early in the round. But this one, he knew Twist was top B. He throws a smoke. Twist just doesn't respect the smoke. He peeks before it blooms. And Susp is swapping weapons. Like, 2 heinous mistakes at top B that might cost Wildcard everything. And the worst part is Susp was probably the most exciting player for this roster in Shanghai. He was lights out. We know he can do it, but right now, a big problem on this B-bomb site. Can someone save Wildcard and give them bonus play?
I mean, we've been waiting for Jaber to get switched online.
Hey, he came back in this game so far. 4 and 13, now 13 and 17. He certainly held his own in this A site.
And he's one of the 2 M4s in play for Wildcard, so if there ever was a time for Jaber, it's now. Burn on Fuzi. They know he's under porch. If they swing out and try and deal with him, they're going to be so focused lower that Jaber will have some room to work with. Drops on off. That audio cue baits Twists in for a fight. And Fuzi still plays up close. Oh my god, he's taking the timing. Into Boiler, Naf gets backstabbed. No one can get this trade. They're still worried about Long. That smoke might help Liquid out. Ultimate going to catch him.
Wow.
No, it's still working Banana. He's been here every single round, but this round is his slowest Banana take yet. Usually it's bombastic. It's in your face. Nerds has been loud and fast with this Banana control.
Ouch.
The round he tries to go a little bit slower, nothing gets done. Sonic bests him, and so for Liquid, it comes down to JKS and Ultimate. 2-player crossfire down in the pit. JKS spots Stanislaw. Jaber gonna swing out next and take the contact. Ultimate's gonna do this alone, but there just isn't time. 5 seconds, and Stan knows he has to plant that bomb. Many times over, Stan has been able to stop these bomb plants. That is heads up, charging at Ultimate to deny it and lock in OT for Wildcard.
Oh, just a sigh of relief that you see from Vince as well, because Ultimate, if he gets that bomb plant or up in a post plant, we've seen it so many times on Inferno, not going to be allowed. Good hunt at the end. A very scary situation. Feels like Nerds has also had very little impact in Banana on this T side on his own. Right there, I think even if he gets that kill with the way Liquid are playing, it's not actually going to change the setup that much. It's not going to force those pit players to rotate. So, we'd love to see him a little more with the pack in some of these rounds. Especially with how little Wildcard are taking Banana on the CT side. This is as far as they're going. This time, though, it is 3B. So a retake available. But they've never really ever had full Banana control. Maybe this is going to be the round. Now they have utility available. Susp getting aggressive. Looking for that entry.
Deep Banana Util, they want to fight for this.
Got him trapped now. Walk down. Blind shot connect.
Ultimate dies at the back. Not even Nerds, the one that Fuzi was aiming for.
Oh,
that's a random smoke spam. Nerds not able to give chase. Sonic with the covering fire. Naf has opened a back door for Team Liquid.
Are they ready?
And they're going to try to take it. Stanislaw up close on top of the balcony goes unchecked, but it had to be a multi-kill if he wanted to tee his team up. Instead, 2v2 in this retake.
You still try it.
Fuzi coming up through middle. A little bit of time for Liquid to get situated.
Oof.
Get dropped up on top of the balcony. And this long old flank out of Fuzi. Twist is watching this, but he's going to have to flick over. Twist makes that look way too easy. Quick turn on a Fuzi, and Sonic is out of there. Does not want to attempt the 1v2. Too much time ticked off the bomb. Hang on a second, he's running in for this, but there's no way. Kit picked up.
Yeah.
I think he's sad wait for that one to unravel in the 2v2. And that's after that kind of wild back and forth tug of war for the banana control. It was Jaber getting aggressive in the apartments that ends up handing it over.
I have enjoyed seeing these double setups though. The wildcard are running towards pit and balcony, always keeping it fresh. Liquid don't really know whether it's a site pit crossfire, double balk for crying out loud. They're playing all sorts of setups on A. But Liquid still get it done in the post plant. Oh my god, Nerds, that's more like it. A bit of speed behind it, up top B. And Twist even gets that entry for him. Twist is having a phenomenal game right now. 25 kills. He goes for a little bit more. Stan puts him down. You see Stan here, you know it's a triple B. Sonic's caught in the open throwing nades. They don't respect the Molotov. Susper's learned the hard way, but Liquid do eat that HE.
I mean, Naf's lurks here have been a constant source of pressure. He was trying to get involved again, but Jaber's learned his lesson about getting aggressive through those apartments. Still, Naf has played this one perfectly right. Every now and again, he's getting this impact from the apartments, but more often than not, he's just making sure that Wildcard don't have forward control. And so just by holding the space, it's always leaving options open for Liquid. As you said, the moment they saw Stanislaw at B, they knew it was that triple stack. They know that there's 2 more players they have to break through at the B site. And so they're just going to go link up with Nafly over here at A.
He's going to walk
Stan
through.
Making a play. Walking the smoke in mid. He comes through behind Liquid. Ultimate can't deal with it. Jaber falls down in the pit, but Stan has kept this round open. He's given Wildcard a fighting chance.
It's going round, thank goodness. Liquid don't have a resmoke for this position, but Wildcard still have to wait the initial one out. A few more seconds on this clock that Liquid get to pick their positions. Stuck in the site are 2. That molly could force a repause. JKS trapped by double flames. Bit of damage, goes a long way, but it's Naf from the pit with a nade from downtown. Oh yeah, no getting out of here, Fuzi. Or unless...
Does this get weird?
Unless...
They started facing him. They started facing him. Maybe they shouldn't. Fuzi means business, but Nafly 2 kills to the good already. Nade goes in, but that shot had to connect for Fuzi. There's no winning it without that RNG going his way.
Yeah, a little bit of trolling, but not enough to lose the round for Liquid. That's just fine. That's just showboating. Naf, the safe pair of hands, Kraut's looking at the ground. You do think, man, if he wallbanged pit there, though, if he connects that, ooh, Liquid are going to be kicking themselves.
I mean, look, Ultimate and Twists might be the huge, obvious reason as to why Liquid had such a good first half, but as we've gone deeper in this game, Nafly is the reason that this OT is shaping up well for Liquid. 2 times over now, he's been instrumental with his apartments control. He's been playing it perfectly. He's very rarely an issue for Team Liquid there. And he's always giving Twists an easy time in the calling, right? If they get pushed back hard from B, you know Nafly has gained you some ground on the other side of the map in the meantime.
It's not just the post part for Naf there. He's the guy who actually finds the entry onto Jaber in pit, the only A player in that round. So the Wildcard made a gamble and it cost them.
Other thing that's crazy is, and we said this coming into OT, was that Nerds was getting bullied at Banana. Well, with Naf being able to operate so affluently solo on the other side of the map, it's freed up the rest of the team to go and help Nerds in this Banana fight.
Oh, Fuzi took the molly, and Naf was just about to push into Abs, and then he pulls back. That's a good shot for Sonic. A must-win fight, a 5v4 for Wildcard, looking for just a single round on this CT side in a game that's been controlled by 9-3 CT halves, so it's going to go a long way for Liquid to take it 2 at bare minimum. 4A, 1B, big risk for a 48 health Sonic on this site alone, calling for help. Susball move over. Resmoke goes out. But I feel like Liquid, they're all here. They might just have to go through it. Out they go.
Gonna flash and push through the smoke. Sonic has no real say in this. The AWP trying to take these lines, but the flashes reign supreme. They're going to knock Sonic off the angle. Liquid with a bomb plant. Fuzi even tapped out in the meantime as he tries to launch himself out from the spawn, so that advantage tips in favor of Liquid. They're looking for a flawless T-half in a game that, as you said, has been dominated by these CT sides.
Twists. Oh.
So now Sonic, the original man, the one that started here over towards B, is left as the one that's got to clutch up, and there's no hope. Ultimate sprint straight towards him to put a stop to a wild card comeback here. It's a flawless T-side out of Team Liquid.
I love that call for a twist. I feel like a lot of teams wouldn't want to do that because they don't have an HE to break the smoke, but Liquid don't need an HE. They throw in that CT smoke, they wait a few seconds, and then they drop the flash inside of the smoke. Wow. And then just run in. So Susp, who's trying to hold the smoke, who should be favored there, is just full blind on the entry. Liquid also have, you know, orange smoke to block more angles. There's really nowhere that Wildcard could have been to hold that position. They're not going to be anti-flash in front of a smoke, are they? You think that's the wall. Liquid knock it down, 15-12.
I think it's well worth mentioning as well, we were crediting Naf heading into that final round. Him putting so much pressure on the apartments had fully conditioned Wildcard to not leave A. They were double set, one player balcony, one player pit, holding for Nafly, late coming out of apps. And that's a big reason why the rotate took so long to arrive to actually go and help Sonic in the long run.
15-12, man, this is it. Liquid, they may have choked this game in regulation, but they have Heimlich themselves back into the lead with 3 chances to close on the favored side.
I mean, this is going to hurt for Wildcard even more, right? This series looking to start the way their last one ended, with a grueling OT loss. Unless they can turn this around. Best they're hoping for is another run at the overtime.
Gonna have to be some crazy calls for Stan here on this T side if that's ever gonna manifest. Some nades getting traded at top B. Look at the damage. They just run through the Molotov. This is scary right now. They're jumping, shooting ghosts. Susp looking for that entry. Back at the site is Nap. They don't even know about Nerds. He reveals himself one by one. Wildcard come crumbling down. This house of cards blown out of the server as Stanislaw is the final one to fall. Team Liquid. It got shaky there, but it seems like they've landed it.
Yeah, we've seen Liquid lose these rounds on Inferno before, but surely you're not worried about this one. Surely you're not worried about this one. Stanislaw has got the intrigue going. Now, last time they lost a round like this, it killed the entire team, so let's see what's up. Stanislaw making a move. 35 seconds left, but a smoke in his way. They've done a good job of saving Util to dig themselves out of any weirdness here. Stan, another! A 1v5 on its way! It takes Naf stepping up to the plate. For a moment, Liquid were having flashbacks, but in comes Nafly to restore some normality. Wildcards start off this all-or-nothing series, a map down.
Go city. City, go city. 2. One that B, more. One more speedway. Speedway. That side. One more should be. One flash over for you, Roland. Flashing over for you. One city.
He's fighting right now for sure.
No.
Nice! You're fucking sick.
Wall and keys, bro, honestly.
Push them. They're going inside right now.
You killed the only CT guy?
Planting forward. Second box. Nice. Punning.
Is he first or second?
Emo. Dead.
Nice.
Go CT.
Careful or something. Could be back on.
Nice.
Nice.
Bro, you're insane,
You're fucking
bro.
sick.
I'm
Fucking
angry
kidding.
with you, guy. You're playing cover.
You understood?
Flash. One minute.
Flashing.
Still CPL.
Nice!
Good flash, boys.
Sick, Luva.
Smoke here. Good flash, Peter.
That's what happens when I flash for you.
That's not
how
the
it's
by
supposed
the
to
way,
work.
Josh. We are standing setup.
A do or die series where Liquid just about have the edge. We're talking about a 9-3 first half, Wildcard fighting back in the second, ultimately pushing it to overtime where it looked like they were just out of gas, Jacob.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, I think Wildcard did a good job of pushing it all the way through into overtime, but there was one player who kind of stood out for Team Liquid throughout that entire game. One player that, you know, showed us why he's still a great asset to have to your team. Obviously, we're talking about Twist being the in-game leader, but also the hardcore fragger in this game. That was a beautiful performance by him. Without Twist, Wildcard could potentially have won Inferno.
Yeah, 27 kills on just one map. Crazy stuff coming out of Russell. Let's talk about him a little bit in that context that you alluded to, Jacob. He's always going to be a great asset for your team. We talked about it before, the fact that he has transitioned into the role of an in-game leader over the summer period last year. We're still, you know, the jury's a little bit out on whether he exactly was put up to this position because of circumstance, whether it was a role that he was desiring and he wanted to be moving into. Nevertheless, he's here as a leader, but there's somebody else that's out on the market that might be quite tempting if you're Liquid.
Let me just set the scene for people quickly if they forgot what happened back in the day, right? Twist was in FaZe Clan, obviously, and if people remember, FaZe Clan were doing very well for themselves in the beginning of CS2. They were getting into finals, yet Twist made the decision to come back to his home, come back to Team Liquid, and I can admire that. One of the main reasons for that was that they also brought in Kadian, who then were the in-game leader in Team Liquid. We all know that didn't work out. That wasn't really transpiring the way they would have liked it to, and then, as you kind of alluded to as well, did Twist say himself, I want to be the in-game leader, or did Twist have to say, now I'm the in-game leader because Kadian is no longer going to be on our team? Now, what I think happened is that Twist signed a long-term contract with Team Liquid coming back into it. Obviously, Team Liquid as an organization, they don't want to get rid of Twist. They don't want to send him anywhere else. There were even rumors about Twist potentially could have joined Vitality during the summer instead of Spinks. But if you're Team Liquid, you keep this guy within your team because he's a great asset. So I think Twist were kind of forced into taking upon that role on him. And don't get me wrong, I think Twist has done well for himself. I think Twist is a good in-game leader for now. Not a great in-game leader, but a good in-game leader. But I would love to see more from Twist. This game we just saw in Inferno, I would love to see that Twist every single time. And I'm afraid we don't get to when he's in-game leader.
This is what I wanted to frame the question as. Is it because we know what Twist is like without having the responsibility of an in-game leader on his shoulders? Because obviously these numbers are stellar, right? The fact that he's still doing this and leading the charge as well, can't fault him for that. Is it because we know what we did have once upon a time, that we want somebody to come in, you know, release him from having all that responsibility to hopefully unleash the beast that we saw back in the day?
Yes, exactly. Most of the time, you know, an in-game leader turns into being an in-game leader because they lose a bit of that individual skill. Take Apex as an example. He went from being a very aggressive entry fragger, a very deadly rifle, and then he turned into be one of the greatest in-game leaders the game has to offer. But that took some time, and there was also Apex realizing that individually, not on par anymore. Twist never had that period. Twist was still playing well in FaZe when he came into Liquid. He was still playing well in Liquid before he became the in-game leader. So yeah, I do feel that Twist is supposed to be freed up a bit more, and I think there's an opportunity to do exactly that now on the market. So if I'm Liquid, I would look into it.
Yeah, maybe this man in between us might be the solution. We were talking about this back in Copenhagen, right? Because obviously I think the two clear teams that we think, you know, should be approaching this man, obviously we don't know the goings on behind the scenes. One of them Liquid, one of them G2. G2 obviously having Snacks in the fray at the moment, but a couple of roster changes over that break as well. For Liquid though, I think this totally makes sense. But that would require Twist obviously to step step away. We need to kick someone. Jacob, put your Team Liquid manager hat on. How are you shuffling around this team?
That's where it gets rough, right? Because you do look at Liquid right now, especially with Nerds coming into the lineup, and there's no obvious candidate. I think Yakinda for the vast majority of the time was the guy you singled out, saying he's the reason they're not doing well. I think if you had to get rid of someone to bring Shuhei in and then free up Twist, I think you're looking at a JKS or a Nafly. And to be completely honest, I think you're then looking at JKS. And again, this all circles down to the fact that I don't think Twist is not doing a good job right now. I think he's doing fantastic. I think he's doing the absolute best he can with what he's given. I don't think JKS is a bad player. I don't think Naf is a bad player. I don't think anyone deserves to be kicked for Team Liquid. But the cynic in me wants Liquid to be at the absolute best. And if I see a player out there that can come in and make their team better, I'm going to put my emotions aside. I'm going to put, my well-being aside. I'm going to be like, who cares? Kick someone to get Shu in, because that would make an awful lot of sense.
Just one final question. Do you think Twist is the type of guy who would admit that, who would take a step back? I think I look at him and go, okay, the discussions I had with him was that he said to us, this is something that he's kind of always desired. He's always thought, I've played under some of the greats. This is the next evolution in my career. Do you think he would be okay with taking that step back? Because I think he'd be a valuable second voice to have regardless, right?
That's the thing. I hope he realizes that he is a smart guy, that he is a fantastic player, that he's not necessarily forced into this position. If Twist maybe lacks a bit of that individual skill in a year or in 2 years, he can then transpire into becoming the in-game leader again. You don't have to be it right now. It's a good question, though. I don't know where he's mentally at. I think he's doing a good job, but I think Liquid have so many cool aspects to their lineup with Twist, with Nerds, with Nafly as well, for that matter as well. Ultimate growing on me. If you can bring in a guy like Shuhei, I think you have a team that could contest for top 5.
Well, either way, Liquid 1-0 up in this qualification series, which does mean wildcard on the precipice of elimination. So let's get a coach check-in, courtesy of Shox.
Just got to talk to Vince, and he didn't give me a lot of information. I say, hey, where did it drop? Where did you drop the ball? Because it was entirely close in that overtime. And he simply said, well, they were better in overtime. I said, okay, what specifically? And he said, they were just better. I asked, okay, well, what about Anubis then? What has to be sharper? Is it just that? Do you just need to be sharper? And he said, well, it's a completely different map, perhaps a bit more proactive, and we'll see if it changes. I have the impression he didn't really want to tell me too much.
I appreciate you, nevertheless, for trying, Shock. Sometimes it's difficult in those situations, when you come off a close game, you push to OT, to actually compartmentalize what went wrong in that situation, Jacob. What would you say for the side of Wildcard that made them fizzle out a little bit in the OT?
Well, they lost the game in the first half. I almost felt like, that's a clear and obvious answer. I think we're also seeing the limitations of Wildcard. Again, I said coming into the game, they can make the game competitive. That in itself, to me, is a compliment to their attributes, a compliment to where they're at. But I also did say that Twist salary is probably more than the entire team combined. So for Liquid to struggle that much getting the map win, I'm not sure that's a good thing when I look further ahead of the tournament. Wildcard did well. They made a good comeback. But for Liquid, I would love to see a little bit more clear victory.
First of all, people need to kind of relax with the Shui. And it's like putting a Mercedes engine in a Ferrari. Like, it might, fit, but it's not going to work. So it's just just relax. But what I wanna do is I wanna look at the second map, and look at the Anubis, their own pick. That is where I want them to show dominance. This is where I want them to kind of destroy this team and kind of be happy going into stage 2 and be confident in the stage 2, I guess.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. Anubis is Liquid's map pick, so that's where we get to see whether or not they have that, clear difference in level. I expect Liquid to win, and as you said, probably also a clear victory.
Well, should we find out right now? Psych, we got to head things to a quick break. When we're back, Anubis, the pick of Liquid, to see if they can qualify for stage 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away.
Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
The player we signed, he's obviously very, very happy with Saw for good reasons. He comes with a lot of respect, obviously, and I think also for the amount of time you and Guy has been going back, then obviously you're going to have a good relationship and a good bond working together for so many years. So, I mean, some of the initial discussions, I think it was very clear for us that it was not going to be an easy move to make, and I also think that for Nerds, he felt a lot of loyalty, not only to Saw, but also the players that he had around him. So I would say that there's also a point where we didn't think that the Falcons move and the players they wanted that would go through. I mean, the rumors were that they were, you know, like throwing numbers everywhere at a lot of different players and a lot of different clubs. So we weren't sure whether or not it would actually even be possible for us to get Nerds.
Oh, okay. So it was contingent on that core going to Falcons for Nerds to be free.
I don't know exactly like his thought process, and also not to the extent of details that I want to get into. But I think that for what I can say is that Nerds, he did feel like a lot of loyalty towards like the players that he was working with, and to his coach. So
that's a great quality.
I mean, it is, and like as soon as we had those kind of discussions, I knew that okay, this is definitely the kind of player that, well, once he's here, he's also gonna buy in. Like he's not gonna be, if you create like a good environment for him, then you're also gonna get like a loyal team player.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, got any thoughts about Falcons?
Not in the, particularly on the roster, maybe, but I think more on the having your players taken away and starting again. Like it's pretty depressing. So.
Yeah, you're in that similar boat, aren't you?
Yeah, it's been that way for quite a long time. I think there's a lot of similarities in the you do well and lose players sort of thing. So it's that for me. That is, it's you're thinking like as a coach, like, even like as a fan a little bit. You know, like what can they do next? What's the next step for Heroic? What they're going to do? Oh, never mind, they've gone and now he's starting with a new team again. So I think in that sort of aspect, it's not like the best sort of thing, but for Falcons, I'm sure they're loving their team. I think they've got a big upgrade, so I think that's super interesting for them. For me, it was just a surprise. I heard a lot of different names, and then it felt like just one day, oh, it's been announced. So.
Yeah.
Wildcard have activated Liquid's trap card. It's Anubis, the second map in this all-or-nothing series, the pick of Liquid, and a map that has been very kind to this Liquid squad historically. Wildcard have got their work cut out for them, but they did shock us, coming back on Inferno from a 9-3 deficit to drag that one into OT. Unfortunately, it ends the way their last overtime game did. And so this is where Wildcard are going to have to pick things up if they want to make this a 3-map series after all. At least it's safe to say there won't be slow starts here, as it felt like they all stretched their legs a little by the end of Inferno.
Yeah, there were a few players who were very quiet at the beginning of that game. Jabra as well on your screens. He had trouble until the CT side. It does seem like a player who's very good at coming back in his second half after a slow first. But yeah, like you said, got to kick things off a little bit stronger this time if we want to take it to Dust 2. I think if we do go the distance, Wildcard have a very good shot at finding this upset. But hey, you need 2 maps out of 3, Harry, and they dropped theirs. Liquid home territory now. Should be smooth sailing. Talk of sailing, Fuzi's flying through the sky into middle. It's Julies with 1 and Twist in trouble up close, overwhelmed. Got a fast flank, but not fast enough as they filter through the camera. Oh my god, somehow Naf gets back in the action with 2 more kills. The bomb gets dropped, now the flank is in, and Nerds won't take the shot. He'll hold it till he's got it guaranteed. Him and Naf moving in for the 2v1. Sonic, no bomb.
He's backing all the way off. Is he going to try and go around the world? I mean, this play required some decisive action from Sonic if he wants to try find this timing. Okay, this routing is wild. They will not be expecting this. Like, through mid, maybe, sure, you consider it. But an instant walk all the way through the canals, into the B site, through Temple, back to the bomb.
They've got great positions, though. Like, this is he's going to get spotted. I like how they're playing it. Naf covers bridge. He's still got a long-range fight versus a Glock. And Nerds is spotting door. So they're going to get info. They're going to play together. It's not unwinnable. It's not going to be easy for Sonic. He has to nail this first kill. Bomb, yoink, and Nerds will shut it down. Admirable attempt. Better than just walking into that crossfire. But Liquid with a pistol.
And Naf's got his big boy trousers on today. He is having a lot of impact. This second map starts the way the first one ended. Naf was a real hero of that overtime for Team Liquid. A double kill with the dualies and getting the bomb away from Wildcard in their A-Rap round is a big reason as to why they win that pistol. Oh my god. 3-pin bowling. And then they blow the smoke open after the fact. And take this advantage even further. Stan even's been tagged there by Nafly. Flash through. Naf with his back turned to dark, but these players in main are getting pincered through middle. This is some very proactive CT side moves getting made in this round from Team Liquid. And if that's a sign of things to come, Wildcard will have their work cut out for them.
Oh, they definitely do on this map. I mean, it's a map that Liquid are tested on against the very best.
On the upside, I wonder if you could glean much from how Heroic have approached Liquid on this map, right? They've traded it 1-for-1, but even in the times that Heroic lost to Liquid here, where Liquid were able to get their revenge on one map, not in this series, as we know, but you know, I wonder if there's anything you could take from that, because Heroic, very fresh-faced team, very newly pieced together. Sure, the 3-man Sangal core, but they had some winning ideas to try and go blow for blow with Liquid here.
Stan's great for prep, but I think part of the issue of this game is you don't get much prep time, right?
You only found out earlier on today.
Like, they were more focused on their first game. They didn't know, even if they won it, who they would be playing. Sure, you can make the guess that it's Liquid, but I think, considering Stan's game was a upper bracket match, if they won it, they were straight through the groups. They weren't planning for failure, were they? And they almost beat Furia. So, very limited prep for this specific matchup. I think at least the guarantee, or close to guarantee, that you know Liquid should be picking Anubis maybe lets you look at something, but nowhere near the amount of time that someone like Stan would like. Ultimate making an aggressive move, dropping into the water. He's getting tucked in this corner as well. He can also cover mid if he wants, but right now Twist is feigning a lot of attention in middle, spamming, keeping pressure on, and they can crunch water together with Ultimate plus this A main component. But don't go too soon, because Wildcard aren't even in the water yet. Just now getting their toes wet.
I mean, this is just such strong positioning to have if you're Ultimate. You don't have to go anytime soon. You can wait for Wildcard to come to you, and that's exactly what he does. Even once they know about him, this is still a deceptively hard position to deal with, and Ultimate's going to get out with another powerful spot. Here's the support from mid. Twist lends a helping hand, and he's fired up. 4 rounds on the CT side, winning out the first rifle of the game. This is a power position if ever I've seen one.
And dude, that's a sick little setup for Liquid, because they throw the A-Stair smoke, which lets Ultimate get in that position. But typically, if you're a T, you think, okay, they're taking it instantly, then they're either, you know, leaving it, or it's just a fake smoke. And after the smoke clears, they go for a really slow play. It's the right move for Wildcard to clear that slowly, to wait out the util. But then they go, oh, it's clear. Liquid just threw the smoke to waste our time. They're not here. And Ultimate is playing in tandem with Twists so well. Both of them facing down the bridge. Twist looking through the hole. That's a really cool idea that Wildcard have definitely not seen from this Liquid team.
No! Let's go, boys! Let's go!
Caught completely off guard. 4-0 for Liquid. Like you said, first gun round in the pocket. If Liquid have more tricks up their sleeve like that, could be in for a very exciting CT side.
Also, I'm just really liking what I'm seeing out of Twists on the cameras. Like, I don't know, in some of these games, he's felt passive in how he's requested stuff or spoken to the team. Quite soft with his words, but here he is determined. This is a man fired up. And they weren't ready for the pace behind this contact B. Ultimate, however, is quick to make amends. Naf even getting aggressive here. Will this be one step too far as Sonic catches him back turned? Ultimate with 3 kills to his name already. You might need a little bit more output before this round is locked in.
So low.
Twists here now. They're not going to leave it to another smoke walk, are they? Just playing up close. Okay, that's better for Twist. Naf did the crazy thing. There's 2 Canadians. One of them can take the safer option. And so, yeah, they just hunker down now. Wait for the fights to come to... Don't want to lose this, Twist.
Clean.
That would make it really weird. Hell of a recovery after mag dumping Jaber. It's the final few shots that count.
And Ultimate just re-swings. So annoying. 4 kills. Those 3 frags at the back of the B-bomb site are crazy because Liquid get completely overwhelmed. Wildcard run from main into dark, get an entry. Look, Nurse doesn't even know they can be here. And then they come back to trade Ultimate.
Okay.
And look at this. This close kill on Stan. Wait for it. There. That's so impressive. Oh, not again. Yeah. Dodge, sort of, but Nerds won't dodge that bullet. Gets headshot.
I think already if you're wildcard, you're getting a bit of a pit in your stomach here. You can feel like this is not the winning start here on Anubis.
Oh, thought he was going to drop in there.
I can't stress enough how big of a deal. 5 rounds CT side already. Every round that's been played has gone the way of Liquid on the harder side. There's still time to try and right your wrongs here if you're wildcard. That's a big trade to pick up at the start of this round. Twists cut down in dark. Going to cut off some of the info, and so now they get a bit tricky with it, repositioning after that 1 kill.
Decisive call, but they need to just play the timing as quick as they can. Ultimate is just pushing. He might find the bomb in middle. They're all here. Knives are out. Knives are out. Ultimate bombs them. 4 kills in this round. Ultimate activated. And what can you do about that?
I mean, when their AWPer has started off the game rifling and he's 12-1, I don't know what you can say or do to bring Wildcard back into this.
Don't you dare buy an AWP.
It's a flawless CT side from Liquid. Stanislaw doesn't even know where to look here as he tries to save this AK. They are swarming him all around the map. JKS did take a little swing out, might have got the spot. And you see that Nerds tries to go and shut this down, but these are just consolation kills for Stanislaw. This is him saving the AK. Ultimate is having one hell of a game. This is a guy who wants to get far in Katowice, wants that chance to play in front of his crowd. And to do that, you've got to get past the play-ins. You've got to aim higher, go further. An elimination on day 3 of Katowice. And he's playing up to it. Ultimate does buy an AWP.
Wow.
12-1 at the start of this game, rifles only. Now brings the AWP out as a whole new trick.
Hey, he's feeling it. You know, I just want to see a little bit more of those multi-kills. Could be a lot harder to do with an AWP. Here we go. Important gun round now for Wildcard, but they've only got this saved weapon. It's already lost in a main. Nurse just swings Stan off of that flash. He has played an aggressive A site. That much is sure. do like that change for Liquid, having Nerds and JKS play A. A lot of the time you see Ultimate stuck in A main, AWP supporting JKS. When Yukinda was on this team, it wasn't too inspiring. But having Nerds just be an aggressive opener, finding these 5v4s, making life easy for Liquid. Right now, Ultimate's just begging for this dark peak. Naf's got it as well. Main shot here. Naf, they're jiggling him. That's an awkward fight to win. But don't worry, Ultimate is still here, still with something to say for the back of the site. 3 kills.
Okay, they finally dealt with the big man.
Look at him
But
hiding.
there's so many more, and they're just wasting Sonic's time. 7-0. Ultimate. We saw him make his debut for this Liquid squad. Cologne, he immediately left it in pressure, but this is his first time getting to try his hand at Katowice.
Yeah.
And if one thing's clear from this game, it's that Ultimate wants to go far here.
And I don't think, you know, it matters what Stan's calling right now. I don't think it's coming down to the strategy. I think right now, Liquid are hitting every single player, playing like they should, playing like we expect this roster to. Making aggressive moves, being unrelenting, swinging dry and not getting punished.
Sick, boys. That is the best. That is so sick usage of reactionary utility on that B side. They're blocked. Like, roll and see one who's going into the right side of Pop, and like he's just stuck there. But like,
just praying.
how long? Like 30 seconds or what?
They're praying to window.
Fucking insane.
Love that, the vibe coach. You call the pause, Stan calls the pause, and Liquid are just chattering away, reminiscing on good times. It's all going to plan. 7-0, 6 rounds from stage 2 of Katowice. Yeah, you said earlier this could be Twist's worst Katowice ever. Well, it's not just Twist who's had glory in the spot egg, it's JKS as well, 2-time winner, back-to-back years with different teams. Stand-in into a mainstay. And while we are far from the stage, this is a Team Liquid that has expectation of greatness. Can they step up to it? JKS gets out. They lose one player in A main, but JKS stands tall and delivers a 3-piece. Any more from the Savage? No, but he's done his job. Twists up in heaven, stops this bomb from making it in. They wait for the rotate. Jay, but punishes. Maybe there's still hope yet. Nerds make sure he can't get out of that corner. Good repause for Nerds. 2v1 now. They hear this rush back through the water.
And Nerds are going to try and get there ahead of it. Twist is a long way away, though. Fuzi has a chance here. 1v1 for the first round for Wildcard. If he can get past Nerds, we're on. But Nerds is just wasting time. They've really been keen on playing these in tandem. Twist isn't even needed.
Yeah. There's a couple of those here for Liquid where they really just stall the last player out, right? I think it was Stan in the B-bomb side with the AWP, picked up, couldn't find Twist hiding behind the pillar, just left, right, ADing, and Nerds just playing with his food there. Sick 3K for JKS in A main as well.
And the thing that's insane to think about is that Ultimate and Nerds are doing so much heavy lifting here that the other three have hardly even been a requirement. Twist, I think, has had some really nice reactions over toward middle. JKS has got to just kind of sit back and watch as the game goes by.
It took him 7 rounds to get a kill, and he got a multi on the first A push.
Not through lack of trying either, but there's just only so many to go around, and with... Here's the reaction from Twist. He's been so spot on with these.
He's going to go back.
Nerds has been allowed to hang out there, finally bested, but Twist even considered giving chase, going full for that flank. The B-side's ready to receive. Nafly here, he's got support ready to push in on this backstab. Naf will get overran.
I should have heard that flank. Maybe not in the chaos of the comms. No one's looking right now. Sus backs up into that jail corner. He is trapped. Twist is definitely going to clear this. I think maybe he's seen something, a little barrel poking out. Oh, orb shot. He waits for the flash. It is perfection. And Liquid just are not missing a beat right now. There is no way you're clutching this round. 9-0.
I mean, this is what it looks like when this Liquid squad is in a flow state, right? Like,
where did it come
it's
from?
all so seamless for them right now. Nerds feeling the freedom to take these wild swings down through dark. That's emboldened by the fact that Twist has just been so reactive. It's like he knows what his pieces are doing when they're making these wild moves. But I don't think, you know, when Nerds is taking that ludicrous swing through dark, through a smoke and trapped in the corner and whatnot, that's something that Twist is like already reacting to before Nerds has even called for help. Twist is walking up mid, trying to trade, trying to help his teammate.
Yeah, something changed between these maps because, oh my god, is that he fired 2 bullets? That is a burst, a bludgeoning. Harry, we have had a multi-kill from every single player of Team Liquid. Ultimate's got 4, Nerds has got 5, Twist with 2 and the others with 1. No one is stopping, no one is slowing down. This is a Liquid playing lights out. And it's just a shame that Wildcard had to be on the other side of the server because they get no say in the matter. They get no chance to survive. Liquid are running at them.
And I like that in no moment of this have they tried to take the pace out of it, right?
Yeah.
They have been relentless on this CT side. I mean, this has been a very Liquid-focused hype up, but it's because Wildcard are the ones on the receiving end of it, right?
What
they
do you
are
want me
getting
to say?
battered.
What am I going to say? Oh, but Stan, years of experience that you can't call around this. You can't.
Excited to like go a bit brummy down the stretch there.
He's called a masterclass in Shanghai. We're here in Poland. Stannis law. It's a sad story, man. It's a sad story.
Because the year ended well for Wildcard, but the start of their 2025, one of the squads that didn't make changes in that break, still riding the higher top 16 in Shanghai. But they start 2025 off. Disastrous results to open. At Blast Bounty, they fell to Astralis there. That was Device finally back in the saddle. He absolutely shit on Wildcard in that game. It wasn't even close. Then for this run in Katowice, where they were hoping it could all turn around, they go from that tight overtime loss to Furia, from the upper bracket down into the lower, and now they run into Liquid in final boss mode.
Yeah, I mean, the saddest part is Wildcard's opening game of the play-in, they bashed big. And big since that point. Have destroyed everyone they've played. They destroyed Imperial, and then they destroyed today Heroic. Like, they ruined Heroic's whole life and dropped like 8 rounds or less in a BO3. So that really hurts for Wildcard. I still think they're a super legit team. We're just not going to be able to see that with Liquid in this form. JKS almost gets another 3K in A.
Even in this round, right? This was a 5v4 for Wildcard, one of the first untraded man advantages they've had in this entire game. JKS has just multi-killed to bring Team Liquid back into this round. 3v3 now. Naf with a sloth peek out through the spawn. Fuzi gets deleted.
Slow and steady.
Good nade into main, but there's too strong here for Team Liquid. They lose Naf. Same page, Stanislaus fallen. Jaber's time in the limelight. Can this be his round? Double swung. Ultimate with great spacing denies that. And so the scoreline remains flawless. This is the mindset, this is the energy that Liquid wish they could possess in every single game they play. It's come out now when it was really required. An all-or-nothing matchup, 11-0 in the second map. They are looking for a flawless first half.
This is just such an exciting game to watch for, well, not for wildcard reasons, but for the form that Liquid are bringing to this map. Look at them again. Nerds just runs. He smokes his own molly in B main and sends it into this position. Jaber needs that kill. And even Nerds is given a second chance to flick back and finish the job. It will be again a 4v4. But Liquid have done it from disadvantage. This should be no issue to keep the half clean. Wildcard, they've just got to stay grouped in this one. It can't be too split. If they can trade out maybe on this B-bomb site. Liquid are actually making a gamble, a huge gamble. Unless this all finds a pick, they're in or rather out of position. A missed shot is not going to be any help for Liquid as they have lost the B bomb site. We may actually have Wildcard find some scraps at the end of the half. Or am I speaking too soon?
Yeah,
I certainly could be.
These aren't even scraps, and even then there's still vultures overhead. Liquid come looking for this retake.
Crumbs.
3 players through dark.
Oh.
Fuzi falls first. Ultimate drawing attention away. Tees up his teammates with a flashbang. They don't go on the back of it. They're going to wait for twists.
Yep.
Faith in his flash. Stan on the angle, needs to try and reel them in, but it's just the one and done. JKS makes it out, Ultimate Talk fires off, and it is that flawless half from Team Liquid. They want to make a statement after the start to this series was close. Their pick of Anubis is anything but. Liquid didn't like they found themselves down in this lower bracket in an all-or-nothing match versus Wildcard. So much so that they didn't even let Wildcard play the second map of this series. 12-0 for Team Liquid, the flawless CT side of Anubis. Hardest CT side in the game right now. And Liquid didn't drop a round.
And look at this pistol as well. They've got so much util. They really just want to finish this with a knockout blow. Wildcard absolutely silent in this second map after pulling it all the way back on Inferno. Their T-sides have certainly struggled a little bit here in Katowice. And the play-in, maybe all we see from this wildcard team, they don't know. Susp has no idea. They've crept up on the close side. They're about to explode. He just has to drop his smoke. They will not respect it. They will not relent. Liquid come in for the kill.
No, it's head on a swivel, triple opener, and this is as good as done. 0 rounds for Wildcard. For Liquid, it's stage 2, and for Wildcard, it's Terminal, flying home from Katowice as they get eliminated in the play-ins.
Unbelievable win for Liquid, an unbelievable day. 2 BO3s locked in as they take on North American challengers of Complexity and Wildcard. With Furia already through in that upper bracket, Liquid having to cannibalize North America, they prove again that they are a cut above the rest.
Done in style. This is exactly, Kasad, when you were talking about kind of a championship organization, something you want to see as they're qualifying for stage 2.
Yeah, they showed class in the second map, definitely showing that they are the best team in North American region and South American region, I guess, maybe if you combine the Brazilian teams as well. But to dominate like this on a map that the CT side is super hard to play, it just shows that, they're not just an average team right now. Even though we have our doubts about, their performance and everything, they did deliver a second stage right now. We had a little bit of a problems in the first game, but managed to get the job done.
They did. Naf, welcome. Congratulations.
Hello, thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow, 13-0. That is kind of good.
Yeah, I mean, my teammates were popping off that map. I was doing work on the first map, and then the second map, I was just complete backseat chilling. Everybody's hitting their shots, I guess. So yeah, perfect.
Do you backseat game? Do you go like, actually, you should have done this?
I don't know. All I know is I don't know. I didn't need to do anything. That's all I know.
Easy.
Must be a nice feeling enough to make it and progress into the next stage as well. You're struggling a little bit on map 1. Was it Wildcard playing exceptionally well, or was it you guys maybe not on par with where you'd like to be?
I mean, of course, I think they're playing well, obviously, somewhat. And I think there was like a really crucial round where they had low money. And I'm not totally sure what happened. Maybe you guys can jog my memory a little bit. But we ended up killing a guy in pit. And then we thought we had the site, but then there was another guy pit. And then if we won that round, their money would have been just completely gone. So that was like a crucial mess up from us for sure. And that just prolonged the half. And then later we just identified that we were playing too fast and we need to slow down and, play more mind games with them. And they're more inexperienced team. And that's where like experience shows that it's a better way to play. And that's what we ended up doing.
They had the 2 people in headshot. One was hiding, like looking down with the rifle, and the other one was taking fights. So the first guy who got the kill didn't really check it out. It didn't take the space.
I checked so deep that I killed the guy that I thought like if there's another guy there, I'd see him. But I guess I didn't go deep enough.
You won. But personally, like for you, I noticed I look at your comms, listen to your comms in the first map and in the second. They're a little bit different. When you play Inferno, you're playing halls, you're going deep, and you're flashing. Your comms are a little bit, higher. Let's say it's like more impactful. On the other maps, they're a little bit slower. Is there something that you usually do, or is just the day?
Are you talking about me like individually or as a team?
Yeah, individually.
Individually, I mean, obviously, like on Anubis, like we were kind of owning, and I was kind of just telling nerds like how we should play B, and for the most part, like everything was going well. But on Inferno, I definitely had I was kind of feeling the game more, I guess you could say, on Inferno, and I felt like I had more ideas, and especially like on CT side, nerds when he played on like Heroic and Ents, I think the last time he played Inferno in an official was like 2 years ago. So I somewhat need to like help guide him a little bit, even though he's like the aggressive role, whereas that person's the more vocal person. So I'm just trying to talk a little bit more and help him and make sure he's comfortable.
Are you aware that you're number 1 lurk on the BT side of Anubis with like 1.46 something in the last 6 months?
Yeah, I saw that. I remember I saw at the end of the year, looking at like there was like this stat page of like the top 3 players on each map, and it's all just like Donk, Monacies, and
then all of you pop up.
I'm just like, oh, what am I doing there? I don't know. But I don't know. Anubis is definitely just, I don't know, a strong map for me. Not today, but for the most part, for some reason I'm super comfortable on the map.
Speaking of your new teammate in Nerds, obviously you've been playing with a lot of different players throughout your career. What are some of the things that are interesting about him, coming into Team Liquid? You said he's an aggressive player, maybe needs a bit of guidance in certain positions, but overall he seems to be doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I mean, obviously from the guidance part, it's just mainly Inferno. Of course, it's a map he hasn't played in a long time, but for overall, like he's a great personality, great attitude. He brings a lot of funny jokes and everything to the team. Everybody feels good being around.
A bit of energy as well, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of energy, as you can see. He likes to shout. So, I mean, yeah, but he's super talented. As you can see in Heroic, all the numbers that he was putting up in his playstyle is just, it's obviously just super beneficial for our team. Obviously, losing Yakindar, I think Yakindar brought a lot of ideas to the team. And I think Guy likes to focus on his crosshair a little bit more than, kind of thinking about the overall aspect of the game. And as you can see, like individually, he's insane. But I think as well, if he kind of talks a little bit more and kind of brings more ideas to how he maybe wants to play some things, I'm sure he can be even better.
Does that shift things then? Because we know that you can bring a lot of ideas and stuff, and that is a component that you also really need, I guess, as a team, or that you were used to having. So that shift around responsibilities a little bit?
Yeah, of course. I think one of the first things I said, obviously, with Merrick's leaving, I initially said this team is a very quiet team. If you look at the players on the team, especially JKS and I are somewhat labeled as quiet players. I honestly don't believe that I am a quiet player. I do believe I bring a lot of ideas. Yeah, maybe back in the day, bro. But no, I try my best to communicate and do everything as much as you can. But that was a big thing that we just said with the team. Like, we need to make sure the energy's there. We need to make sure we're communicating and picking up slack whenever it's there. We can't just be a bunch of robots just saying basic things, and we just need to bring the extra words, the extra micro and all that.
So one more final question. Why are you not playing Clues?
Oh, God.
Someone answered this question already.
I tried.
You know the answer, Alex. Nobody else here at this table needs to know.
Yeah,
You do, Kasad?
I mean, maybe I do, maybe I don't.
Maybe he doesn't.
You never know.
Are you happy that you're not playing it, or are you sad?
Man, I mean, of course I want to play as much Counter-Strike as I do. I don't want to be chilling for the next month and doing nothing. But
Boom, there we have that question answered.
I mean, of course I want to play CS.
Yes,
it's just, but other things behind the scenes, unfortunately didn't allow that to happen. So, I mean, of course, that's...
We're not trying to trick you. Don't worry.
Someone else's business, above my pay grade.
Exactly.
But let's focus on what's coming up then, because you did advance to stage 2, you did progress, and you are looking to come into that stage, obviously, against teams that are better than what you faced so far. Do you think you've shown so far that you have the level to perhaps, contend for a spot in the playoff, or is it still too early?
I mean, I always feel like the potential's there, but I mean, obviously I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I don't really feel like we're playing that insane. Of course, we beat who did we beat again? Wildcard, but the team before that, I'm blanking. Complexity. Yeah. So as you can see, kind of like what I'm saying is like we've only beaten like 2 like North American style teams. Yeah. I'm not gonna sit here and be delusional and be like, oh yeah, we're really feeling it. I think we're gonna, like, of course we're getting better. We're getting better as time goes on. And I believe when we step up and have to play these actual Tier 1 European teams, I think that also brings up our mindset that we need to do better and we need to be on our A game, because if we're not, we're going to lose. So that'll force people to always be watching out, playing their A game as best as they can, and stepping up to the plate. And then that's what we have to wait and see. That's the real competition.
Love it. Rational, level-headed, as always, Nafa. We'll see it tomorrow, probably, if you're going to play a Tier 1 European competition. We will see indeed. Thank you so much. We'll let you go, and we'll see you, of course, in stage 2. And we're going to kick it over to Freya, who is standing by with Stanislav for an exit interview.
So I know it's never easy in this situation, so really appreciate you giving me a moment of your time. Let's look back to Inferno, because it was a tough first half for you. You guys fought back. What happened in OT?
On Inferno?
Yeah.
In OT on Inferno, I don't know, I think we just ran out of gas. It's been a long day for both teams. Wish the schedule was kind of different, but we can't really use that as an excuse. We got beat by the better team today. Gonna have to go back to the drawing board. Inferno is a very good map for us. We had a weaker CT side than we normally do. But yeah, I think the main thing for us today was just running out of gas.
Was that kind of a similar feeling to going on to Anubis? Did you feel like things were, there wasn't enough energy behind the boys?
They're just a very good Anubis team, one of the best in the world. So I think we have a lot of work to do on that map still to catch up. Yeah, and losing the Inferno in the way that we did, and right before that, losing to Furia on Nuke in the way that we did, it can't really be good for morale. I can't say that we were affected too negatively by it. I felt like everyone kept their heads up and we always stayed positive, even when we're 12-0 down in the last map. But yeah, better team won today. We just got to go back, get to work before our next event.
Yeah, because it's coming at you very fast indeed. We're going to be seeing you at PGL Cluj and Poker. Anything that you guys are looking on, like, is there anything you can take away from this event and be working on in the couple of weeks break you've got now?
Yeah, every single event we learn something, because we're still a pretty fresh team when it comes to LAN experience. Something like a schedule like this is definitely something to learn from. Maybe we can figure out a way to nourish ourselves better, prepare caffeine of some sorts. I don't know, just be more prepared in that regard. And then playbook. Obviously, we got outplayed on Anubis. We're looking strong in a lot of other areas, so I don't want to focus too much on the negative. We're still a great team. I think the future is bright. We just gotta, like I said, get back to work, get ready for the next event, and shake it off.
I feel like a lot of people, are going to be looking at you moving on to that next event. You really made a name for yourself back at the Shanghai Major. Anything you want to say to those supporters out there for you guys?
Yeah, supporters always. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Haters, you can F off as usual. No one likes hate in this world. We got too much of it. So keep showing your support, keep showing your love. It helps us a lot. It's part of why we do this, and we love, I'm sad I can't go to the Spodek this time around to interact with the fans, but anytime we do meet you guys, it's an incredible experience. You guys have given us incredible lives. We get to live out our dreams, and that's all because of you, the supporters, not the haters. Let me be clear on that one.
Appreciate your time, Stannis. Yeah, looking forward to seeing you throughout the rest of 2025.
Thank you.
Oh, what a class act. And it's true. It's the supporters, not the haters, that keep them
I
going.
nearly puked, but...
But you know so much about that.
The first thing we need to get rid of this music when people are getting eliminated. It's like we're not sending them to war or anything. It's just like they're eliminated.
We're sending them home,
Okay, I like the
They should be
atmosphere.
happy for that.
You'd be happy that they're going home? What?
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay. Never mind.
You know what? We're going to experiment with the tracks. Maybe.
Maybe
what would you
a little
suggest
more.
instead?
I like it.
Nothing.
Jazz?
Nothing is fine. Nothing will be perfect.
Jazz? Major throwback?
Jazz?
You like jazz?
Did you remember the opening ceremony?
Miles Davis?
I liked it. It was cool.
Oh,
It was fun.
never mind.
Anyway, Freya, you were also
Hi.
here. There's not two of you, although that would be great for the CS community because yeah,
too much.
one's already
Think about that
amazing.
Too much.
But let's take a look at the results of the day and take stock of Katowice so far and the first stage and see if there's any big surprises, because I personally had kind of the inclination that things went a little bit as expected outside of some hiccups for some teams, but that ended up making it.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise to me is all these 2-0s. I thought that we were going to have more competitive games, given the fact that we were nearing into the stage 2. I think the big one, obviously, is Heroic losing to Big 2-0. Nobody saw that coming, to be completely honest. Big played exceptionally well. Heroic didn't show up whatsoever, which is the first time we see that in the 25 season. Apart from that, as I said, the fact that we had 2-0s all over the board, that's a bit surprising to me.
Yep. This is what happened over on the B stream, if maybe you didn't catch it. Of course, wildcard that we just saw again, they did lose to Furia. Furia moved on, and VP ended up making it. Kassad and Astralis Pain is still going.
Yeah, it's kind of sad for wildcard. Not sad enough to play the music, but they were up 1-0 against Furia, and then they lost 13-0 in the last map they played today. It's gonna be a rough night for them.
That's a rough exit.
That is a rough night tonight.
For sure.
Not
a big night, a rough night. Yeah.
Rough night. We don't like rough nights.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Let's take a look at the brackets so far and everything that has transpired here in stage 1. It is not completely finished, of course. Here are the teams that are advancing: Eternal Fire, 3D Max, Team Liquid, and TBD.
Yeah, one of the bigger surprises, dare say it, is 3D Max, doing it in the fashion they did it in. I think they played good Counter-Strike so far, yet to lose a map. You can argue the competition they're up against in FlyQuest and MIB are perhaps not the best of the best, but you can only beat who's in front of you, and they've done that convincingly. So I'm keeping an eye out for 3D Max as we move into stage 2.
Sometimes this is what you need as a team like that, right? Maybe you have a bit of an easier path, and then you can show what you're worth. I think the same thing goes for Gamer Legion, who didn't necessarily have an easy path, Kassad, but they were super impressive.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of the biggest, let's say, surprise, but is it really a surprise right now? Because Gamer Legion has been showing us time after time that they are, capable of doing these things, and defeating Pain was really a kind of big upset because Pain was in a really good form. They just dismantled them 2-0, got into the second stage.
Jacob, could I pick your brain about what's going on the B stream? Obviously, we don't have, dual vision, but I'm just taking a cheeky look at the score. 9-6 for your Danish boys.
Yeah, I was actually standing behind them on the first map. I think they were up 10-3 on Inferno, and the comms were good, the calls were good from Kaden. It was, I almost didn't believe it, because the past 2 days, I'm not going to lie, if I may be completely blunt and honest, I think Astralis have shit the bed the last 2 days. They have not played good Counter-Strike whatsoever. So for them to even be in this game against Pain, to me, is a little bit disappointing. However, seemingly they're playing better today. They are close now, securing a spot in for for the next stage, which is a good thing for Astralis. But again, dare I say it, I don't want to talk about money all the time, but I think Astralis have a top 3, top 5 budget in the entire landscape of Counter-Strike. So for them to continue to struggle every single tournament, I'm getting a bit bored by it. You know, it's not entertaining anymore, it's not fun anymore, and honestly, I don't really care anymore.
Is it? Well, it's coincidence that you're now also a Vitality ambassador, and all of a sudden you're tired of Astralis. I'm kidding. I know you have nothing to do with this.
Well, it's been like this for the past 4 years, my friend.
Okay, that's a good point.
But yeah.
Nothing changed.
No, nothing changed. And we had the discussion as well, and Kazak can probably chime in right here as well. Denmark used to be the best country in the world when it came to Counter-Strike, or at least one of them. Not the case anymore. I think we are in a deep, deep hole, and I don't see us digging ourselves out of that anytime soon.
They were dominating, not to be too modest, right? They were the best team, the best talents.
Smart guys, yeah.
You know, all Astralis was the best team of all times. Everything was like going for the Denmark, and then Astralis came up and just whatever. But the thing is, like, not a single talent that's kind of extraordinary right now is in the pipeline, or is anybody's talking about any Danish talent right now. That's concerning, because you have this, I guess, young players, Stavn and Yabi and all this, but who else? Who else is coming
Speaking
up?
of being in Katowice, right, we remember the Polish Counter-Strike scene as well back in 13, 14, 15. VP, obviously the driving force behind that. Pasha being a great inspiration, Neo, you name it. They kind of went through the same thing, where Polish Counter-Strike today is nowhere near where it's supposed to be. And honestly, being in the middle of it right now, being a Dane, I'm afraid we're going and we're kind of replicating what Poland has done, replicating what Sweden has done. They also had a period where they were dominating. I am not too positive when it comes to Danish Counter-Strike. I hope I'm wrong, but I doubt it.
So much pettiness in the Danish community right now, between the Danish organizations, between Heroic, Astralis, and all of that. It's just too much kind of disagreement between them. Instead of working together, they're working against each other, and the result is this.
We alluded to it the other day, Jacob. Has Brazil come out of that? Because you were kind of categorizing them in the same camp, right? Like Denmark, Sweden, Brazil. Are they on the up?
I would go as far and say I think Brazil have more talent than Danish Counter-Strike have right now. It's just spread out, you know. I think a player like Insani in MIBR, it's just a question of time before he gets to move on, or whatever that may be. It does feel like they have the players where you could assemble a team at a high level, but I think they're in similar state right now. Kesarado, Yuri, they're stuck in Furia forever. I'm not even sure that they're great anymore, to be completely honest. So I think Danish Counter-Strike, Brazilian Counter-Strike, Swedish Counter-Strike, Polish Counter-Strike, as much as it hurts me to say it, we're probably on the same level at the moment.
You just managed to piss the Brazilians off just at the end there. That's a great job. Also for Belgium, it's also not going really well in terms of CS department. But nobody cares. Let's take a look at the matches we do already have for tomorrow. It's not, of course, completed yet because Astralis and Pain have not yet completed their match. But here we go. Team Falcons versus Eternal Fire. Okay, Nico, he's on the server versus ES.
Rematch.
Yeah.
We had Medja saying in Copenhagen that sure, they got Nico, but we got Santaris, and Santaris messed Nico up in that game. I think it went 14-4 in duels between the two.
It was crazy, but it was online. It's going to be different online.
Oh, so you're talking about online Counter-Strike now.
We have
Navi,
Navi Furia, and I think G2... We think it's FaZe, but we can't confirm.
G2 and FaZe are waiting opponents. So
that's what you meant.
Liquid might have, well, I don't know. Is there an easier opponent out of the two?
I would. Oh, that's a good question. That's a good. No, I would rather face FaZe at the moment, I think, than I would face G2 in a group stage when pressure's not on.
You're the ambassador of Vitality, not G2, but
I'm not the ambassador.
Yeah, let's take a look at the B stream and the matches we have there. Maybe Vitality is stomping around there. 3D Max. It's very French. I mean, it's quite French. Let me say that.
Quite French. Obviously, Vitality, massive favorites, no doubt about that. FaZe waiting for the opponent. And then Mouse versus Gamer Legion. With the way Gamer Legion have played so far in this tournament, with the resurrection of Res, let's call it that.
The resurrection.
The resurrection. I stole that from someone. And then obviously going up against Mouse with Spinks, with a stand-in, I think Gamer Legion could potentially be the big upset tomorrow.
Listen, I do some other esport a lot, which, you know, and I came in and I was like, okay, Mouse always... And then the news drops. So can anyone tell me what the hell happened? Why is Shuhei not on that team?
I'm not allowed to say.
What happened?
You know?
I'm not allowed to say. I swore the secrecy.
Bullshit.
And they can't even play with Sphinx.
Well, what happened? I'll set the scene quickly for you guys.
Let's just say there was a lot of immature people in the room.
Well, there's a lot of immature people in this couch, you know, but fact of the matter
we
is...
have separate couches, so...
That's true. We could over here. I'm talking about that couch.
Yeah.
To be completely honest, Mouse are coming in, as you said, with a stand-in. Yeah. You know, a young stand-in as well. You can't even feel Spinks as the new player, the new star. So In terms of expectations for Mouse, let's temper them a little bit. I also do think that Mouse with Brolan as an in-game leader is a big question mark, not necessarily known to be an outspoken guy, a vocal guy. Doesn't mean he can be a great in-game leader, but I don't see it for me. So there's just a lot of question marks attached to Mouse right now.
Of course it means he cannot be a great in-game leader if he's not outspoken and he's super quiet. How can that even work? Basically, they put the most introverted person ever to be the most vocal role in the team. So I don't know how is that going to work, but
yeah, maybe they surprise us. Who knows?
I mean, some players are also, introvert and not that loud because they're not in a position to be loud. I'm sure that Cyclone as a coach would see something in Brolan that makes him go, you can be an in-game leader. I don't disagree with you. I don't think Brolan necessarily on paper is going to work out, but fact of the matter is that we don't know shit. We don't know how it is in practice. We don't know what's going on. And if Cyclone believes Brolan can be an in-game leader, who am I to say no?
Hey, this is a great note to end the show. We don't know shit, and that has always been so, and that will forever be so, but we do love to entertain you, so I hope you had fun. The stage 2 starts tomorrow. We'll see some of your other favorite teams, so we'll see you then for more IEM Katowice. Bye bye.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation, Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay, through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame, out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay, through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame, out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Superman's kryptonite.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Stroll's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's no good.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more! Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.